And we are live, ready to kick off day 3 of VCT Stage 3 Challengers 2. That's a whole lot of words. My name is Bach. Joining me on the show, as usual, Vance Silly. Alex, yesterday we saw some teams punch their ticket to the Challenger playoffs, and some teams eliminated, some of them a bit surprising.
Yeah, well, we're expecting maybe today to be casting a upper finals with TSM moving forward right now too. Heartbreaking also losses with Gen G not making it through, but also dark horses like Rise continue to, quote-unquote, no pun intended, rise to the occasion and make it into the top 4. So it's actually some really nice matches that we were able to witness over the weekend. And of course, I cannot forget the homies over at LG, who've been flying under that radar, and here we are today, looking to face off against TSM for the first matchup of the day.
In case you missed some of the action yesterday, we did whip up a quick little recap video so you can see all of the action. Let's take a look. And Sabrosa did take a little bit of damage as they make their way out on balcony. First kill will be Sabrosa's. There's a follow-up, and now there's no need to peek. Sabrosa can just play the flashes and offer some support. Whoops! Flash a little early, but TSM already moving up and getting into advanced position. First one from the wall will fall to Skadoodle. There's a follow-up from Dawn, and the top-down position from Skadoodle. Well played. All of these players building up, and oh, now the pressure is on here for Bang. Bang's got to find multiple kills. Great slow orb to slow them. Brax. Position's been spotted on the other side of Yellow, has to pull off the spike, knows it was at least tapped. There's the big kill coming in from Brax. It was going out in the other direction, and they would have been caught a little bit off guard. The knive's going to work out masterfully off the back of the recon dart. There's Automatic going flying and putting on a display. 2 players remain, make it just 1 as Automatic is slicing them to pieces. Brax gets a dig shot from point blank range with the Odin. Baby Bay can shut this down if he plays this right. Baby Bay right around the corner. 1, 2. That's exactly what we were talking about. Oh, you need to get this kill on this last player. That's going to be Baby Bay with the 4K. A huge stop from FaZe. Leviathan going towards the sidearm. Bang is trying to lock it down. Quick shot coming out from Leviathan. Automatic is swapped to the rifle. Fast dash onto the site. With time being of the essence, he goes vertical. And it's a big pickup for T1. Well, you saw some of the highlights. Now we can see the results of those matches that were played out yesterday. TSM picks up the big 2-1 victory over T1, who then got dropped down into the lower bracket and had their hopes dashed by FaZe, who picked up the 2-0 victory. Dashed, an important word, because yesterday was basically a day of the Jets. If you watch some of the games that we were covering here on the mainstream, watching Wardell, watching Automatic, and then watching Baby Bay as well, really just fly all over the place. That was the name of the game. And then over on the B stream, we had LG versus Rise. LG found a victory over Rise 2-0, and then Rise really surprised a lot of people by eliminating Gen G 2-0.
Yeah, and the scorelines were pretty one-sided too, especially for the Rise Gen G and the LG Rise. It was quite surprising for that one, and again, we talk about nothing but surprises, but my biggest surprise as well is T1. You know, I thought watching like the past matches, looking how they're playing currently to make it into day 2, they looked really good. The victory versus version 1 was actually superb in terms of what they were able to bring to the table. But somehow, as much as I would like to commend how T1 are good with the abilities and how they worked throughout this bracket, it just wasn't enough for FaZe and for TSM to punch that ticket into the top 4 to make it to the NA Regionals. And here we are with the 4 teams remaining to see playing for seedings in the NA Regionals. The first matchup, TSM versus LUMINOSITY. And then we have Rise versus FaZe in the lower bracket. And then, of course, at the end of the day, we'll have the lower finals. So it's going to be a packed day today of Valorant today. 3 BO3s on the schedule. And, of course, we're going to have that all on one single stream. And it's this one right here on twitch.tv/NerdStreet. And, of course, we have some friends watching over from twitch.tv Valorant. Hello, everyone.
esports people. Looking at the match we've got coming up, though, the one that we were kind of talking about at the top of the show, TSM versus LG. A bit surprising to see, I think, both of these teams in this position, because not a lot of people expected TSM to really rise to the occasion. We keep saying that, but you know, TSM stepping up and playing at a level that maybe they would have been expected to.
Yeah, and
12 months ago.
And you're looking at the bracket when it first started in a top 8. It's like, oh well, technically we should see Gen G and version 1 potentially here playing against each other in that second side, but at least maybe like a FaZe and Gen G on the upper finals, potentially with how things were going, looking at these teams qualifying into the close qualifiers. But version 1 full roster fell short. But at least we could give some credit to how TSM and LG have been doing very well to make it to where they are today.
Speaking specifically of TSM, though, we'll go ahead and pull up their roster here so we can see the 5 players that will be in the server. It's not the same 5 you might remember if you started watching Valorant in the early stages during beta. It's Wardell, Hayes, Leviathan, Bang, and Sabrosa. Bang coming in to replace Cutler, and then Leviathan replacing Drone shortly after the first open qualifier did not go well. And who defeated them? Leviathan's team of Noble. So naturally, TSM says, hey, this kid's pretty good. Let's bring him to the roster. We had a chance to talk to him yesterday, and it seems like things are starting to click with this TSM lineup.
What was fun with Leviathan is that the answers were pretty much short and sweet, but what I felt in his voice was nothing but confidence. So for him to come in and say, look, I'm just trying to gel in with the 4 other guys who have great chemistry and have been doing quite well all together as a unit, it's nice to see this trajectory that TSM is at right now. Is it going to be at this point where they're going to be, hey, are they a top contender once again of where they were 12 years ago? I think on everybody's mind, it's still a question mark for all the fans of TSM and all the fans of actually the esports scene of Valorant. So I still have that question mark myself. We'll just have to wait and see what happens in this matchup versus LG.
Speaking of LG, let's go ahead and check out that team's roster as well. This is a team that throughout 2021 has actually done quite well. They really kicked things off with that big win in the Nerd Street Gamers Winter Champs Finals, winning a best of 5 over Sentinels, but then it kind of just stagnated.
Yeah.
And we've seen a lot of roster changes. Your boy Dre, man, Tig, Dazzle, and a Proto. A lot different roster than what maybe you would have seen at the start of the year.
Yeah, because even then, a Proto was somebody that was going to stream a lot, super chill guy in terms of like his stream and his community that he has. It's fun to watch him play as a Cypher, and that's changed all recently with the addition of Dazzle as the IGL for the team. And that changed not only the roster, but it also changed the agent composition because Moose, of course, with a broken arm being replaced by Tig, has been doing very well to play as a controller, but usually you have Moose playing as a Sova. But who's playing the Sova now? It's the IGL Dazzle. Dazzle came in pretty much last minute in terms of like, okay, what can I do with this team? How can I make them a contender into the qualifiers and into the NA regionals? And they've been doing quite a good job at it. I think he's really good for the off the cuff, on the fly calls in the mid games, adapting to their opponents. So this is going to be a very interesting one to see how they adapt to TSM's playstyle.
If you were to pick 2 players, though, that you really wanted to focus on, who are the 2 you've got from both TSM and LG?
I think it's going to have to be the battle of the duelists. It's going to have to be Wardell and your boy Dre at this point. Wardell, we talked about it yesterday, and throughout the tournament has been pretty good in terms of the departments of first bloods. For your boy Dre, first kills isn't really his strong suit, but the way that he lurks and is still able to get some good kills that turns the round over in the favor of LG is huge. So you look at the stats, they might not have the same amount of first bloods, but the stats that they have overall in terms of damage and impact that they do for the team is actually quite high and very, very close. And Wardell being an opper to put a lot of damage per round, and you also have your boy Dre with a lot of damage per round. It shows how the multi-kills also plays into factor for these 2 players.
One of the things that we talked about yesterday, though, with Wardell was that kind of hot and cold nature. Like, there was rounds where he'd get 4 kills, and there was rounds where he wouldn't do anything. Now, it's not to say that he would go take a first engagement and die. Just literally nothing would happen. Someone else would beat him to the punch, the round would fall apart, whatever the case may be. Maybe he's saving on the back lines. But I kind of wonder, is that going to be an issue for your boy Dre's too? Because of the fact that, you know, boy Dre's not going to be the op player for LG, I can't imagine that's going to be a similar problem, especially playing a role like Reyna, just trying to take the fight straight to someone's face with a rifle.
Yeah, I think it also depends on the map too, right? Because sometimes he will have support from a second duelist, which is going to be in the form of Ban, but on other rounds, Ban is going to play a Sage, and then you're going to have just a single duelist. And again, it depends on the map, but he has that support system for that, and that's what's important. Wardell, it's like sometimes he's going to have a bit of support, but mainly activate himself with the operator and lock down one section on his own. The second part for LG is, what is the support system behind? How are they going to move the Owl drone from Dazzle? Dazzle to allow your boy Dre to slip through these cracks and defenses from their opponents, and he actually gets those 2 and 3 multi-kills and turns around over and opens up the site for LG. So the play style is going to clash a little bit. It's a little bit of adaptation on both ends, actually. I feel that Dazzle might have a good idea of how TSM is going to be playing and could play against that. Now it's just going to have to come down to on the fly, what can FaZe think about once they adjust to how LG plays?
Well, we've talked about the teams. Now we got to start pivoting our thoughts to the maps. The map pool always going to kind of dictate how a series could go, and we saw some interesting map selections yesterday, looking specifically at T1 across both series that we saw played. We're going to start things off with a pick of Bind by LG, and then Breeze will actually be the second pick by TSM. That'll be a joy. And then Ascent will be the final map selected by LG. I want to actually go back and take a look and see what our bans, just to see. LG banned Haven, TSM is the one that banned Icebox. So that's how we end up with Bind, Breeze, and Ascent. You know, we didn't see any Breeze yesterday, so this will be a nice change of pace.
Super fun to see Breeze in this series because for both LG and TSM, it's a map that they haven't played throughout the qualifiers since July 1st, if you're looking back at those stats. So I don't know what agent composition we're going to get in there. I don't know what type of playstyle we're going to have into Breeze. So I'm really looking forward to get to that point and discuss that. The only thing that's guaranteed that we know that's going to be fun is that it's actually going to be played because it's our second map. And I hope they're going to be able to see a third map, though, which is going to be Ascent, because LG has been looking very good on Ascent. Proto has always been good on that map. And it's also been a map that I find that propulsed TSM when they picked up Leviathan, when he's just a god demon on Ascent with that Odin as Silva.
You know, you mentioned the way that Proto likes to play Cypher. Well, when you head to Breeze, Cypher is not really a common map pick, or agent pick on that map, so we'll have to see some flexibility there from Proto. It's not like we haven't seen that in the past, but that is in the future. This is the now, and the now is going to be on Bind. We're just about ready to jump into the agent selection here for the upper final matchup between TSM and LG. The best of 3 will start on Bind, like we said. And a little bit of bait and switch here. Will we actually see a Yoru lock-in? Probably not, but you never know.
I mean, Dazzle kind of trolled it yesterday, too, on a couple of community streams after the games and after they've digested. And you see they're having fun with this. And
three Yorus.
You know what? What's more surprising for me to start things off in this agent pick, besides of these troll hovers over Yoru, is the fact that Proto, we just literally talked about him, always plays a Cypher. Lately has been playing more Killjoy, though, with Dazzle at the helm. But for this map of Bind, is going to play Brimstone.
Interesting. Going to the double controller with Viper Brimstone. And then Dazzle will round things out as the Sova. They've got a Sage in there as well. And their duelist will be your boy Dre. It's interesting knowing the history of this LG roster, too, because, you know, historically speaking, your boy Dre was playing Sage for this roster, and previous rosters on this map often played Sage. So to see that switch up is a bit surprising.
Yeah.
Now we're just waiting for the last lock-in. Will Leviathan lock in your room? Will we see it? Or are we going to see a Viper switch?
Even looking at the rest of the composition, though, for LG, Ben used to play Jet on this map, too. So I feel that this matchup, no matter what, is not going to put LG in a good position, because we talk about like these choke battles where you want to try to work for hookah, you want to work for showers. Usually these days, what do you have to oppress now to take control of showers on the attack? If you have a breach in there, breach vault line with Astra very strong, Sky also for flashes. And as we talk about flashes, does LG have any flashes right now to try to gain that control towards showers? No, so I'm really interested to find out how they're going to work this. Is it going to now be your boy Dre with the Boombot and Dazzle with a Recon Dart, but that's going to lose a lot of utility for other map control towards Hookah. So, again, I think it's going to be a day of question marks for this matchup in this series between TSM and LG. But on TSM side, it looks like they're not kidding around. They want to go with their regular comp, and they just want to breeze through and try to make it now into an easier route towards the grand finals. And actually, you know what? There is a small change. FaZe is playing Astra, Sabroso is not playing Brimstone, and is playing Sky. So we are having double initiators. So small changes that are happening for TSM as well, but still a consistent lineup that I find on Vine.
We'll see who comes in with the golden comp. Wardell has been so good for TSM in the pistol rounds, often carrying that Ghost into the second round to stack points. But as Wardell gets spotted, has to be careful. Nade's going to come out from your boy Dre as well. That's going to land backside. Sabrosa is still here over towards Octagon trying to help out, and now the squad has arrived with support, and it all falls down to A-Proto. Wardell's even going to get the heal, bringing him back up to 74 HP. A-Proto does have full health and armor, but there's that final kill coming in from Wardell. Great pistol round from TSM, setting the pace for the series. And we saw this yesterday from them as well. Great pistol round work from TSM across the match they played against T1.
Yeah, and when you're looking at the setup too, I actually like it that it's Wardell that's going to be the one at the helm inside Hookah. In the pistol round, seeing that the Boombot is also 400 credits. Very expensive for a Raze to try to get some control early with her kit. So to have a free dash for Wardell to run away, for them to push more forward with Sabrosa towards Octagon, and just play the bait and switch so that Leviathan could just melt people with the Frenzy, was a really nice hold on the end of TSM, and it starts off well in their pistol. The second round, though, we see that we have that showers control, and there's that recon guard battle that we were mentioning before the game.
A little bit of a late shot there on that dart, but a nice follow-up with the shock dart. Puts Dazzle down low, forces the early heal. Well, that's going to make things a little bit more uncomfortable.
Oh, such a big push.
Yeah. Aggressive play coming in from TSM. They're going to have the flank. There's one hiding on the edge of that smoke, or at least trying to. They're going to see the feet. The Boombot's going to blow up right in their face. A kill does come through for LG, but the forces have been reduced pretty heavily. There is one player with 1 HP, and that's Wardell, who survives long enough to get that last kill after Bang dropped. 2-0 to kick things off here for TSM.
TSM looked very comfortable to leave middle open there, or should I say short A open for LG. You already had your boy Dre making his way inside U-shaped hallway or lamps, but everybody else were pretty comfortable from TSM to really battle and control that showers. Why? Because of that double flank that we had coming in from Sands. That means the pinch coming into Hookah was, to U-shaped hallway was going to be a lot easier in the end, especially with the higher firepower that you have from the defender side of TSM. Finally, the gun run comes in, and to no surprise, third round operator for Wardell, glass cannon, to start things off to cover towards long B, while again Leviathan is actually holding this on solo. Sort of solo, because you have Astra with Oliver utility that could also support Leviathan on the showers control.
Again, Bang getting aggressive down mid. Now, I like the position being held currently. There's a chance that if the timing is worked out properly by Bang, could get a backstab kill on the Raze. They swing this, doesn't matter. Bang is here, has backup as well from Hookah, but Sabrosa goes for a slide back, and in that time, the peak comes out wide enough from your boy Dre, leaving Bang susceptible to the injuries. There's still 2 players on the B site playing defense. You've got Wardell, who's already rocking the op. This is what we talked about, the power of rocking that Ghost into the second round and surviving, able to get that op very early. It's a glass cannon, but equally as damaging is that right there. Nice shot coming out from Wardell, dodges the nade and manages to escape. Another player advantage gobbled up for TSM.
30 seconds left.
Hazed. Inside lamps. Just can't quite get the timing right. Van dives through, and things are again brought back to even strength. Great move from LG, forcing Leviathan out of position directly into the sights of the Sage. And with the HP as low as it is, this is a difficult retake, especially given that there's an op in play. Sure, you can top Ward all off and bring Wardell back up to full HP, but you really don't have a whole lot to work with. You've got 2 guiding lights, so you have the flashes from Sabrosa. You need Sabrosa to survive, but Sabrosa's only on 35 HP. This is a difficult retake, and Sabrosa's actually the point, and that should be the initiation to get out. And you can see Wardell's already backpedaling, leaving the site, trying to survive with the op. And it's likely going to be a mass teleport here from LG as they escape. They keep 1 player towards the site, but the round is over. LG wins the first full buy round.
Yeah, pretty decent there for TSM to start things off, but the mid-round adaptation for LG was quite good. I like the rotation that you had, though, on to start things off for TSM, because Wardell was actually up and down towards long B, which allowed for Bang to get into that corner of Sands, and as soon as Bang gets that position, well, he's already covering 2 tight angles, 2 tight choke points with support from Sabrosa. So Wardell could rotate back and support if needed be to opt towards this A site. But after they lose a couple of players and the battle goes in towards this B site, LG understands that they have have a weaker site on A. So the rotate comes back with a bind, with a map like bind. The rotations are so fast, so you're overpowering the numbers against a TSM on the A side defense, and it worked out quite well with the full gun round that they had. And interesting enough, FaZe is not going to have any money into this round, and we're pushing aggressively inside Hookah.
Oh, that boom bot almost caught Sabrosa. The flash came out and also gave them time to take care of the boom bot before the shots could return in time. Now Sabrosa still falls, as does Bang. That's a big double kill opener coming out for LG. Minor damage dealt to your boy Dre as well. Now just one orb away from having that showstopper ult. Hazed on just the Sheriff. Leviathan here as well with a rifle. And yeah, that's the round going the way of LG pretty much. Hayes doing what they can, but likely going to try and bail out with this rifle. Maybe not. Nice peek coming out from Hayes. That's another kill going their direction. Wardell has a decision to make. Draw some blood or save the op again.
Yeah, you can't usually discount Hayes when it comes down to him trying to anchor a site. Good 2K that he got, especially starting off with only a Sheriff, but it is indeed a little too late with your boy Drake capping things off with a quad kill, and you see that support now, the focus on LG, trying to get that hookah control now that you have all that utility available, and the money's right for your boy Drake to continue to get the impact that he does as a duelist player. So a nice 2K that he got into that hookah side. And again, it's thinning the defense so early against TSM and makes it harder for the rest of the boys on the defender side to really hold their ground and hold the right angles. There's just too much to cover now, and they're getting swarmed in. So LG continues to do some very good mid-rotations, and TSM is still guessing on their toes every single round. But what is the key thing so far is that they've done a very good job for LG to avoid the op of Wardell so early into these rounds.
Buy coming in from TSM. Substandard. Damage being dealt to Sabrosa pretty quickly. The damage that was dealt to your boy Dre was very easily remedied by an early Sage heal coming out, despite the fact that your boy Dre was still on about 96 HP. They're just going to go for it, and this is part of the reason why you want your boy Dre to have full HP when the ult comes through. Now, the ult is actually not what finds the opening kill. It's Tig with the rifle, but because of the position that Wardell got flushed into, that's what opened that possibility up. Bang with the Sheriff inside Hookah. There's one inside the smoke towards spawn, but now it's all down to Bang, the last player standing inside Hookah, trying to draw some blood. Nice shots coming out from Bang. He's found 3. The ult's going to go down as well. That's a 4K for Bang. He's got it down to a 1-on-1. Dazzle's on site. 8 HP for Bang and pulls the pin on the nade at the worst possible time. But my goodness, what a near opportunity for TSM. And even though they lose that round, that is huge. There is major economic implications from the damage that was dealt in that round.
Fully agreed, because that's a beautiful 4K from Bang right there. It's bang, bang, bang. Those are some sick shots all off one single clip. The lineup, of course, was there for LG, which made things a little bit easier. A little bit greedy on that hunt for LG at that point, but you're right here, Bach. You did a lot of econ damage. This is going to be the moment where you could maybe break the bank on a full gun round. You could reset the half over for TSM. But you also see a good thing from LG by having this Brimstone in this lineup is you could continue to get these Viper Walls, continue the lurks here from Tig, but then the rest is going to be a full execute with smokes from a Proto into the B site. So you'll see them continue to dance with these rotations for LG. To start things off, though, we did have an early tell with the L drone coming out from Dazzle at Long B, and here comes that play of the rotations again, and TSM's reading into it. Look at how they're pushing back towards Long B right after. Wardell's going to be able to fully rotate just a little bit faster so they can stack towards this A site once they figure out that Hookah's clear.
A 5-player push up short, and ooh, does that nade do massive damage? It should. The gravity well actually slows them down, but that allows Leviathan to line up from distance and do significant damage, taking a player out of the equation. The res comes through. Here's the peek from Sabrosa. 1, 2, trying to find the third. It's the player who was rezzed. Pistol comes out, but the sidearm can't be deployed quick enough. Tig is still on site. Gonna go ahead and pop the ult from Showers. Your boy Dre. Surprise, I'm in U-Haul. It's all down to one last player here. It's Wardell with the knives out. The Viper ult has been utilized, but the spike is actually going to the opposite side of the map, and it's all gonna come come down to this rotate. Will he get cut off? Wardell knows this player could be behind, but he's just going to go for it. Trying to run through from spawn, and will have an advantage in the one-on-one as the portal is taken. Has an opportunity here, taps the spike, baits out the first peek, knows the last player is going to be inside hookah, and now just goes for the tap on the spike. Wants to bait this player out. There's the quick shot from Wardell. Has to wait for the snake bite, but has more than enough time. And that'll be TSM clapping back, finding a big round win, and we mentioned it, bankrupting LG.
Yeah, and you just saw it from Tig, a little bit of a miscommunication because he threw that snake bite right at the corner if the plant was going to be at default. So not explaining a little bit on where that plant was coming from on that 2 versus 1 made things a little bit easier for Wardell to get that highlight reel. But again, pushing back from TSM after getting the initial outro, not leaving any bodies behind for LG to watch that flank was fully abused here by TSM to get that big flank. Big play from Zabroza, big play from Wardell, and so far, Bach, I feel that even though this is, people would like to say, a seeding matchup, we've seen nothing but highlight reels from key players so far. Your boy Dre continuing to lurk into the U-shaped hallway and able to get these kills that we talked about, these off timings that could turn around over, and he had to come down for a clutch for Wardell to win.
Because of the spike plant, though, their money was just fleshed out enough that they could get a full buy. Sure, light armor on a few players, but I don't know if you saw how that just happened. That dart comes through from the skylight, but because Wardell was tucked in the corner, it was perceived as safe, but it wasn't. He ends up picking him off. The boombot wasn't moving up quick enough, and Wardell is feeling it, getting a little bit more aggressive down mid, finding a third kill. There's Leviathan just hanging out in the corner as Dazzle tries to sneak through the smoke. Tig is the only player who successfully made it onto a site, but currently Tig is alone. And I actually love what Tig is capable of doing here. Tig has a lot of potential for backstab play, but just doesn't get the timing right. That's unfortunate. I thought maybe if Tig went through spawn, something could go differently. But a Proto just running and gunning, trying to make their way into the site. It's a 1-on-5, best of luck. First shot on the money.
30 seconds left.
That's Leviathan taken out of the equation. FaZe is just playing time currently, knowing that the support is coming up on the flank. The cavalry arrives. 4 rounds for TSM.
Yeah, and TSM since July has only played this map 3 times, beating Noble 13-1, and with that same lineup, losing to Gen G yesterday in the best of 3 at 10-13. But it was a very nice battle by TSM to make it 10 rounds versus 13 when they lost both pistols, TSM didn't have a good run with pistol rounds on the other day, and the first day, and from yesterday till today, it's been a lot better in terms of fixing those little mistakes and being able to capitalize on these pistol rounds, and it's showing now with the money being right that TSM has full control of the defender side of the rotations, despite having such a different composition from what we're used to seeing.
That is not how you want to see the round start for TSM. They were starting to build a decent bet of money, but 2 early peaks results in 2 early deaths. And now they've lost site control. And TSM, this is a difficult retake. This will be a 3v5 with the ult now coming towards spawn, and they're kind of sewn into a corner. That's a lot of additional damage dealt. I think at this point you run away and you save. Honestly, I kind of think they were going for that anyway in the 3-on-5. The way they were positioned, I don't know if they really had too much of a chance of trying to make their way back into the site with all 3 players coming from the same spot. Yeah,
well, as the spike just being planted, if you're able to get like 1 or 2 kills just before it definitely turns around over, as we know from the attack FPS side, but it was greatly delayed by Dazzle's Hunter's Fury, and at the same time, landing a kill onto Leviathan, that definitely seals the deal. So the last 2 guys looking to save here, Tig on that hunt, trying to break the economy on TSM sides at this point. And as I like to say that TSM's taking control of the rounds once the money's right, well, they definitely proved me wrong here for LG from the way that they played, kind of working the way that they did on the pistol round, just making sure that they have bodies to trade when you don't have any flashes to go for like these 2 set hits. So I kind of really like that from LG so far, to adapt to some of the weaknesses that you might have from the composition. And look at that punishment from Tig with the Sheriff into Hookah. So you really like to see that from LG.
Bang just holding that angle, just could not react in time. LG with a nice response to keep things close, tied up at 4 apiece. A full buy still comes out for the side of TSM, and the AWP was saved, so that'll still continue to be a potential nuisance for them, as it's going to be Wardell who's currently playing up on top of APC. That's an early exit for Dazzle. One-way smoke goes down. Dismissal of Ban as well. Going back up on top of the APC is Wardell. There's one right around the corner from Leviathan. Leviathan's just playing this line of sight, trying to get the best of Tig. And it's all working out for TSM here. It's down to just 2 players, and does he hit the shot over the top? No. So at least they've taken the AWP out of the equation. Still 4 bodies remain for TSM.
Still here if a Proto decide to use a orbital strike into showers to try to make it a 4 versus 3, but again, it is that situation. It's a 4 versus 2. You might want to save this orbital strike into the next round, but very difficult to try to face check against Wardell with the AWP. And speaking of face check, here it comes towards Hookah.
And it doesn't go out so well for them. Bang makes up for the previous mistakes, locks down the position with ease, and takes the lead back for TSM. Bang currently topping the charts for TSM as well. 12 and 6, 10 kills for Wardell. But this was a Wardell round. First kills Wardell's, finding a third as well. Wardell did get a little too greedy, trying to go back up on top and shoot over top of the smoke, and gets punished for it. But then closing out the round is Bang in Hookah. Money will be good enough for a buy, but it's not a stellar one. You've got a couple of SMGs deployed. Whoops.
Threw it a little bit prematurely before the barriers came up, so he's going to have to rethrow that up to Lamp so he could get the late lurk if he wants to for Tig. Meanwhile, though, the action is ensuing towards this long side with Shock Darts going forward, trying to push Dazzle away, but Dazzle still has his Owl Drone that could get the opportunity to push Leviathan back. But you saw that little bit of an archery battle still. Pretty much even as a stalemate in terms of what's utility is left for both of these Sovas. Well, you will look to have potentially a 4-man hit inside this Hookah once again.
4 ults currently for TSM. They do have Orbital Strike on the opposite side. But they've got Seekers, Showstopper, and now they've got Hunter's Fury as well, picking up the Orb on long. Got Cosmic Divide, got Blade Storm. Everything available for TSM to shut this round down. Just a matter of whether or not they use it. Nice Shock Dart coming in. That'll flush your boy Dre out of position, and it's the tandem duo. That very well could be the Credit Karma, Instant Karma moment of the match, as you can see that player flush out of position directly into the sights of Wardell. Now the ult's going to come through, and again, similar play, setting up their team for success. There's the ult coming out from Sabrosa, spotted by the last player on site, which is Dazzle. Dazzle will eventually get dropped. 3 players survive. Do they find the op? Yes, they do.
There was just so much information there for TSM. Bang was pushed all the way out towards attacker side teleporter by Showers. You had FaZe that was watching towards short, so they knew the attack was eventually going to be happening. Or on a rotate back to short A, where he could delay as FaZe as an Astra, or the hit was going to happen towards B. And that's just beautiful chemistry right there. Flushing it out. Your boy Dre even tried to go for a satchel charge escape, and it got knocked down by Wardell with that operator. And Sabrosa saw all of the utility of the 3 remaining players coming out towards long. He's like, yep, I know where this hit is coming from. Calls it for his teammates. An easy hold there for TSM. That puts LG back into a save round, but LG with Sheris, it's very doable.
They actually grabbed that orb just before the nade pop. So that is an orb for Dazzle.
Nice little win.
Yeah, it's small wins sometimes. That's what you're happy with. They still have a showstopper here on the attacking side. But again, on the other side, you've got quite a bit as well. You've got Showstopper, you've still got Blade Storm, you've got Cosmic Divide. I don't think they're going to need the Blade Storm so much. There's a one-way smoke coming in as the smoke comes in from a Proto to try to escape. Not going to happen. 2 players left. Your boy Dre and Dazzle, and one of them was just tagged. They've got the push coming through from mid. The spike is dropped. They're looking to just
they want to end it.
And that's exactly what they're doing. They're just running after them, holding W at this point.
Yeah, this is...
Well, your boy Dre did do some punish. It looks very similar to what we saw with Bang and Hookah, but not nearly as close to success.
Yeah, and then it was, what, like 2 rounds now that's won for TSM in a row? So that means the economy should still be fine here on their end. Yes, the econ damage hurts a bit, but you're at the tail end of the half where it's the last round of the half. You buy whatever you can anyways, and we should be looking still pretty healthy for TSM. You see, like, the op's still there. Wardell still has 6,300 credits after that buy, so it was definitely in a good position right now for TSM. TSM, and they're okay to go on that hunt, which I understand why they're just like, let's do the whole TSM thing. The hunt down the last guy that's remaining with the Sheriff. So this last round, though, let's see what LG is going to try to do. I think they're finally going to try to act upon this utility from TIG, and they are actually slowly creeping up.
And with the nice shots to take care of FaZe
Through
early
smoke.
on. You've got TIG inside the site, going for the ult, and there's
Huge.
a counter ult. Yeah, that's massive. Canceling out that Viper ult makes things so much easier. Banks spots one as well up on top of the double stack. Your boy Dre will fall back off that. Seeker's going out. You can see the cabbages flying through the air. They're going to spray them down and take care of them. But information gathered. I think that last cabbage almost actually hit their Sage. You can see it coming very close. It's a 4-on-4. But look at the positional awareness from TSM. Because of that information that they got from the Seekers, they're pushing through showers, and oh, the timing! They almost caught them, but now they know. They know this is going to be a rotate over towards B, and that puts everything on Leviathan.
And that's the thing. They heard the orb being picked up. They see the little yellow that dazzles has the ult, and then there's no more noise, so they can re-push, and now here comes the push inside the site. A big trade for an opt for a showstopper as LG are running into the site.
The Wardell couldn't escape. There's flames currently billowing beneath Sabrosa's feet. Leviathan is still here. Shock darts on the money, but there's some counter ult work coming out from the other Soba. Leviathan does dodge well. Bang is already through and has dropped one of the players inside Hookah. A Proto's got a line of sight, but now is the last player standing. Great flash into Hookah to force a Proto into the corner. And now as they go for the defuse, does he stick it? Leviathan's thinking about it, pulls off at the last second, but a Proto has it. A big Red Bull clutch for LG at the end of the first half.
A Proto continues to be the one that impresses me with the way that he plays with his Vandals, with his Sheriffs. It doesn't matter what agent is on. Nice awareness on that 2 versus 1. Here's the 2 bullet sprays coming through the boxes, or through the wall, sorry, from the site, and understands that Leviathan was going for that defuse as well. Very well done from a Proto. And now we actually have a close game in the first half. It was really back and forth, and it continues to be back and forth, and I'm excited for the second half now.
A potential bit of a miscomm there at the tail end from TSM, but regardless, the half does end 7-5. We're going to throw things to a quick break. When we come back, we'll jump into the second half to see how things go there. Stay tuned. Right back into the fold we go, TSM and LG. A little bit closer than we expected, Vancilli, based on the way some of that first half played out.
Definitely, and it comes down to really the aim battles. I don't think that I've seen, well, I'm over-exaggerating, I think, and I haven't seen anything going on because LG has been doing pretty good on like rotating out to actually allow for these battles to happen and these lurk kills to happen as well from LG side. But TSM, when it comes down to these first bloods they're getting, they're usually able to capitalize on that victory into the round. So we'll see what happens now. Pistol round underway. We do have LG looking to go for a quadruple push down towards short by having a slow orb wall to hold things up. This is going to be very interesting for TSM.
Oh, Sabrosa. Does Sabrosa get the timing? That's a freebie. And now they're pinched. They're trying to figure out what to do. TSM has got them crunched in. It's all down to one remaining player. This was a very interesting round with the way this played out. That wall forced them to go backwards and right into the faces of the defense, who was going for that push down mid. Sabrosa caught them as they started to rotate through from short. And then the other side comes in at the same time, and then they're just kind of caught in the blender. It's Ban alone with full armor, looking for an opening. Nice flash. Ban's just has no idea what's going on. As much as the flash indicator is great, it would be wonderful just to see what they saw in that moment so you could really appreciate just how white the screen was.
Just another one of those moments where LG seems to have a good plan to push towards a spot, but TSM has an even better plan in terms of this timing. So Broza getting all that information available there just for TSM to pinch right after. They had no choice but to pinch back into LG, because I mentioned before, we had the wall and the slow orbs that came up from Ban, so it's actually LG that got caught off guard just because of Sabrosa's flank. So now the money's back and good here for TSM, and another check mark here, another pistol round one for TSM for the day today. So we are pretty happy to see that. But what we're happy to see for LG is that on an eco, they're still making this very challenging for TSM in a 4v4.
I think they won 4 out of 6 yesterday against T1. I think they only lost 2. They did a pretty good job against them. Might have even been more than that. Might have been 5 out of 6. And here they are so far 2 for 2 against LG. They're going to go ahead and get the plant. Again, we talked about this. Wardell favoring the Ghost in the second round. Often going for an early purchase of an operator. Glass cannon, even if possible. Or sometimes, if able, will go straight to the Blade Storm. But there's that double up at the tail end of the round. Sabrosa finds 3. It's TSM on 9. 1 away from double digits. The buy should come in from LG here. We'll see what TSM can do in the bonus.
Looking at it so far, it seems as though they want to try to stick together. I think this is a good idea so far, too, especially in the bonus round. They still have the Sheriff here for FaZe, so that eventually... What I like about this for TSM, it's like it seems as though there's always going to be one player that is going to be a little bit more selfless. You see like these raid bosses sometimes on pistol rounds where the selfless player is going to buy a Frenzy for a Jet or a Reyna that's going to go armor and Cloudburst or whatnot. This time it might be FaZe so that he could save out the operator for Wardell, so that as soon as a gun round comes in, operator's already ready and start activating Wardell on the attack, which is very nice to see. But at least for now, for how this round developed, it's very slow. The wall, slowage, you have some map control going on here from LG, but this is based off utility. So you're wasting a lot of utility on LG side on both ends of the map. So TSM later on the mid rounds could really choose a good hit, except they lost a player early in Hookah.
Yeah, it was a great nade coming out from your boy Dre, knowing that Bang had gone into the opposite corner. It's very similar to a setup we saw in the first half with the shock dart and the op lined up from Wardell. This time it's self-sufficient as it was all done by your boy Dre. There's Tig also picking off Sabrosa. And things have quickly withered down to 3. Wardell did not go for an op purchase here, but does have a Phantom. You've got an SMG, excuse me, and a Sheriff. Your boy Dre currently in heaven. And Tig immediately to the right. They've got this perfectly set up to get these 2 kills coming through from showers. Oh, the timing as he drops out of heaven could have made things a little bit more awkward. But TSM is not able to capitalize. It's a flawless round coming in from LG, and it's the best score you could possibly have.
Yeah, a great way to actually start things off here on this first gun round, actually, to keep that economy right. You did see that there was a little bit of armor damage, so those are going to have to be repurchased. But overall, you're still pretty happy that you don't have to invest that much for all of the players, actually, for Luminosity Gaming. On TSM side, you see it right now. The ops coming out, and HaZe. 3,900 credits. He's going to buy a lot of utility. He's going to have armor. He's going to have a sheriff. So we continue to just feed some stuff going on for the duelist and continuing that selfless play. So I kind of like this. Oh, is that going to... imagine? Wardell uses a wall against their opponents. They break the first block. He might be able to push out and get an early pick here because they may not know that there's actually a hole in the defense for LG.
Interesting the way this is stacked up. Patig now having the orb shuts down any plays possible towards short. That'll be difficult for TSM to deal with, so how do they react? You've still got HaZe again on a sheriff. The rest of the team has gone for a full buy, including the op purchase for Wardell, who, like you said, had an opportunity to punish with that early shower play coming in from LG. Doesn't quite pan out. TSM now regrouping and actually looks like they want to go towards short potentially. Now they do have Sabrosa's ult. The Seekers could help give away positions.
I've got your trail.
Curious to see if that's going to happen. Yeah, there it is. You do have the Seekers coming out. There's the drone coming through as well. The Seekers starting to come out towards spawn. You've also got the drone coming in. Seekers spotting out players. Tig's trying to escape, but they're already out on the site. Sabrosa doing great work with the ult and the backup from Bang as well, who fell in the meantime. It is a 4-on-3 with 20 seconds left. They'll guarantee the plant. Flick, not quite downward enough. Wardell had his crosshair a little too high on that, but he'll get the trade. He'll get the kill anyway, so he'll find it in the end. Goes for the smoke on himself, and the last player standing is going to be a Proto coming through from spawn. Does at least get one. Might be able to spill some additional blood. We know what a Proto is capable of. You can't necessarily count him out, but there's a great crossfire here, so good luck. Leviathan locks it down double digits for TSM.
Yeah, just so difficult as well when you have a dash that's available so late for Wardell to try to get a clutch situation. That's just a perfect bait and switch. Continue to make some noise, continue to make that focus, and even if the shot is missed, like you said here, Bach, it was a perfect crossfire setup right after at the APC. I think that was HaZe, right, at the plant to be able to get that kill. But now TSM are slowly taking this lead and running away with this map. A map chosen here by Luminosity Gaming. A map where TSM has had some okay results on. But with this change of comp, again, I do like it. And where's the weaknesses that I find here from LG is that, yes, the composition that they had at first for the attack looks pretty good. But then for the defense, not having that Sentinels, not being able to have that lockdown power on either side of the maps to help out the Viper, it makes it a lot more difficult to hold this defense.
There.
TSM get an opener off the back of Wardell.
There.
How does LG react? Not well. You see the play from Dazzle. Bang able to get the best of them. HaZe all the way pushed up on long. Now they're going to use the wall as well. Wardell's up on top of it. Looking to squeeze a bullet over the top, and now they're just going to take the port and get out of dodge. They have Bladestorm. They have Showstopper as well. They're working their way up short. There's no one on this A site currently. The only player here is a Proto who is back towards spawn, starting to rotate up towards the top of ramp. Has a Molly and a stim pack or two, but yeah, a Proto actually gets lucky and gets a bit of a free peek through that because the players from Showers had not yet arrived. So had an opportunity to get something that can help equalize it a little bit better, but that's the end of that. Not getting that kill means the round is over, and you can see a Proto running to join his teammates on the B site.
And even TSM respecting LG at the beginning of this round, knowing that potentially on a 5 versus 3 or something, they could still have some players that could attempt this retake. Because you have a Proto, that's still up, and you have Ben that could actually do some damage and Tig as well. Tig, for me, has done a phenomenal job so far for LG as a last-minute replacement for Moose right now in this lineup. To see this making it a challenging game for TSM, at least on the first half of this matchup. I'm hoping to see Tig somewhere with a home soon. Now TSM taking a lead 11-6, 2 more to actually win this first map on LG's choice. At least for LG, they're able to save those 3 weapons. So we could potentially see maybe a half buy for the last 2 remaining members that have to repurchase into this round. But for TSM, again, Bang on top of the scoreboard, Wardell just behind. So now you have the young fraggers with the veterans for TSM. That's working out pretty well. We talked about that synergy from Leviathan that TSM currently has. We also kind of doubted Bang at first when he was playing Agent that were duelist roles actually for this lineup. And I'm happy that he's able to find his form and his role right now on this map. And speaking about the roles, we see a little bit of control here for TSM with double initiator on Showers and Short A. to potentially push the defense back. And once they get all this information and realizing that the front side is open, they might start to press in.
Oh, man. The timing here. FaZe does not realize that Ban has snuck down
He turned
mid.
around!
Oh, man. FaZe gets a little bit lucky there. So I don't know if you spotted it, but FaZe was jiggling it initially, checking, and then looked back, I think, to maybe deploy something on the A site. And in that time, they had pushed down. There's a rare satchel kill coming out on a very low target. That was a Proto. Bang's going to peek out and find a second kill. But yeah, basically, Ban was able to sneak down mid. FaZe still wins in the 1v1, so it's all water under the bridge. Your boy Dre, last player standing 1-on-4. TSM looked poised and primed to take round number 12. His first contact will be made by Sabrosa, but it's a nice shot from your boy Dre to bring it down to a 1-on-3. Nade is pulled. There's a satchel as well to get them up on top of the box, but Bang has the timing and a 3K on the round for Bang, the young player for TSM, helping position the team with 12 rounds on the scoreboard.
And now with match point for the first map for TSM, I think the money should be very low now for LG. I was hoping to see maybe like the good old showstopper into short with your boy Dre. But they're going to opt to take control here towards this B side first, because they also still have a Proto with the Orbital Strike. And they're still looking pretty okay on money. They do have Vandals, but they're all at 25 HP. Thankfully, or 25 armor, sorry. Thankfully, on the other end, you can see here for TSM, it's a lot more Phantoms and Vandals. We have the Showstopper Oriente. Oh my god. The Satchel Charge to the first block. They understand now these Sage Walls and how to counter them for TSM.
There's the ult coming in. Doesn't get damaged, but it does put Bang in a position where they're forced to fight. Your boy Dre will eventually go down. The Seekers coming out, flash around the corner. Seekers are charging in. A Proto takes care of Leviathan. In that time, though, Sabrosa has actually snuck towards elbow inside the smoke. A Proto can't quite line it up. But joke's on you. We're gonna go ahead and plant on the A site. Sabrosa's going to be our anchor here, and they're going to realize it in just a second. Sabrosa can now be the thorn in the side. Spotted ultimately by Tig as both players bait out which direction he's going to be looking in.
And they heard a TP, so they know the pinch is coming in from spawn side because they heard the footsteps as well towards spawn. Wardell's already waiting there with the op. Very difficult here for LG to retake.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, even if you miss that shot, you've got the knives as a backup play. You know Wardell wants this. He's toying with him at this point, but he actually misses. Takes him down to 29 HP, doesn't get the headshot necessary. The spike will be tapped. Dazzle's going to pull off as Gravity Well comes in first. Another tap from Dazzle. Time is of the essence. FaZe has the spot lined up and ready. 13-6. TSM looking good on the first map, which, reminder, this was LG's pick.
Yeah, and it might seem really bad to say, but like, for me, I'm kind of glad that this first map finished that fast, because now we get to witness Breeze, because I really want to see this map. I love watching Breeze. I want to know what new meta is going to be coming out with this map too, but just to cap back onto, or to recap what happened on that first map, it was definitely TSM all along. I mean, you got to give respect for at least the game plan that LG had walking into this, trying to pull those rotates out. You see them on the attack going towards B side, rotating back to A, going back to B, but TSM every single time are right behind their tails, where they don't give a chance for LG to set up on the pulse plants or even get a plant at all, because there's always somebody right behind on that flank. So really good job for TSM as well to control and continue to control the pace of that first map.
Well, we are going to throw things to a break. When we come back, we'll see if LG can return fire and take TSM's map pick on the second map of Breeze. It's going to be fun as we head to the beach. Stay tuned and we'll return in just a bit.
Well, it's Marshall and it's Thames.
Born, this is where Reynas are bred. One more, yep, now the duelist is starting to come through.
One right there to help out. Now the swing starts to come through with just trying to provide some additional ankle.
And welcome back here. Day 3 of VCT Stage 3 Challengers 2 continues. My name is Bach. Joining me on the show is FanSilly. We just watched TSM Best LG on map number 1, which was their pick. And if you thought that looked good, well, imagine how good your game could look if you went ahead and picked up a Zowie gaming monitor. Zowie makes some of the best gaming products you could possibly buy, specifically looking at their monitors in partnership with BenQ. You have the XL2546K. I think that's what I have. It's 240 hertz. It's incredible. With exclusive technologies like dynamic accuracy and color vibrance, Zowie monitors make it easier than ever to track enemies, control weapon spray, and secure the site for your team. Check out zowie.benq.com for more info. Or if you'd like to learn more about how dynamic accuracy can affect your gameplay, just search "What is DIAC" to skip right to the good stuff. seriously, can't overemphasize that enough. BenQ, Zowie monitors, whatever you want to call them, they're amazing, and I have 3 of them for a reason. The 240 hertz experience is definitely worth it. It's an upgrade you must make. Do you have a 240 hertz monitor?
I do have a 240 hertz monitor, but I might need to buy a second one, which will probably be BenQ Zowie then when I have. Maybe with that liquid display crystal, I'll probably see all the pores on my forehead and everything when I'm sweating in front of the spotlight.
Yeah, it's not exactly... It's not going to make you feel good when you see yourself in the monitor. But you will feel good when you see your game in it. But let's take a look specifically at the previous map between TSM and LG. This was LG's pick. We should have expected to see a little bit more from them here. But really, I mean, shout-outs to TSM, specifically Bang, who played lights out.
Yeah, and I always talk about these flanks and whatnot, but I think I forgot to mention one key moment going into that one too, into LG's composition, is again the fact that they don't have sentinels. On the defense was hard, but it was also much difficult on the attack too, because let's say you don't have the turret watching the flank, you don't have any trap wires to break to understand that there's a flank happening that fast, and that's why TSM were always behind the tail of LG too. So nice little attempt to be a little bit more aggressive, to be like this buy a ball, to go for these quick trades for LG. But like you said here, Buck, off the helm of Bang and off the helm of Wardell and these fast flanks from Sabrosa, it was just a recipe for an immediate success for TSM.
Now, to be fair, they did have a Sentinel, but not the Sentinels you were referring to. You're thinking Cypher.
Yes, exactly, exactly. They had slowage.
Looking at Sage.
Exactly, you're right. You're totally right at that point. They had stopping abilities and slow abilities, literally, by having a Sage, but to really try to watch flanks, it wasn't there for them.
Yeah, the flank protection is something that, you know, a lot of teams relied on for such a long time. And when you're playing against a team like TSM, who, you know, they're going to want to get aggressive, they're going to want to get antsy, they're going to want to take the fight to your face. It's difficult to not have that. You can see that spill out here on this first map. 13-6 in favor of LG. Bang, the top performer, 2.8 KDA, 353 combat score, 25 kills. Just so you don't have to do the math, it was 25-11 with 6 assists, 4 first bloods for him, 5 for Wardell. That's 9 across 19 rounds. That's pretty impressive stuff, that they were able to get almost 50% of the first bloods just across 2 players.
Yeah, and then you're looking at LG's side. I mean, your boy Dre had 2 first bloods on his end with 160 ADR, so doing pretty decent. But again, it's not about the first bloods for how your boy Dre plays in this lineup. He's having these good lurk kills, these good lurk entries, not necessarily lurk flanks that was going pretty well on his side too. But it wasn't enough to help for LG to get over the hump of the first map. But now we get into the second one, man. We get to see some Breeze.
Yeah, now we get to go to a second map of Breeze indeed, so you better get your sunglasses and your lotion out. It's time to get ready for a trip to the beach. Bind does not work out for LG. TSM takes it. Now we go to Breeze, which is their selection. And, I mean, I don't really have high expectations for either team necessarily. I think that Breeze is still a really interesting map to watch play out. I'm just curious to see how things go. I mean, I would be surprised if we didn't see a Viper on both teams. That would be somewhat peculiar, but I'm curious on your expectations as well, looking at a map like Breeze. What have you seen from LG and TSM that we might expect to see here in this map?
And that's the thing, Bach, literally nothing. They don't have any type of record. By the way, I'm ready. I got my sunglasses. Because it's breezy, I have my Valorant windbreaker. I'm good to go. But if you're looking at the composition, that what could be the winning composition for a team on Breeze, we don't really have one yet. There you go. We don't really have one yet, right? Because we've seen, for example, Xset play double Sentinel. We've had the Lurk play from Brimstone with Guimont for Gen G. But at least what we know is that there's a lot of Viper in these plays. I feel that on the A site of Breeze, it's almost become like the staple. You need a Viper so you can wall across and get a plant if you can, just like as if you were hitting the B site on Icebox. So there you go. To no surprise, we see Viper pick for both Tig and Leviathan. I like the Sage pick as well. That allows for you to get like this double stoppage at the very beginning. Because this map is so big, from what I've seen in at least in ranked games and maybe some of these games, is that there's a lot of these like 4-player hits, 5-player hits, and less lurk on the other side early into the map. So if you're actually going to put like let's say a Sage wall onto the B site and nobody's shooting it, you kind of have an idea that the main pressure is going to be happening on the other side of the site. You focus on that and then have to play the retake if you need to on the site where you put the wall down. So some of the things that I've seen from that, but on LG side, we're not going for a Sage. We're actually going double duelist, double initiator, and a Viper, and I'm not against this pick either. I think this is going to be pretty good. I think your boy Dre, at this point, we talked about the lurk plays that he could play, and he's a pretty good lurk Reyna. I know if Mike's AG is watching this right now, Mike's high definition is like, Van Silly is always playing a lurk Reyna. I think your boy Dre is going to play this very well, and I've learned from him.
I think that's your way of justifying your only way to get kills, which is going on the lurk.
I justify all my kills with good excuses, and we get the victories, man. As long as we get the dub, it's good for me.
Now, as someone who started playing Viper because of the introduction of Breeze and how valuable the agent is on the map, I'm personally very excited to see what these teams do. If there's anything creative or new that we have not yet seen, I expect to see a lot of traditional setups, and you can see that Viper wall down mid currently. That's from the right corner outside of B main. That allows them to basically control mid to double doors, gives them really easy rotate capability. It also shuts off a push potential through elbow. I'm talking specifically looking at the defensive side. On the other side, this is a standard wall, and you should expect to see this most rounds. I do love that they've doubled this position in the corner. So they have this capability to bait out this play. They're not going to expect a second player to be there. Now, Leviathan has snuck up in mid. So it's a 1-for-1. Good damage being dealt to Wardell. Distance shots coming out from Leviathan. Bang is there as well with the shots coming through. And it is quickly going the way of TSM here as it's been reduced down to 2. But as I say that, A Proto survives long enough to pick up the frag onto Leviathan. The last remaining player is A Proto trying to hit the shots here with the classic. Gets a second one. Now looking for a third with 35 HP. There's 2 more remaining. There's the third. It's down to the 1v1 against the Sage, low on ammo, and Bang goes for the swing. It's a win for TSM, but it came down to the 1v1.
Yeah, that's actually a really good fight to start things off. I mean, you had the Trailblazer that came out of Sabrosa that spotted Ben towards Palm Tree at the A site. But what LG did is that they played the bait and switch by doubling 2 players there, so it was unexpected on TSM's end. But while all of that is happening, we talked about like the GMD lurk into A tunnels for Gen G. Well, that's basically what Leviathan was doing with the Poison Cloud at the end of the hallway, and is able to get that lurk kill towards that back of the A site, which allowed TSM to get the pinch in the end. So very well done for both ends. Good way to start things off on this pistol, and you see as this matchup continues to go back and forth from that first map.
A Proto, quick shot coming out onto Bang. Flash goes through. A Proto tries to charge the wall, takes significant damage in the effort, and then dies on the other side. The distance game with the Marshall not going the direction of LG either, as TSM gets pretty quick control of the A site, and they've controlled it since then. Takes the only one left standing currently on bridge. A final blow coming out for Wardell, and it'll be a quick 2-0 as the second round moves very fast in favor of TSM.
Yeah, and you heard those Marshall shots coming out too. That's something that's very useful, whether it's going to be on the attack or on the defense on this map. I feel that right now, like getting these force buys on second rounds with Marshalls, with no shields or whatnot, could actually do quite a bit of damage at the same time too. But now we have this gun round coming in here for LG. Full Vandals. Except for one player being Dazzle. And I also like this as well. Going into like the new ways of playing like this Vandal versus Phantom debate, I find that the Vandal is so good on this map too for these long-range taps that could do a lot of damage.
Oh, absolutely. There's that wall coming out towards the A site again. Seekers coming through from A Proto. That's going to make things really awkward for Sabrosa. They now know there's a player just tucked in that corner. Lucky enough for him, Tig is actually across the map, so no fear of snake bites coming through. Speaking of Viper, though, in that time, Leviathan has snuck up mid, and you could see the fallback coming through from TSM, who's now charging their way back through spawn to head over to the B site, where you've got Viper positioned solo with an interesting crosswall setup.
Yeah, it's actually quite nice. This, because the plant that you have, usually you want to do it a little bit closer towards that pillar too. So putting that poison cloud up and then actually having maybe forcing the plant to happen out in the open could be huge. But look at this rotate back, and it's read by your boy Dre.
30 seconds left. Spike down.
That is beautifully played, but countered well by Wardell as well with the dash, realizing that they had to make a quick move. So the dash comes through after the dismiss came out from your boy Dre. I like that Dazzle is doubling down on the mid control, might be able to get the timing here. They need to go in there quickly to the site, but there's still
10
one
seconds left.
present. It's a Proto,
enemy
and that's the
remaining.
round going the direction of LG. FaZe can't even get a finishing blow. It will be LG firing back in the first buy round. 3 players survive too.
That's actually quite not bad at all, actually. And now we're seeing what LG is kind of doing to what TSM was doing on that first map. Pushing, understanding that the rotation's going back towards that B side, taking advantage of the open space to gain that map control on that defense and really cut the lurk back. And even if they didn't rotate back for TSM, it was going to be a fast flank that could have been left unintended and would allow your boy Dre. And what did your boy Dre do? Yeah, he went for the lurk Reyna, and it worked. So now 2-1 here for LG. First point on the scoreboard. And now we have this full gun round and the operator, glass cannon. No surprise. This is going to be the story probably until changes happen in the next patches or whatnot. If something's going to happen to the operator or even to Jet, but Wardell is going to continue to wield that.
He gets a freebie sneaking up mid. Didn't check his right, though, and a Proto was still present. Nice flash around the corner. Might be able to get the best of them inside this. Gets one kill before being eliminated by Leviathan. Inside the smoke is Leviathan, but it's a bait and switch. Wardell's going to run it all the way back and take it to the other side of the map. The ult from Leviathan will go down momentarily, and that's when it'll be realized by LG that this is not going to be an A play. And Wardell will also have Blade Storm available, so Wardell going to get the plant. That'll unlock the ult. And now LG has realized their folly as they rotated to the A site off the ult coming out from Leviathan.
This is not bad, actually. They're planning for the window side, so Leviathan could hear the rotations coming in from Snake, and at the same time, Wardell could opt towards Tunnel. So Leviathan's in a good spot. 2 Snake bites as well. The first kill on this Trigger Discipline. Here it comes. 1 and 2. What a play there by Leviathan.
Patience is the name of the game for Leviathan. A young player, but still understands to take time and gets a guaranteed double. Dazzle now alone in a 1v2, and it seems like the odds are against Dazzle. Dazzle's actually looking for Leviathan, but Leviathan has fully escaped from the threat of Dazzle, and now Dazzle back in spawn. They don't need to go any further away than this. The spike will detonate, and they're completely safe beneath the window. That was a solid rotate out from TSM. Well played by Wardell and Leviathan in the 2v3.
Yeah, 100%. That was super well done by TSM. But in the first place, you got to give it for LG on how much pressure they added onto Leviathan and onto Sabrosa at A main. Let that Trigger Discipline, man. Now you're going to understand, because this map is a little bit underplayed, those corners that you need to check maybe are left unchecked, at least for now. But at least in this moment, while the map is still fresh and new, you're able to get these variety angles and get these kills. But again, LG putting that pressure towards A main against the Viper's Pit was actually really nice to force the hand for TSM to abandon that Viper's Pit and a plant towards A side. So we can continue this for LG. We see this pressure continuing to surmount as they have close players into the A entrance, but this lurk is still happening from TSM towards this A side pipe. I love this one too. Play with the door switch. You can wall bang it, you can't break it, so this allows here for you to just get the easy pick onto your boy Dre at the door from Leviathan.
Enjoying themselves, certainly. Dazzle right on the other side. Can't get the double. Almost had a chance there for the swing of the crosshair, the sweep across. Tig will at least get one threading the needle through the Sage wall. And now the A site will be the plant destination for TSM. The problem is that Sabrosa is alone, and this is a very long play around from Hazed, and almost too long. We'll see if it backfires at all. Tig has a similar plan.
I know exactly where you are.
Well, there's the ult coming out from Cypher, and
Yep.
with the hat being tossed out, that's going to make things a whole lot harder. Tig coming through from main. Sabrosa goes for the swing. It's 4-1 in favor of TSM. It was a close scenario. There was definitely opportunity there. Had timing been a little bit quicker from LG, maybe TSM crumbles.
I was sweating a little bit for TSM on a 2 versus 2 because, like I was just about to mention, it's not planning for FaZe. So if FaZe is going to go for this big lurk and Sabrosa actually dies, then he's going to be in a very tight position to try to clutch a 2 versus 1. That said, though, I like how because of that plant, Sabrosa actually played around the pillars of the pyramids, or around the pyramids rather, instead of trying to engage into a fight. He went for the flash for information and just try to run that clock down so that FaZe can get that perfect flank on to ban inside the hallway. With that, though, it is going to be 4-1 for TSM. The Marshall out again for Dazzle. Half buy going in. You see a wall bang that hit your board tray with that operator, but it's still going to be TSM after the initial push towards the A side, showing their hand. They're going to rotate back towards this B side, understanding that nobody's pushing from Hayes' camera that was placed towards cannons.
First blood will be spilled. Your boy Dre will go down as Wardell hits the shot. Tig is on site, playing around on the pillar. The wall's going to go up. Gives him a false sense of security, though, as Sabrosa had already made it around the other side. There's a res coming in, but Ban's on the flank with the knives out. Had an opportunity there, but goes with the left click instead of the right click. At that point-blank range, could have worked out a little bit better. Who knows? Who's to say for certain? It's all down to a Proto. 90 HP, has Seekers and the Sheriff. Also has a flashbang available. This shot from Wardell, even though it was nearly dead on, luckily, Hayes is there with the backup. 5-1 for TSM.
Yeah, I just saw that bullet go through the wall as well. I don't know if that hit them with the wall bang because that bullet trail was there. Nonetheless, though, like you said here, Mark, it was very close for Ban to actually clutch that 1-2 in that range against Hayes. That was the third man in line to try to fight from that ladder side. So TSM continues to take control of this map. We're not seeing that much pressure happening from LG. As I mentioned before when I was watching a bit of Breeze rather, and watch Envy play. What I really liked from Envy was that they were trying to pinch towards this mid side a lot. Of course, it didn't work in their favor because they still lost that map, but the idea of working this mid side just to cut the rotations, just to also make sure that TSM cannot roam so free like zebras out in the world on these rotations, then it helps a bit. And there you go, you see it. Your boy Dre on mid side, headshot onto Hayes.
Beautiful shot coming out from your boy Dre. Taking out the Sentinel for TSM. Leviathan still holding true in halls. A Proto is right around the corner. Playing this close angle. The op is there. Sage right behind. Do they lead in with the flash? There's the Seekers. Oh no, they don't react off of it, and that allows a Proto to get a freebie. The smoke comes down to give some safety for Ban. But the site's been lost, and Leviathan is now coming in with this late play through the door. Your boy Dre's looking, but looks away at the worst possible time. The dart's going to give away his position. That's what allows Dazzle to line up that shot. Wardell still backside, waiting for the peek to come through. Looks for the jump, and that's when he gets caught, potentially. Wardell actually dashes away from that Viper snakebite. Well played, but now stuck in a difficult position. He's going to fight his way out of it. It's all down to Wardell in a 1v1 against Tig. The knives come out. Wardell's got positional advantage. Tig's got 30 HP. This is going to be difficult as Wardell just sets up shop in main, jumping around the corner, knowing that he's coming. Goes for the smoke down on the spike. Doesn't even activate it. It will be the round going the way of TSM.
Wardell is so good, man. So at first, it was even nice from Dazzle, the jump peak, to actually have Wardell aim a little bit higher to make sure that he could try to hit another jump peak, and then Dazzle goes for the wide swing instead, and actually almost gets the hit onto Wardell on solo HP, but readjusting himself, understanding that after that wall, you got some rotations happening towards the doorway side. The game sense that comes out from this man is actually huge. I love to see that right now, and it was a beautiful clutch, a Red Bull clutch that he had on that 1 versus 1, right after against Tig, who didn't have time to react on any type of movement that Wardell was doing there in that spot. So 6-1, seeing that so far a map that's unpracticed is still going to be heavy favor towards the attacker side, and now we're trying to react a little bit faster. Towards this A main, a trade happens, but it's still a weapon advantage for TSM.
There's the ult being popped. Or is it? It's not showing on the mini-map. So, I guess they canceled it already. Interesting enough. Dazzle, the only one left standing. It's a nice shot onto Wardell to bring it down to a 1-on-2. It was a 1-on-4 initially. He's having a little bit of trouble there as Dazzle's flying through the air. But eventually gets the crosshair under control in time. I'm kind of curious, did they just cancel the ult immediately upon popping it? Because I didn't see it even come up on the minimap.
Yeah, sometimes it's a bug in a game where you don't see the Viper's Pit come out on the minimap. But I haven't seen it in the POVs either, so who knows at that point? But we both saw them dead too, so it wasn't that effective going on there for Leviathan, at least on that ult coming out. But TSM now taking the lead by 6. A little bit of a different change of pace in terms of how Leviathan's placing this wall. It's good for like this lurk towards pipe if they want to, and also take mid control a little bit later on as well if they want to rotate back out of this initial A side hit. But LG, they still continue to want to press towards this battle at A main, and we're changing things up a bit. We're actually contesting this mid doors against your boy Dre. Oh, unfortunate.
Deploying drone.
1 for 1. TSM can play that game all day. They've been in that position before. There's a nice shot coming out from Wardell. The ult comes through and gets a kill onto Sabrosa, but a res in response from Bang neutralizes that. Not pleased right here. Who will catch? No! I thought for sure that was going to be a free kill onto Tig, but it spun so quickly back in favor of LG. Not only does Tig get the kill in mid, but Dazzle's going to get a 2-piece over in A main. With 45 seconds left, Wardell grabs the spike, starts to head back and fake the rotate. Has to be careful, there's a dart around the corner. And now we'll try to get the timing right. As they escape from A main, there's one waiting right around the edge. Dazzle getting a big 4K to keep LG in this first half.
Yeah, we mentioned that late lurk that we were trying to do here on this mid side for TSM, and Leviathan, or FaZe, sorry, just got punished by Tig at that point. Nice little Hunter's Fury towards that A main side, and that keeps things a little bit busy. We talked about that little corner that was left unchecked before when Sabrosa threw out the guided light. Should I say the Seeker, sorry. And then it was immediately traded. This time they double face checked that corner and did not expect Dazzle to play behind the double boxes, the double bricks, to be able to get that kill. So finally LG puts another one on the scoreboard right now, but you could see as well that things are getting very difficult for defender sides to play against an operator like Wardell when it's a map that's so out in the open and you're not using utility to try to push him back. Then it's just easy pickings right now for Wardell. But we finally have an op versus op. Ben loads one up, and Dazzle drops the spike towards A main.
A little bit of a sloppy fight there for Dazzle, and Sabrosa favors the defense. The op does peek in mid, gets another kill on the round. But Wardell is also in mid. The biggest issue is look where the spike's at. Spike is down all the way back in spawn outside A. It's a 3v2. They're grabbing orb just to get them closer. Why not? It's right there in front of them and it's free. But it's Dazzle, Ban, and a Proto trying to lock down the spike and keep it from getting into the hands of Wardell and Bang, who are both coming through from spawn. They've got 40 seconds left or so.
Nice high-low, though.
Yeah. This will be difficult. This is a very easily winnable round for LG unless they massively kind of botch this. Because TSM doesn't have anything to work with.
Left.
They just have to kind of dry peek this. I mean, you do have the smokes from Wardell, but that's not going to give you too much. So Wardell has to really be key. And with 2 players up top, Wardell's got so many targets, and that's going to prompt a potential trade peek. But Bang actually finds one. Wardell grabbed the spike and escaped. But Wardell is low on time with just 13 seconds left. Wardell has one choice, and that's running it into the A site.
Yeah, they hear it right now from the defender side. We're going to have the vent drop. Here we go from that guided light. But that's it. The TSM's going to lose that round, but man, I love that little battle. They had to sort of face check, but at the same time, they did it perfectly because they used Wardell first. The footsteps were heard by Dazzle, which is why Ben rotated all the way back from the end of A pipes to support his teammates. Wardell baits the shot out, puts the Cloudburst. You have a trait. Look at this right now. So he puts the Cloudburst out. He already spotted the first guy on the top, so this allows Bang to get the kill. But look how you retaliate here from Dazzle's side. He puts a recon dart on the ground to allow the spray through the Cloudburst to kill Bang, and make it a 2 versus 1. Super close. We still had 30 seconds left when we were fighting that. We should have went a little bit faster for TSM, as now we're just enjoying the scenery.
Cliven really loves palm trees. Wardell and Bang both taken out of the equation. There's another kill coming in from Ban. Sabrosa responds in kind with an op. But Looking like a 4th round coming out for LG.
It's not the palm tree. He likes the little crab that is crawling over. He's like, where's that crab coming from? Where did he hide from? Where did it disappear to? All the questions you need answered in life here when you're playing this map.
I love that this is still a thing. Well, I mean, it's not like this round is going to go their direction, and I think that's what they recognize. Now it's up to Leviathan to try and go back and scoop up that op. Maybe get another kill here. Quick peek. Not where it needs to be. One playing right inside the smoke. Has to be careful. Takes a little bit of damage from Tig, who's now diving through. At this point, they're tightening around him. It's 7-4. We're moving into the final round of this first half. And LG again have a chance at a 7-5 half despite everything else that's happened.
And Levy tried to go for a fake 360 no-scope because he actually quick-scoped in the end on that elbow to try to get that shot. But, you know, you're joking around at first. It was 6-1, 7-1 at some point, I think, and now it's 7-4. Yeah. So you're 1 round away of, like, tying things up, actually, for making it a 2-point game for LG, where, like I said, a map that's unpracticed right now, that's so wide and so with no mid control happening for LG. If TSM plays the same way, LG has a good chance here on this attacker side to tie things up and even take the lead on the attacker side. So let's pull it out. It's not over yet.
Get out of my way.
I know exactly where.
So many ults being popped, Cypher ult, Bladestorm, etc. But TSM comes out on top of the exchanges, finds themselves in an incredibly advantageous 5-on-2 at the tail end of the first half. Pig and a Proto, last 2 remaining bastions for LG's defense. Leviathan will go through first. Tig's waiting on the other side as a clothesline shot. Now it's all up to a Proto with just 43 HP. Flash going out first. There's the first kill. A Proto can do some stat pad here at the tail end of the half. But that's how it's going to end. 8-4 in favor of TSM, so they do get that 8th round. They double up LG's round total. It's a very strong and successful half from TSM.
Yeah, in the end, when TSM has the money right and they want to go aggressive like they did, and most of the excite hits initially are always happening towards the A side, you got to give it for TSM for the amount of success that they've gotten on these first battles on that A side, not having to rotate as many times as they wanted to, or needed to, towards this B site.
Well, we're going to go ahead and throw things to a quick halftime break. When we come back, we'll see if LG can pick up the pieces of this second map or if it's going to be TSM storming through with a 2-0 victory. Stay tuned.
Show me what you got. Back up, back up, back up, back up, back up, back up.
And we are back, climbing the steps to this house at the top of the hill. That's basically LG's journey to make it back into this game. So much in front of them with TSM looking so solid in the first half. 8-4 might be the score. It's a little bit closer than it could have been, though. It was at 1.71, Vansili. TSM definitely looked strong on Breeze.
This also looks like a mansion that if I actually walk into it, I might find Captain LeChuck.
What is that from? Why am I blanking? Is that from Monkey Island?
Yes, it is.
Oh, see, I knew it. I knew there was a piece in my head. I'm like, oh, that's got to be from Monkey Island. Yeah, it does kind of have that appearance. Maybe there's I wonder if there's any Easter eggs or stuff like that throughout the map. Maybe there
Would
is,
be
maybe
awesome.
there isn't.
Would be awesome. But yeah, let's look at this pistol, man. We do now have TSM on a defense. And look at this one-way wall. It's got to be dropped up. It's going to be the spike down. And it's going to be 2 players spotted also by Nest.
Yeah, but what they're not prepared for is your boy Dre, who's still here. Your boy Dre's getting a late call out as well because he went the other direction. Bang is just delivering shot after shot, and there's Bang again. That's a 3K for the Sage, who uses their own wall to boost over elbow and get a little bit of a flank surprise to LG.
At this point, it's like the reverse of like get the right click out of the game. We saw the left click wasn't working there for Bang, but the right click was just like really good. That's what saved him pretty much at this point. Look at that battle against your boy Dre. But yes, it definitely did catch LG off guard, but I feel at the same time it also catch TSM off guard because they weren't prepared for such an aggressive push down towards that Nest side. Good thing we had those pinches happening through here for TSM on the defender side, and that's a huge pistol round to continue the lead and wind this lead as Leviathan goes with the Marshall on A side to lock down the A site.
Early pickoffs here for TSM, quickly reducing LG's forces down to just 2. It's ban and a proto. 2 words that have been used together pretty aggressively in the past when talking about a proto sheriff. Ban a proto, please.
Yeah,
Not
exactly,
fair.
exactly. Someone check PC.
Back when he had the waffle crosshair. There's
Yeah.
the dog coming out in mid. That'll spot both players out as it goes full 180. Putting it in the spin cycle, the flash comes out. Yeah, he can't see anything, but it's okay. He's got some backup from his teammate. The final kill will be Sabrosa's. A flawless round. No one even took damage from TSM.
And that's going to bring the bank up even higher, and that's what we're talking about, right? Or at least what I wanted to see here from teams is trying to get a little bit more of that mid control. And it did work here for the pistol and onto the second round, this anti-eco that TSM had. I want to know if this is going to continue on towards these gun rounds, or are we going to now have like these operators getting ready into like the later rounds and it just lock down extremities of the sites here for TSM. But double Marshall continues in this bonus, triple Spectre, and we seem to see a potential pinch again towards his mid side.
And Wardell make it happen here with the Marshall. There's the first shot. It's so deadly and so accurate. His teammate on site, though, is down and taken out of the equation. Wardell's looking for the dart, didn't even know where it was, is now really in a difficult spot as they're going to be trying to find him. The no-scopes are both on point, and that puts Dazzle down on just 4 HP. As the spike touches pay dirt, there's some snake bites coming down from distance, but a Protoss right on the other side of the wall, and Leviathan has been eliminated. Wardell still on site, somehow still dealing damage despite being the player that was there at the time that they took the site. It's double digits for TSM, but LG does win the first buy round. Make sure that the round total doesn't get too out of control, and they can try to fight back into this one.
Yeah, so close on getting that damage with the Marshals from TSM. But in the end, what's good for LG is that they're starting to see the positioning, too, of where TSM are sending things up here towards this A side. So despite still getting these bonus rounds, it's still information that's gathered that works well for LG. And there you go. This is what I expected to see. A double operator, glass cannon coming in for Leviathan. We're going back into the beta days where we actually did have a lot of debate about these double operator snooze fest. But I really like this from TSM.
We'll see if it's successful for them or if it backfires and blows up in their face. They do get one early kill from Sabrosa before he's traded out. Distance battle from Bang. Bang's trying to play this head-peeking game over top of it. That large rock in mid. Wardell has to be careful. There's a dart that's down. Tries to smoke it. Doesn't work out. Eventually, Tig gets the best of Bang and the game is taken to an end. But it is 2-on-2 regardless. A Proto and Tig versus Leviathan and Hazed. We've still got Leviathan here with the up. Oh, Leviathan can't quite get the shot out in time. Great connect from A Proto. But Hazed is here. It's all going to come down to that wall. With them both being there, there's just no chance. 10-6, LG trying to fight back.
That was the biggest kill that was needed there for A Proto to make things a little bit easier for LG. Even on top of that, they didn't even get the spike plant down yet. So winning that fight against the second operator was huge. Breaking the economy now for TSM. And it might have salvaged an operator for the attacker side too, because you saw how close they were to that pyramid. So they probably picked it up there for ban into the next round. And when you're looking at this, I actually didn't even have a chance to look at the agent comp too, where the agent pool continues to be quite deep here for A Proto, going from now Sentinels away from the Sentinels to play Initiator at this point. And we're only playing a controller now for LG and no Sentinel plays. So it works out pretty well so far, and not anymore as Wardell goes with the aggressive push with the Blade Storm. Here they come though, swarming out like lemmings towards this kitchen side, down towards A main. But it's still going to be Tig just taking him down.
Well, the spike is heading across the map as well, understanding that this aggressive play is coming through. There's a flash coming out. Tig goes inside his own smoke. And that does keep us at an even strength. Hazed is here with a Sheriff, but can't do much. Your boy Dre has gone for the Empress. Spike will be planted. It's retake time for TSM. Ban with an op. We do have one rifle in play that's in the hands of Leviathan. Wardell still has knives out. Blade Storm still online. And there's actually some information being gathered here by Hazed, who's spotting them back in the corner. That's a dink shot coming out. It's a disappointing no-kill moment. Leviathan does get the finishing blow, and now it comes down to one. It's Leviathan with the 4K on the round. It opened up with Wardell, but it finishes with the young fragger for TSM.
All you want at this point is for you to land your shots, especially what you have left for these two agents left behind, because you look at Hazed, he had no more cages. There was really no way of trying to cross over, no flashes to try to fight. It just really came down to open sight, Vandal long-range battles, and Leviathan caps up with the 4K. Very nice stuff from TSM, so far, where LG off that gun round, unfortunately, left to be desired on how they rotated back out towards that B site. Whew, that was so clean. And at this point, though, at least
disappointed though with that dink shot, the 145 and 1.
Yeah. It actually brought a debate at the same time too on my end, where I completely got shut down on social media. I wanted to see the 150 dink, just so that we could play like the Deagle style, but
yeah,
I understand now why it's 145. That said, though, the action's happening towards the B site. It's a trade. The spike is down. It was Blade Storm by Ben. Full gun round here for LG. They still have a Viper's Pit, though, so they could still fight this back and Viper's Pit into the B site after this plant.
Man, if Dazzle had kept going back towards spawn with that, there was a insane flank potential for Zabroza, who almost made it into window without Dazzle realizing. It could have really changed the way that round plays out. Now they're looking for Dazzle. They're trying to spot him out. There's a good double coming in, and there's the res as well to bring things back to...
And Seekers.
Better numbers. Yeah, and you mentioned it. They've got the Seekers online as well. Seekers are going out. The Flying Cabbages looking for targets. A Proto's going to be spotted in the corner. Tig's inside the smoke with the ult being down on the site. Time becoming a problem here, and it's down to Wardell, who's already long gone. Like, we're not winning this round. I'm going to keep this off. It'll be a 7th for LG, but TSM is still so close to the finish line.
Yeah, and you see the how it could be very difficult as well to run behind Seekers and flash the way that Sabroza does, because again, Breeze being such an open site, he was trying to get that guided light a little bit deeper into the mid site to see if he could flash towards Ladder and Dark Shadow in the back of the site. But unfortunately, as he was still controlling that bird, he got picked off there, running into the B site. And it's a little bit difficult when you don't have that information remaining inside the Seekers to try to fight against Tig inside that Viper's Pit, especially when Wardell only has an operator. Doesn't pan out to where they want it to be. LG puts a point onto the scoreboard, and TSM is going to try to go for another double off setup. Maybe play a little bit more aggressive on this B side. He's going to get pinged out. That's Wardell, forced to fall back. And the Seekers now, though, at least for the attackers, are coming back forward. But I do like the fact that we do have Frost Orbs being thrown on the ground just to slow things up for Bang. And look at this buy, actually, Bach. It's 2 operators, a Phantom, and 2 Sheriffs. It's such a broken buy here for TSM. The economy is super low.
Putting a lot of pressure on those ops in the hands of Leviathan and Wardell, and they might have a bit of a field day over here on A. Sure, the wall is up, and that'll at least give them a little bit of coverage to go through, but there's the first shot coming out. Follow-up maybe, not necessarily on the mark. It's a leg shot coming out. But you've got Wardell here as well. It's like fish in a barrel as they make their way out onto the site. 3 remain, and 1 is very low on HP, and right around the corner, Bang gets the timing. 1-2, doesn't find the third. Your boy Dre goes for the dismiss, but there's too many people, and it's going to be a round for TSM. Quick shots from Bang yet again with the Sheriff, reminiscent of what we saw in Hookah on the first map.
Bang is starting to come together here with this Sheriff, and you see it's a lot more confident from the way that he's moving around, lining up the shots, not being as nervous, fighting around. I think it's, for me, it's kind of like the feeling that Zekin got when he was playing with the Exodus. Like, man, I'm playing high-level Valorant, and I'm able to hang with the best. I feel that Bang is starting to feel that at the same time, too, playing with TSM right now, and I think now Baby Bay might have to take something back because Bang is rocking right now. Now double operator continues here for TSM. They couldn't cancel any of that out for LG's side. On LG's end, because it is map and series point for TSM to move over to the grand finals, LG have to go for a force buy, and it's only with Bulldogs, Spectres, and Vandals, although they do have a Hunter's Fury to try to open things up.
There's that Hunter's Fury that you mentioned, looking to find that target. Trap backside sight, can't quite line up the second pulse. Hazed, able to deliver a nice shot over top of the pipes. Leviathan was able to back off. There's the hat coming out. That'll give away the positions. Hazed spots one clear in the open. The round is quickly falling apart, and there it is. TSM have made it through the upper finals into the grand finals here for Challengers 2, as this team looks so much better than they've been over the last 6 or 7 months.
Definitely, and again, I wish we were going to be able to see a third map on Ascent just to see how LG has developed on this map, to see how TSM has developed over this map, but it shows a convincing win for TSM on the second map of Breeze and also on the first. Was there a little bit of preparation, going on? I would say no, because again, going double operator, it just shows that you're kind of like ranking it at the same time, expecting that it's going to be some open peaks, less utilities being used here by LG to get into the sites where it's a map that they don't really play as well for that team. So it's just good to see that when it comes down to the aim battles and Leviathan popping off the way that he did, we just see TSM breezing through this series.
I mean, again, we talked about it before. Wardell has been playing at really high levels, but look at the secondary firepower they have with Bang. I mean, Bang was a massive playmaker. We kind of talked about it when watching them yesterday. Like, I felt like Wardell was hot and cold. It wasn't because Wardell had bad rounds. It's because players like Bang were on the server too.
Oh, yeah.
So like Bang would step up big. Leviathan had a couple of huge rounds, multi-kills, coming in for the Viper main. You know, TSM just feels very connected. Like, things are really clicking with this roster.
Yep. And
that's why they're in this position. You know, it seems like it was not that long ago that they were struggling in an open qualifier because it was this month. You know, they dropped Drone on the 5th of July and put him in active and made the change that made the roster what it is. That's pretty impressive turnaround.
I do agree with you, because that was at the point as well where they were playing at the TSM bootcamp area at the compound. They lost it immediately. Unfortunately, Drone got dropped right after that. And then it's like, okay, well, who do we need? Who could we get? And that's pretty much where they picked up Leviathan, because that's where they actually lost from the qualifiers, too, when they went face-to-face against Leviathan. And to see that this actually pops up to be a great addition, a great sub going in for TSM right now, it shows that TSM does have a bright future ahead. But again, I think the question mark still continues. This is how far can we really go? I think as we're on that copium for TSM, can they actually make it to Berlin? Can it do actually quite well in the ANR regionals? I think it's left to be desired when we actually get to see those battles against like the XSET, the Envy, and the 100 Thieves and the Sentinels that are going to be coming up against in about 2 or 3 weeks.
Just looking at that series, though, I mean, TSM, it's not just the individual play. Like, there was some moments where they were really working together. We highlighted it early on in the series. There was like a moment where it's like, that could be our Credit Karma moment of the match. It was that shock dart into the corner that flushes a player out and gets them lined up with an op shot. You know, we saw really good team play, good communication, and look at that. Production's on top of it. This is exactly what we're talking about. So Wardell is holding this. They get the ping from the shock dart, so it's Sova who then responds with a shock dart in the corner. So the recon dart gives away position. Shock dart moves them out of position. And there's Wardell with the shot. Ready for your boy Dre to cross. Really well played and that will be your instant karma moment of the match.
Yeah, so very good stuff here for TSM. I mean, it's not over yet for LG. Damn, I keep saying that tagline. You know, some people say time and time again. I'm always saying it's not over yet. LG now gets to move into the lower brackets finals to wait against the XSET versus FaZe matchup. And not XSET, sorry, Rise and FaZe matchup. And that's going to be a very fun one to watch as well. We've seen some exciting battles here in the upper bracket finals for TSM and LG. I think this is also going to be a very fast-paced banger in the lower bracket coming up.
Let's also keep in mind that all of these teams have qualified for Challenger playoffs.
Yes.
So it's not like LG just got eliminated and now it's over. You know, they've already qualified for Challengers playoffs, which is what they ultimately want to get. But there's still some things on the line, seeding and money being, you know, the biggest one. You know, these teams are not typically teams that are in cash positions. They haven't been for quite some time. TSM has really struggled. TSM hasn't made it into too many of these events. So the fact that they're now in the grand finals is huge. And I'm trying to think, when was the last time we even saw TSM in a grand final?
Oh, dude, I can't remember. You'll have to go back to maybe last summer, maybe, if I'm not mistaken. But even then, you were talking about how it's not only about the seedings. I think it's also about the last chance qualifier, right? Because right now TSM is still in that race for like who's going to be able to take maybe the 8th seed to the 7th seed to the 6th seed, sorry. And this could actually be skyrocketed if TSM actually makes it to Berlin, if they're going to make it far into Berlin at the same time too. But if they don't, at least if they make it far throughout the playoffs, there are still chances into the last chance qualifiers too. So all of these games are very important to see what's going to happen into the NA regionals.
Well, we do have one of the players from TSM joining us here for a Verizon post-match interview. It's going to be Wardell, who's jumping on the line. First and foremost, hi, Wardell. It's been a while.
Yeah, what's going on, man?
What's good?
I'm chilling.
You're looking
I'm chilling.
buff, Wardell. I've been watching those workout streams, man. You gave me inspiration to build my own gym as well. So congrats, dude, on that victory.
Appreciate that.
So I just went back and looked, Wardell. It's been quite a while since you guys have found yourself in a finals. Obviously, things have not really clicked across 2021, and I don't think people have been shy about saying it. Is there anything you want to say to those people now?
Nah, I got nothing to say to those people, to be honest. They don't really bother me.
That's awesome. Let the playstyle make that do the work. And it's the same thing. I think your playstyle showed as well, because I've been looking at you guys and the way you've evolved so far with Bang and Leviathan, and I was like, and we're all trying to figure out what's really the answer to try to get the success of TSM. And for me, it was like, maybe we need to see you op less on the attacker side. And boy, you've proved me wrong throughout these qualifiers and moving into the close, man. You've been hitting so many of these first bloods and being a huge impact as the operator for TSM. And that said, though, I want to talk about that because we're moving into this third round where you're always buying this operator on that third round glass cannon. How does that play out for you guys so far here as gelling together and activating you as the operator again and playing around you?
I just feel like people are just not used to having like an op on third round, and everyone just you know, they don't know how to act, and then like once they try to like counter it, they just fall out of their own gameplay, like game style or whatever, and then everything just crumbles for them.
One of the things I wanted to ask you is, like, obviously you guys were really good in 2020. You know, one of the best teams in the world. Some would say the best. Obviously, we don't know because we didn't have international competition back then. Looking at the roster you have now, how do you feel it compares to the roster you had then?
I think it's just like just the younger kids are just getting way better. Like they've like before, like we had the upper advantage with the game sense, the aim. Kids are like starting to get like all the game sense and all the aim, so yeah.
I feel that it complements you quite well as well, I think, Wardell, because at the same time when you're saying that these newcomers are actually cracked and, you know, they're just speed demons going around the map, I think that this also allows you to be as aggressive as you want to be and try to catch up with them and frag with them as well. I think the duos that you have going on here, this double op setup on Breeze, by the way, what the hell was going on in that map? There was actually even a map where Leviathan was chilling looking at crabs. What was the game plan in here?
Yo, I feel like that was just a troll-ass game, to be honest. Just everyone just messing around, you know. Like everyone's just too scared to play Envy or Sentinels. I was just like, all right. I want to play Envy or Sentinels, to be honest.
And I want to see that too. I definitely want to see that too.
Sure.
Last question I'll ask you. You know, you mentioned wanting to play Envy or Sentinels, but let's say you guys go to Challenger playoffs. You make it to Berlin. What team internationally do you really want to play against?
I don't know. I don't keep up with that stuff.
But we'll find out when you guys get to Berlin, right? I'm still on that. I'm still on that hopium and that copium here for TSM. So congratulations, here,
Me
man.
too, thank you. Yo, Bach, you have a nice tattoo, bro.
Congratulations. Thanks, bud.
I rate that.
You know,
I rate
it's gonna
that.
be
I
bigger
rate
one
that.
day.
All right.
You'll see. We'll be at LAN and I'll be all covered, neck down. All right, it's good talking to you, brother.
All right, yo, peace.
Peace.
Later. Always a pleasure to talk to Wardell. I've had the joy and honor of watching his career flourish.
Yeah.
Like casting him at like amateur CS lands going back like 4 to 5 years ago.
Bees Money
So
Crew?
it's been cool to see him, you know, transcend to this higher level.
Yeah, Bees Money Crew, Ghost Gaming, and then getting into Valorant and joining right away with TSM, putting a huge impact into the scene. Actually, I think even TSM for me is that team that also helped grow the scene in North America for Valorant, and they're so good in terms of personality to be able to create like so many fans that are like not only around the players but now are starting to have interest into this esports, into the competition that we see today, because the storylines are quite good, and you see it right now. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of like TSM wins. All that hopium and copium is coming up here for TSM. The stocks are up, they're skyrocketing, and they're moving down to the grand finals, waiting for their opponent from the lower brackets.
Well, I believe that's it for us. We're going to go ahead and things to a break. When we come back, we'll be jumping into that second matchup. It's going to be our lower semifinal. It's going to be between FaZe and Rise, a team that a lot of people didn't expect to be this far through the tournament, but they've made it. They've qualified for Challengers playoffs, and we'll see if they have what it takes to best the SMEG. Stay tuned, and we'll return in just a bit.
Your purchase could be free when you use your Credit Karma Visa debit card. Free groceries, free gas, or even a free TV. It's called Instant Karma, and you can only win it from Credit Karma Money. Open your account for free in the Credit Karma app. Credit Karma Money. Progress starts here.
Mango invited some of the the CS:GO guys to see if they wanted to go to the casino with them, and I don't think anybody else went, but I decided to go. And I've never been to a casino before, and I definitely like Mango's an expert, so I knew I could trust him. I went to the ATM. I tried to pull out like $100, I think, but I pulled out like 300 euros accidentally. And then we proceeded to play blackjack, and yeah, I lost like everything within 20 minutes.
Well, it's Marshall and it's tense.
Born, this is where Reynas are red. 140. Yep, now the duelists are starting to come through. Up right there to help out. Now the swings start to come through with you, just trying to provide some additional ankle.
And we have returned and we're ready to jump into our second series of the day. For day 3 of VCT Stage 3 Challengers 2, my name is Bach. Joining me on the show is Van Silly. We just watched TSM make a trip to the grand finals for the first time since First Strike. Yes, December of last year. So this is the first time we've seen them in a final since that moment. And it's good to see them back in a pole position here yet again. But their opponent, LG, got knocked down into the lower final. That's who's going to be playing the winner of the match we've got coming up, which is actually Rise versus FaZe. And Rise, obviously, a big surprise to see this far in the tournament.
I'm loving what I'm seeing, actually, with this roster as well. But before we get into that, we do have this updated bracket just to show you, if you're just tuned in, to see what has been happening throughout this whole weekend so far. So we're closing it, nearing the end of the Challengers 2 close qualifiers. And it's going to be TSM awaiting right now Rise and FaZe, as we're about to bring up. And to talk about Rise, just to answer to what you were saying, Bach, and to agree with you, I did not expect this at all. Rise, for me, I'm going to have to say, secretly, I'm a fanboy. Because why? It's 5 Vietnamese players. I'm just going to have to give it to them for that. Dark Horse, actually, in this tournament, able to lurk around and sneak around this bracket to make it to where they're actually facing off against FaZe one more time. So Derek being Derek OW, Superman, Fat Lay coming in from multiple teams, actually most notably with Dignitas, and has been looking for a home since then. Shanks, of course, we know him as well for his great personality from the way that he streams and playing with top teams such as Immortals and also for NRG. Neptune coming in from the CS side that you know quite well here, Bach. And of course, last but not least, Poise also coming in from Counter-Strike, but being the brother of Shanks. They have all that synergies, and I'm pretty sure they're the type of team that goes shee when they actually win rounds, because they probably have that energy that they're riding off of right now, making it this far and also qualifying to the NA Regionals.
Would not be surprised at all if they did that, to be perfectly honest. Superman is a player that I remember watching really early on. I loved his Brim play. He's one of the players that really aggressively used Stim Pack. I remember watching him play Bind, and his play on Lamps, I think he was playing U-Haul.
Yeah.
It was just incredible. Like, he was a really solid player early on, and then went looking for opportunities. It just felt like things didn't connect. It didn't click, but here it has, clearly, because Rise has made it this far, and they've qualified for Challenger playoffs. Taking a look at the opposition, though, this is a roster we know pretty well when we look at the FaZe lineup. Now, it's not to say it's completely the same. There is a slight change as they lost one of their members who's now playing elsewhere. Marv is no longer a part of the team, and they've brought in Baby J instead. Then you've got Corey, Zachary, Raucus, and then Baby Bay on the end. So mostly the same with the exception of an additional baby as the family has been expanding.
Yeah, losing one, gaining one, and it's been looking quite okay right now for FaZe Clan. For me, I still have a hard time defining the playstyle that FaZe Clan brings. So it brings a lot to what Trippy is also doing as a coach for this roster, because for me, it's like I can't define it to like an EU playstyle. I can't define it to like a TSM playstyle. It's just their own thing. It's just the FaZe Clan way of playing this game, and somehow it seems to be working out. So I have to stop trying to compare and just really start understanding how it just works and clicks on their end.
Well, we've talked about the two teams, but let's look at them combined. What are the two players that you really want to focus on in this series?
For me, it'll have to be the latest addition, I think, for me, into Rise. It's going to be Derek coming in right here from a different game. And he's been on point. I think he has had a lot of impact for Rise. I think a lot of people are wondering, okay, well, who is Rise? Are they just a team that has, like, raw mechanical skill, or do they have the strategy and the synergy? And I think that Rise, for me, has both. And to look ahead in terms of the playstyle that Derek has versus Raucus, they're pretty similar in terms of stoppage abilities. They do have the shock dart lineups that are necessary to actually get or prevent the spikes from going down, but they're also the type of players that could also clutch, fly under the radar, and making sure that it can make the impact plays for the rest of the team to do something in the server.
Taking a look now at the maps, we'll see where this series is going to be headed. Unfortunately, we won't see Breeze again. Big bummer. Rise did come out of gates banning Breeze, FaZe ban Split. Then Rise picks Ascent. FaZe will start on the defense. Haven comes in as FaZe pick up Rise on the defense. And then Rise grabbed a Bind. FaZe will be on the defense. So Ascent, Haven, Bind, we at least get to see two maps we didn't see in the previous series, and then Bind at the end, should we get to that point. Looking at this map pool, though, anything that you can say leans in one direction or the other?
Not really, Bach, at this point, because Ascend is a map that FaZe is really comfortable of playing on, and it's a map pick that was picked here by Rise. Same thing for Haven. It's picked by FaZe, but it's a map that's comfortable here for Rise. I think both coaches, again, for Trippy and for Anger, stepping down from the original Rise roster and helping his team out succeed, has been doing quite well. And I do like the fact, at least, that for FaZe, they actually banned Split, because Split, for me, has been one of those maps where Superman has been popping off, actually, as an Astra player. And speaking of which, you talked about Superman playing a lot of that Brimstone. He's actually been playing a lot of Astra and a bit of Viper, depending on the maps where you actually need a Viper in a map, such as like Icebox or Breeze, which is a permaban right now for Rise. So there's still some stuff being cooked into the lab here for Rise, but overall, I think the series matches quite well for both the playstyles of these two teams.
Well, we're getting ready to jump into this second BO3, FaZe and Rise. Ready to lock horns and engage. Again, Rise just really surprising a lot of people getting this far, and now they match against the Smeeg. But this isn't an important note. This is a rematch, is it not?
It is. It is. The last time that these two teams met up against each other was into the upper bracket day number 1, where Rise actually won it quite convincingly and easily against FaZe. There was a second map that was a little, or was it the first map that was a little bit closer? Either or, it was still a 2-0 for Rise overall. And even you're trying to see if BBJ was going to switch a little bit up in terms of the agent that he wants to play onto this map, but he's going to stick over with his Killjoy.
Quick lock-in from both teams. You got the lineups. It's going to be Astra, Raze, Killjoy, Sova, Jet versus Jet, Astra, Sova, Killjoy, and then Phoenix. So the only difference there being the Phoenix versus the Raze. Everything else pretty much standard. I feel like, looking at today and yesterday, just the games that we've covered, no Phoenix play. Phoenix has not been a popular pick. We've seen definitely our fair share of Raze. We've seen a little bit of Reyna, some Jet, but as of yet, no Phoenix pickups.
Yeah, I think right now when you're looking at how things are going for this map, especially that you have an Astra in there, if you're going to try to pop a run it back or trying to flash around the corner and peek out, then you're just stopped by gravity wells and nebulas, and you're not getting as much as an effect as you can with the run it back these days. At least maybe that's why you have the ult orbs that are staying at 6, so you could continue to farm those up. But you're seeing like the evolution of how Ascent's being played, where you're getting a lot more out of, like, for example, a Sky or even an Astra. So very interesting that Neptune is still using it here.
We'll see if it impacts things, but right now, moving quickly up mid. We've seen this setup before. Turret towards main. You've got the alarm bot in mid. Get that information. Derek sending an owl drone through on short. Doesn't see anything on site. Doesn't mean there's no one there. It was really clearing out tree room. They've got a tremendous amount of mid control, but Rise is hesitant to do anything with it currently. Instead, they've kept Shanks pushed up. Shanks will start walking through towards spawn, and now they're going to go for this pinch where they've got one coming through from main, 3 through from tree, and then one on a late play potentially to catch the rotate. Unfortunately, that's the Jet, which could make things a little bit tricky and difficult for them. Nice nade coming through. There's the follow-up as well through the smoke with the Frenzy. Baby J picks off Superman. Now Baby J still in position, not spotted out. That's another kill for the Killjoy. Looking for another, might find one on Cat. No, it's Corey to connect. And look at the HP of the two remaining players, so low in health. Shanks, the last one alive, has to back up as a nade comes directly towards his path with just 10 health. Quick shots down on the low target, but a leaping Corey quickly closes out the round in favor of FaZe.
Yeah, I wonder if this is the reason why you actually see Neptune playing this Phoenix instead of playing his usual Sky on this map too, knowing and understanding how FaZe likes to push very aggressively, right? You saw how Baby J was already at B-Link. You had the pinch up on Catwalk after with the pain shells and Zachary holding it down, and they also were already pushing out towards the A main side. So I think like the early aggression or the early fights around the initial corners of A main and also towards B could be a reason why Neptune is actually using more of a curveball style than the Sky Flashes for that type of map control.
Again, cellar control for the defense. We actually saw this in the last round. It just didn't really create much, as there wasn't much of a long presence. Instead, it's going to be the fight over towards B main, where Baby J keeps it on lock. We saw this yesterday with other teams, and I believe we saw it specifically with FaZe. They just played that so well, locking down B main, with Baby J putting the turret there, and Baby Bay, the tandem duo,
Correct.
locking down B and preventing anyone from gaining access to B main.
Yeah, even I think sometimes at early rounds they'll get support from Rockets as well, as he'll throw a recon dart so that they could actually push outside of B main too. And that's why I was talking about, maybe that's why you want to have a Phoenix, to just have like those flash curveball that's going to round the corner, instead of having like the extra button to click to pull out a guided light, so they could try to fight back towards this early B main control. But it is a recipe for success for FaZe so far, with the way that they've been pushing and working outside this B site. That said, though, we're focusing more on the A side for Rise at the beginning of this round. Baby J pushing forward as we have an Ares of all weapons of Baby Bay. Unorthodox here, as usually you have a Silva going with that type of weapon inside the B wall, but you're using a Jet this time just to support Baby Bay on the first blood. Baby J, sorry, on the first blood.
And gravity well towards short. Nova Pulse as well. A lot of Astra utility currently over towards this A site. Corey playing aggressively, and that's a huge kill and a mistake coming in from Rise as well. Despite the fact that they had control of Tree Room, they left the spike alone on A long, and now FaZe can punish, as the only player remaining is Superman. And he's going to need more than all of those extra superpowers, as he's surrounded by everyone from FaZe. 3-0. FaZe picking up the first buy round. I mean, Rise was in a decent position, but because they left that spike on A main and they're going for this 3-1 split through Tree Room and main, it just makes things really uncomfortable.
Yeah, and who's that player that we were trying to mention to try to fight back that wasn't there? Neptune. Neptune is trying to focus more on working up on that catwalk. It did amount to a kill onto Raucus into sight, but leaving right now your players on the extremities to try to hold on these pushes, but holding it on your own, you're definitely getting punished for that one too. And look at that, they're just holding W. Baby Bay is holding this barrier with the W just to run across and take mid control. A save round coming in for Poise and company, but it's still Poise that gets the first blood.
Yeah, and they use the recon dart top mid, but there's no smoke down towards tiles, so there's no safety. So I'm not sure if that was a miscomm or what that was, because, I mean, Baby Bay just kind of trusted the team and ran down catwalk. Gets shot in the side of the head. Raucus dies shortly thereafter. Good damage being dealt to Derek and Poised, 45 and 30 respectively.
Yeah, things get reset now.
A minute left, though. I mean,
exactly. They lost 2 players in the beginning here for FaZe Clan. They're going to have to reset for a bit, trying to use more of the utilities left behind for the information gathering they can get from Baby J locking on this site. They are spreading the defense thin, though. This is a good opportunity to go for a split, and Rise does so towards the A site.
Finally, a kill coming in for FaZe, but it is a consolation prize, as Baby J is the last remaining member of FaZe Clan. Poise does get spotted towards spawn with 30 HP, gonna drop the turret and run back. Baby J just really looking to take a few people with him. There's an alarm pot down as well. They're putting everything in his path as much as possible. He will find 1 kill, so at least makes it a little bit more expensive, but Rise really bested FaZe there in unexpected fashion. And it's all because of this aggressive play in mid. It was a little too aggressive. You could see it. Baby Bay just was not even looking. There was no one looking back towards tiles.
Yeah, and it was even a tight angle to watch the left side peak of tiles for anybody that's going to try to fight catwalk, or anybody on the attack that's trying to fight towards the marketplace, or should I say the pizza area. So that's why Raucus can really fully cover Baby Bay. FaZe were looking for an extra bonus round for them to win against the Sheriffs on that round. But thankfully, the money's still right. The money's still good. You have a turret that's coming out here at Baby Bay. The turret actually spots somebody here towards this B-Link, I think? Why was it going out and shooting? That was kind of weird. Nonetheless, though, Baby Bay's looking back. He's going to destroy this turret and just going to reassess now on a turtled defense now for FaZe. While Rise, we're looking for some early picks towards this B main area to see if Baby Bay was going to opt out of there. But they decide to fall back and rotate back towards this A site.
There's the peak. Again, it's aggressive play coming out from FaZe. But this time, Rise is prepared for it. We've seen how that aggression on A main could work in their favor. The problem is it always happened when Rise was going for split plays, whereas this time around Rise has just gone full in. They do have site control, and the spike will be planted. Shots are currently trickling through the floor from the op. You can already see they've pulled the plug on any possible retake. Better to save the weapons in hand, especially that op in the hands of Baby Bay. So it will be a second on the board for Rise.
Yeah, it was really good. Just to have Shanks just holding the corner at the A-long. Again, you're making a presence towards the mid side, you're making a presence towards B. And because of that, you're trying to think, okay, well, FaZe is going to try to aggress and take control of the other side of the map. And you waited the off angle for Shanks to get that kill from Gelato. So very well done. Baby J and Baby Bay and Raucus looking to save their weapons. But Derek, with this Odin, is going to be able to pop one down. The last two looking to be able to save their weapons into the next. So not too bad to still have Baby Bay with this operator available.
Look at this peak. Here's the double swing. They thought they could catch him off guard with that second player, but Rise, they're just privy to it. Nice little flick back from Poised. FaZe still has money left in the coffers to fund a buy. Do you think we'll see that aggression again here, Vans?
I feel so, because they're at the point where the bank is broken, and when it's broken, I feel like FaZe likes to do this aggression as well, and you already see it. It's up on Catwalk. The star hasn't been popped yet. Finally, it gets popped into a Nebula, forcing Baby Bay out of position. So that early aggression is still off the back of Baby Bay in a different position again, and he re-peeks through it. So there's a jiggle peek. He understands there's Superman out there towards that B side, but thankfully it's just an Astra, so it doesn't give that much information as to where the hit is going to happen at the beginning of the round, or where the map control is going to be attempted. And it's been fake smokes, actually.
Look at the way this is set up, too. That is so perfect for Baby Bay. Shanks held an angle on the wrong side. And finally, Baby Bay peaks, and the timing could not have worked out better. In that second, Shanks decides to unscope and shift positions. And a broken keyboard may be in Shanks' future, as I'm sure he's frustrated currently. As he held that for so long, he was just waiting for the peak. But it's a player advantage here for FaZe. It's just so slow and methodical right now from Rise.
Yeah, they can still grab this orb here, so it might give the ult point. Oh, they're not going for it. They're going to give it to Derek instead. So he may actually Hunter's Fury into the Catwalk after this Cosmic Divide, so they can actually rush into the site. This is actually not bad.
Baby Bay, too, in a tough position. I actually love that, though, from Baby Bay. Baby Bay just dives through, does get kind of caught in a weird spot, but at the very least, stopped the ult from Phoenix, and then got the follow-up on a kill.
Even better. What a retaliation from the lockdown. It's going to be impossible here now for the last player to win. Derek's in a tough spot.
Neptune does get the spike planted, and
that's a tough spot, definitely.
Derek is having a hard time with that one. Baby J goes in for the knife, and it's to an uncomfortable area of the body. We'll just say that. It's a fourth round for FaZe.
Yeah, a little bit of an unexpected doctor's appointment there for Derek inside wine. Not too sure why he stepped into it, but, you know, it is what it is. But I do like this idea. So I thought it was going to be some nebulas that were going to be popped out first here from Superman, but it was actually some fake smokes. As he recalls him, it becomes a smoke for like a 1.5 second, so that you could actually have Shank slowly creep up in these jiggle peaks positions and try to see if they could bait off a shot from anybody. But they didn't think that Baby Bay was actually planted there because Baby Bay never rang a shot. So it allowed for that first blood to happen to me. Things very difficult for Rise in the end, losing one key player to try to entry into the site. And speaking about another entry, we're using another ult and attempt again into an A-site hit for Rise.
That was so awkward. As they both run in, neither player was prepared, so he ran in with no weapon out and awkwardly spots another one and then just runs right back out of the Nebula. That said, it still goes well for Rise. Very strange set of circumstances that results in the scenario we see played out before our eyes. Baby Bay, the only one alive, and again, it's the opposite side of the map. So, time for a save.
Good positioning in the end for Rise, too. We should seal the deal here with Baby Bay. Actually, I like his position as well. He's going to do some econ damage all the way back from B-Link. Usually with the spike plan going out, very rarely do you see some players running back towards A main, except if you're a flank watcher. So Poise should be okay, and nobody's going to really push down towards the spawn side on defenders. So Baby Bay might have an opportunity here to get a pick up on Catwalk, and as I say that, everybody's looking back towards the A main side. Why? Because there's also an alarm bot that's watching that flank too that doesn't spot anybody or Baby Bay position on trying to watch any exits on that side. So understanding that, well done for Rise. And they're going to save here 3 weapons, and Baby Bay also, once again, keeps his op.
Baby Bay and the op, a dynamic duo. 2 things that shan't be separated. It's so valuable to FaZe that there are situations where Baby Bay might have a chance to do some additional damage, but they can't risk not having it because it's just so much of a difference maker when it's in his hands. Right now, the name of the game is 5-stack. Rise was going for these split plays, 1-3-1s, and now that they've been 5-stacking, it's really difficult for FaZe to do anything about it, especially with the play that's currently coming through. He had no choice but to peek off that. Now, that was a good combination. The nade plus the gravity well to pull them in. Shanks tries to go in fast to the site. Zachary able to get at least a follow-up kill, keeping things locked at 3 apiece as Zachary falls inside the site. Spike is still in the possession of Rise. And there's a dart being delivered to spot at least one. Poise currently playing back, looking for any kind of aggression coming down mid. Has the drone, or the turret set up for that as well. But it looks like it's going to be a play back towards B. And unlike what we normally see, Baby J will not have the backup of Baby Bay. It will be a solo lockdown attempt from Baby J on the site. Not the ult, just the hold.
And it's just a fake, too. You could also always pinch back for Rise up towards mid side, and they're going to go for a mid to A split because their Spike's still holding towards A main. So if they're going to force some utility out here of Baby J, maybe go for a jiggle peek at the same time, too. They have an owl drone that they could peek him out, and there you go. That owl drone the first time was potentially a bait on the A side where they decide to let themselves get caught. Oh, no, that shouldn't have happened. Now also with Poise dying, you're forcing 2 rotates out, but it's a one-on-one against an Opera on A site. Superman's dead. He's not going to check this corner.
Superman. The angle for this might be too awkward. No, never mind. It's Baby Bay.
Yep.
So.
Yep.
It was a really uncomfortable angle, and the round is over. I thought maybe there was a chance if Superman gets real close and starts running in, he just might not expect the target to be right there. The patience from Baby Bay, and honestly, the patience from Superman as well, to just wait that out until the last second to make an effort towards the A site. It's just a gamble that doesn't work in Rise's favor.
Well, Poise shouldn't have died there. That's the key part. Just him dying made things a lot more difficult for Superman to get into sight, because I feel at that point, if you're already going to bait out an owl drone and it already forced that rotation from Maracas from A site into spawn, then the second player for Poise should have actually rotated back while you still had Derek in the owl drone towards B main. He should have rotated back towards mid so they could pinch into a 2 versus 1. And even if Poise dies on Catwalk instead from a operator, from Baby Bay, at least the chances of getting the trade potential from the A main side of Superman would have worked. But yeah, a little bit of miscomms on that fake. And FaZe gets the round. And Rise still looking good in the weapon directory, but they don't have an operator this time for Shanks. Getting very close to Neptune with a 6 orb, but here comes that push towards B main.
Look at Baby J pushing through. We've seen this level of aggression across the map from FaZe. Oh, Baby Bay's in a really tough spot. Has to go for the dash through, and they just time it well, catching him on the opposite side inside the cloudburst. Tori now with the pressure on his shoulders. He's got some backup from Maracas. Times that well and escapes the view of the owl drone. And that's what makes it so much easier for FaZe to close out the round. 6-3, doubling up the total of Rise.
Very nice hold in the end, and they seem to not have an answer, speaking about Rise, into Baby Bay's lurk. I mean, there was an alarm bot that was set there. They knew that BBJ was pushing, and somehow he still wins that fight against Poised. And Poised seemed to have the angle on that too, but BBJ, I mean, he's making it very difficult for Rise to get any type of map control at the beginning. And what haven't we seen from Rise yet? They're working a lot towards these extremities, and they haven't really gone for like this type of like mid default to try to waste out the alarm bot on mid this time too, on the defender side too. There's not much utility being utilized yet on the defender side, and finally we're seeing a triple push up here to try to force a rotation towards the A site from B.
There's the Hunter's Fury coming out. Raucous able to get the first. Baby Bay with the knives out. Looking for a follow-up. Actually comes up short, but it's okay because Neptune, the person who took him down, is the only member of the team remaining for Rise. And Rise struggling to find weaknesses here as FaZe is starting to hit stride yet again. Neptune on the run back does get a nice curveball, and that could translate to a spike plant as Neptune is charging towards the A site. There's the hot hands going out.
I love it.
Actually love
I
this.
love it.
He's looking to do some econ damage, but even though Raucous was watching that, Neptune still makes it work, which is somewhat surprising.
And now he could plant safely. The door's closed. It's a 2 versus 1. He has to run it back. His door's gonna get broken right away. Close.
Yeah. He had no chance really to use that run it back. It just would have put him, he would have been way too vulnerable. I don't know where he even would hit it from. Maybe, I guess you could pop it from hell, but still a valiant effort. It's a 7th round for FaZe, but it's good econ damage plus some additional money for Rise with the plan.
Yeah, no, you're right. I don't think there was any opportunities for him to use a run it back at all. It was still available if he was able to get some sort of spacing away, potentially even if he was able to cross back towards the A main. So the idea of pushing so close towards that door is that if it was only going to be a one-on-one at that doorway, he could actually get that kill and get into a safe spot to eventually play a run it back, not knowing where the second player is by playing that pulse plan. So in that case, though, you definitely don't do it off the immediate plant. And FaZe, it was close. It was close. Neptune almost clutched that one to save the round for Rise, but it doesn't really save the economy at that point either for the attacker side. Haven't had a chance to use it much either for this run it back, and finally we see Neptune holding up here towards this A main where potentially we could finally see it if we could waste a couple of these stars at the beginning from FaZe.
We saw it used on an A take previously. Oh man, that shot was almost perfectly placed. The ult does get canceled, and that puts him basically right in the line of fire. He was right around the corner, and you can see Neptune's trying to escape. 32 HP after the ult. Gonna go for a self-heal, topping himself off back to 82. Good shots from Superman to take Corey out of this scenario, but there's the peek from the Odin. A little bit of dodge this Matrix scenario. Neptune does go dive bombing off Catwalk to avoid the recon dart, but there's Raucous, and again, it's the Odin that just proves its superiority with its enhanced fire rate. 8-3, FaZe looking dynamite currently on Ascent.
Yeah, it was a little bit difficult there. To see Shanks actually dash into the site to create spacing was quite cool with Neptune's run it back, something that we usually see on this type of like double duelist with a Phoenix being utilized. But you see how many times here, I think Neptune used it twice in this half, and it immediately gets canceled at the entrance. All these stars that are coming out, paint shells that are being thrown, it just gets stopped right away. And on top of that, Shanks is trying to run in and get an entry with an operator out. I feel it would have been better if he had a Vandal to at least get the kill in the back of Generator.
Rise. Watching that nade come down on long. Probably anticipating more aggressive play on main from FaZe. It's not to be surprised by. Corey's going to push down. And again, Baby Bay was in Wine Cellar. This is something we've seen a lot of, and I feel like it's worked better when they've passively held long as opposed to going for that peak. Look at Raucous right around the corner. This is the perfect gun for this scenario. So many bullets. But as the peak comes through from Superman, he went to try and kill the alarm bot, which is funny because there was no point. Killjoy was already dead. Baby Bay, what are you gonna do? He actually gets the kill, but then at that point you're out of time as the hot hands are just burning him alive.
That's all he wanted, that kill. He got his one.
This should be a difficult retake for FaZe. They do have Cosmic Divide. I can't see them using it. There is a Cosmic Divide coming out from the other side. I know that confused me for a second. I was like, wait, what? And Zachary is lining up the Cosmic Divide. Okay, so there's going to be dueling Cosmic Divide. They turned the site into an equal sign. And the only thing it equals is a win for Rise. It's 4 on the scoreboard for Rise at the end of it, but it was Definitely heavily in favor of FaZe throughout the first half.
Yeah, definitely. With the control that they're having when they wanted to do this push-pull strategy here for FaZe Clan, if they were going to push towards A main, B main from Baby J and also from Corey on the other side of the maps of Ascent, it was working. If you want to play more turtle into the site and let Rise come into you, it was stopped right away by the utility at the entrance of the A site, and it was just stopped right away. We didn't see much attempt of Rise towards this B site. So again, it's really all about FaZe on that first map.
We'll see if FaZe continues with this fast play, the W hold, as they switch over to the attack in the second half, and if Rise is able to stop it or not. Stay tuned, and we'll be back in just a bit. And we're back into the action. Rise again, not doing so hot in that first half. Did manage to secure at least 4 rounds. But FaZe looking lights out, mostly off the back of aggressive play, even though sometimes that was also their downfall, Van Silly.
Definitely, and now it just comes down to what can Rise do on a defense. They do have a good composition for this. I'm not too sure, again, about a Neptune pick on Phoenix. It could really work out with these curveball plays that we've seen like Asuna do a lot with 100 Thieves back then, but there's still a lot they could do with Poise and with Superman with the amount of stoppage ability that they have with those two agents playing together towards this A site where exactly FaZe is heading towards to.
Placing swarm
Superman puts that smoke down almost immediately. Corey, though, able to go through and punish. There was a lot of damage dealt initially. Nice nade as well into Hell just in case. There's no one there. Spike will be planted. Door will be shut. There was an attempt to try to sneak in just for a moment. Door's been broken, though, as the knife comes through and slashes away at it. Great pistol play again from FaZe here to reduce things down to just 2. It's Derek and Shanks both coming in from heaven. One finds a kill. Make it 3 kills now. It's come down to a 2-on-1. This is very winnable for Derek, who's currently on 92 HP. You've got Zachary super low. Baby J is holding the cross. It's all going to come down to timing. There's the jiggle, and that's the information. The swing back almost hits the flick shot onto the Killjoy, who's over in main. But it was good positioning and good awareness from FaZe to make that very difficult for the last remaining player.
Yeah, even the idea was right, actually, for Poise. He went for probably no armor, so he could get Alarm Bot and 2 Nanoswarms into this tree setup for this A split. But the issue that they had, and like the weakness that they had towards the A site, is leaving Superman on his own at the entrance. Superman was so focused on watching this smoke in his own nebula to see this push coming in from Baby Bay that nobody was there to help him out to shoot out the recon dart that came into the A site. So he just got spammed through the smoke, killed, and that was an open site already for FaZe to just fully execute into the A site. So a little bit of mismanagement in terms of how they want to play the utility. Where should you play more passively? Where should you stack? Playing it a little bit more individually didn't work out, and this time we are not playing individually. We have a 3-player stack, a huge crossfire setup, Neptune with the first blood, but it's calming down a bit with Rise on the upper hand.
FaZe trying to get past this gauntlet they're running into, and the pistols are just proving to be too much as Superman goes for a swap to the Frenzy, a curveball around the corner to keep them blinded for at least the moment. Recon Dart gets destroyed instantaneously. This has not gone so well for FaZe. And now they've got 2 players on the site. The shotgun has rotated off of Heaven back towards B. Weapons picked up for Neptune and Superman, who had that crossfire. You've got the jump peak currently from Hell. That's the head spotting that allows them to look for players still in A main, and you can see it's starting to pull them back around as well. They're just holding, taking their time. FaZe does not want to rush things.
This is huge too, and that's what I was talking about before. You had the choice to get hit or not by Owl Drone utility when Rise was on the attack. This time FaZe choose not to get hit or not to break the dart so they could kill Noise and get back into the A site, but it doesn't work. Neptune and Superman read that like a book as well and did not move at all, and the 2 will drop here for FaZe, a much needed eco round that worked out quite beautifully just by hiding behind the turret. Look at that little position there coming in from Shanks. He still got killed, but it still made things very difficult as everybody's focused on the turret, focused on somebody still behind here towards that turret, and then you have somebody in the back of the site and also the crossfire setup to do a tremendous job to hold out the push into the A site for Rise. So now you're going to see a full gun round. Upgraded weapons with what they picked up on that previous round. A Marshal for Zachary, Sheriff for Corey, and for Baby Bay. And we're just trying to fight towards B main to get that spot here for Rise.
Shot's not on point, but it's damage dealt.
Yeah.
Neptune barely survives. Neptune was down to 1 HP.
He hit them both actually with the Marshal.
Yeah, I mean they were definitely on point, but they weren't where they needed to be.
Correct.
They weren't the headshots you hope for with the Marshal to get that instantaneous kill. What do they do here? The last remaining attackers, Raucus and Baby J. Derek backing off of B main and playing more towards stairs now. Could be an easy final kill, and it is. Again, another 6-9 scoreline as we go through our second series of the day. Rise starting to fire back in the second half.
Yeah, we're not too far away from these ult orbs, so guessing here for FaZe, or thinking for FaZe, should we try to farm these both orbs on both sites here? That could give an opportunity for an orbital strike. Sorry, not an orbital strike, a lockdown for Baby J. And if they're starting here towards this B side first, would they finish towards A? It might seem that way because you're leaving that spike out there, so a default run for FaZe at the same time too, just to try to see how Shanks and company are going to play. And it's Shanks with an operator towards this mid side. He gets pushed back by a recon dart, but he still lands a shot.
Quick shot coming out from Shanks. That's a big one too. That's the controller out, so they don't have really much to work with here. It's going to come down to straight battles because they don't even have flashes on the side of FaZe. So it's going to be straight aim fights without Zachary's utility to assist them on the take. Or it's going to come down to a solid lurk. You've still got Killjoy over on B. Can Baby J maybe find a kill or two here? Maybe pick off Derek, start to initiate or rotate.
Oh, huge curveball.
There's a big flash around the corner. That's huge. Tons of information gained. A follow-up flash, but it doesn't work out so well for Neptune. It's okay. There's backup there.
Oh!
At least there was. Shotgun comes out. Not as valuable as they'd hoped. In the meantime, we talked about this. The lurk, Baby J has actually made it onto stairs at B, over towards Market. Now, if Baby J can catch Derek off guard, this could work out nicely. You can see the flight into the site by Corey with the satchel. That'll give them the spike plant. Raucus is holding down the opposite side of spawn. Oh, the unscope. That could have punished them. Baby J is still here, and they weren't ready for it. Baby J on the lurk. We said one of two things was going to happen. It was going to be that lurk, and there it is. The lurk works out well for FaZe.
And just unfortunate missed shots going in from Shanks and from Neptune. Neptune had a perfect curveball, but couldn't even land onto a single kill first. Look at that. They both turn on time, so they weren't fully blind for FaZe. They were only half blinded at that one, but still in that split decision, you might be able to get one kill usually at that point. And sometimes, just like a right click, hit or miss with the shorty, 130 damage onto Raucus of how close Shanks was with that shorty shot. And unfortunately, he wasn't able to get his soul kill as well, which made things a lot more difficult for Rise to actually play that retake site. I do like how they played it for FaZe. The lurk, the position, and not showing themselves from their opponents to actually let the satchel charges get in from the movement that Corey could do with this. Attacker lockdown, though, on the entrance of B main, trying to push Baby Bay back. They're looking to... Shanks back as we're looking to push aggressively on a mid to B split, even towards spawn.
Interesting setup here from FaZe, trying to strike through from spawn. And again, they lose the controller. They lose their smokes. Zachary is out of the equation, but it's okay. They've got Baby Bay here with the op. Corey now slowly slinking up in mid. Got Superman in spawn. There's still one player currently on the B site. That is Shanks, who is in a difficult spot to be in.
I like
an
it.
op.
Fake jump.
Players on both sides. Yeah, that's not working out well for Shanks. Shanks tries to pick a direction to lean in and ends up costing him his life. The last remaining two Supermen and poised. Doesn't seem like they want to go for it, but it doesn't seem like they can't either. They haven't made a move yet. They're sort of just setting up exit angles.
Yeah. A nice attempt, though, by Shanks. I like the idea of a fake jump by missing the footstep, being like, oh, he might be coming up on sidewalk soon. Let's get ready for that. But then you're going back towards staircase against one of the best raw aimers in North America with Corey, and Corey wins that with the Vandal against the Operator and caught Shanks off guard. And unfortunately, this is not going to be a good one here for Rise. They're attempting to save their last two weapons, and even for FaZe, bringing a little bit of that TSM flair that we saw on Breeze on the attack side of Ascent. We'll see if they're going to use these two operators into the next round. But that spike's going to go off. FaZe taking the lead 11-6. The last time that these two teams faced off against each other, they actually did not play on this map. They did not play Ascent. They did not play Haven. That's also the next map either. So maybe this is a map rotation that also favors FaZe's playstyle more than Rise in the end.
Rise now down by 5 as FaZe looks to cap off the first map. Shanks does have Blade Storm. You've got Cosmic Divide. Hunter's Fury available as well. Run it back on the opposite side. Cosmic Divide, Showstopper, and Blade Storm for Baby Bay. A good smoke coming out on the Recon Dart early as it was eliminated by the shot, but prevents any pulses from giving away information. Good reaction there. You've got Shanks in mid currently. Oh, man.
So close.
Trying to, and does connect. There was damage dealt to Baby Bay, but not much. The knife just narrowly missing the skull. Connecting with the neck. Baby Bay loses a little HP and armor, but will survive for the remainder of the round.
Yeah, it could be one of those moments where would put a tweet out, be like, I'm throwing plastic knives there. It looked like it could have been a headshot because that's all you saw from the point of view of Shanks onto Baby Bay. But this opens up the B side. Baby Bay sees one, misses the shot as well, but they still have so much map control for FaZe on this mid side control. Nobody's pushing out on the defender side to take control on either halves or either sides, so FaZe could still rotate anywhere that they want.
Get out of my way.
There's the ult coming out from Baby Bay. Missed knife as well. There's the Hunter's Fury. That actually could do significant damage. There's the first kill. Cosmic Divides come through from both Astras. And there's this weird gap that Neptune has found himself in. He's locked in the void, sandwiched between both walls. That could work out well or horrible for Neptune. And it actually is the latter as the rocket lands right next to him. He already knows there's one towards spawn. Baby Bay's there with the backup on the op. Poised, though, chiming in with a shot of his own. It's a 2-on-2. Shanks against Baby Bay. Poised against Zachary. It's the ops that might duel it out here. Right on the other side of that smoke, there's the walkthrough. The second player wasn't spotted. I guess he didn't see him in the moment. It's okay, because Zachary is there with the save. 12-6. We've talked about how Zachary has died early in some of these rounds. Ended up being pivotal there with that little bit of Astral utility towards the tail end.
And it was already, like, you saw it from a mile away. It was going to be that showstopper that was going to come out from the from that Cosmic Divide. So they should have been ready for that one for Rise too, especially when you're just opening the sidewalk to just everybody from FaZe Thunderfoot in. You just know where to aim that showstopper as soon as you come into that wall to get that kill, and that opens up the site. Like, I mean, you still had players inside the site because Neptune was still there, but by killing one already with the showstopper, it made things a lot more difficult for Neptune to get something done right after there in the end. So yeah, map point here for FaZe on the first map. Run it back here moving forward. A nice bait from the ult. Wrong target here from Baby J, and Shanks capitalizes to make it a 4-on-4. Or sorry, a 4-on-5, because Neptune comes back from the run it back, so he's still alive. It's just the bug that we have in the UI.
That nade will keep Poised from being able to peek. And then the door can go down. FaZe will gain access to the site. Zachary just waiting patiently, peeking through the smoke, and eventually gets a kill. It's all falling apart here for Rise. It's a 4-on-3. No, it's a little bit deceiving. It doesn't look like Neptune's there. He is. As the ult was utilized, there's the dart coming in as well. Missed shot from Baby Bay, almost connected. Turret goes down, immediately killed. Zachary is coming in on the flank as well, making tons of noise to try to distract. You can see it's actually working as Poised is spinning back around, watching the backside of this play. There's the shot from Baby Bay we've been waiting for, and there's the final kill in this first map. Raucous closing things out for FaZe, 13-6, a big map 1 victory for FaZe over Rise.
Yeah, in the end, it was nothing going on there for Rise, unfortunately, with that Phoenix pick. Maybe not the best, but overall, it was just everything's hitting on FaZe's side. You're trying to not get any map control here with the way that Rise has been playing. So let's see what happens in this second map. But another map where they haven't played against each other throughout this tournament and throughout these qualifiers.
It's important to note, too, it was funny watching the first half. It was like the rounds that FaZe won, it was because of their aggression.
Yep.
The rounds that FaZe lost, it was because of their aggression. Like, it felt like it was a double-edged sword. Like, sometimes they get too aggressive, and it costs them rounds. Looking at that round, they push down mid, and Baby Bay gets shot in the side of the head. Looking at rounds where they double peek on long A, and they would lose both players, and their A site defense falls flat. That did happen a few times, but FaZe, they were able to get enough of those rounds in their tool belt that it didn't really matter at all. We are going to go ahead and throw things to a break. When we come back, we'll jump into the second map in the series. Hopefully Rise has a little bit more in the tank for that one. Stay tuned.
I just can't help the feeling I'm living the life of
up, chat? Welcome back. Ready to jump into a second map of the series between FaZe and Rise for VCT Stage 3 Challengers 2. My name is Bach. On the broadcast with me all day long has been Vansili. That's the way we love it to be. FaZe looked so good in that first map in comparison to Rise. A large part of that is still the sneak play. Now they just run it towards their opponents, just reckless abandon, and it works.
You know what?
Sometimes.
Yesterday we were going to talk about sentences that just starts off song. You almost had me starting a Blink-182 song with the word reckless abandon. That was going to go old school once again. But back with this series, definitely, like you said here, Buck, it worked sometimes, but most of the times it did. Just the way that they were able to surprise Rise on initial battles on the defender side, the lurk plays on the attacker side. And what that tells is that we had a lack of information gathering from Rise's play. So when I highlighted Derek a lot, what he could do in terms of shock darts and everything as well, I felt there could have been a little bit more that they could act upon any information that they gather or don't gather with the utility that Derek has been using. So I don't think it's necessarily just on Derek's back for not getting the information, but it's also on, should we try to push forward? Should we try to like stack on the other side? Should we try to do some jiggle peeks on the other end just to try to get ready for any type of like aggressive hits that would happen from FaZe? And we just didn't see that, unfortunately, from Rise.
It's funny you see, though, the headshot percentage. A lot of the kills were FaZe on the move. So the headshot percentage much lower as they're just doing intense amounts of damage. And this is something we talked about yesterday, too. We talked about Corey's impact on the team. A lot of times people talk about this roster and they talk about Baby Bane. That's the one thing they consistently rave about. But Corey is just there, always. Consistently performing at a decent level and occasionally stealing the spotlight. And this is one of those instances. 2.2 KDA, 279 combat score, 20 kills, looking specifically at the stats. We saw one first blood for him, but actually it was Baby J who was like the can opener, the killjoy, finding a lot of those kills early, and a large part of that was on the defense. We saw Baby J lurking it through B main or just straight up holding B main with the turret and getting a couple of kills. That happened pretty consistently.
That's something I actually are really happy about to see from like a latest addition to a roster being Baby J and still getting some great impact on an agent that usually shouldn't have that much of an impact in terms of like first bloods or any type of contact. Maybe in lurk plays, definitely. I do see that from a Killjoy. I do see that from a Cypher, and now maybe from Arena. But overall, for him to push aggressively and get first bloods or at least first contact and still win those fights is actually quite huge to what fits in quite well to how the rest of FaZe plays. So I'm really happy to see that Baby J is able to find his form. I'm actually, first off, really excited that he had the opportunity to play at the high level with FaZe Clan right now, and they're going to continue to move forward right now. I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Well, we've seen the first map, but where are we going to next on this FaZe Rise family vacation across the map pool of Valorant? First map was Ascent. That was Rise's selection. That was a 13-6 for FaZe. Now we go to Haven, the map that FaZe selected. And you have low expectations right now for Rise, simply because this is the map that FaZe picked behind the last map selected by Rise. FaZe will get the start on the defense. But Haven, with it being such a big map, and the aggressive playstyle that we expect to see from FaZe, I feel like they can be very punishing because they're constantly going to be coming up on the opposite side. You mentioned it before, it's that push-pull strategy. Like, I feel like we should see a lot of that here.
Yeah, and looking at what we could potentially see in terms of agent composition is going to be quite interesting right now. I mean, the last time I think that we saw them play being Rise, they actually lost to Built by Gamers on this map. FaZe being a clan literally that actually is able to do decently on past results when we knew how strong they were on this map, where I know we're dating back as well, where Zachary went back to her breach and was like, wow, they were playing so aggressively and it worked quite well. But both of these teams, the last time that they played, had a Phoenix still. So Neptune was still playing a Phoenix. You had Corey on the Phoenix as well. We'll see if that's going to be the case for this round. Indeed, it is going to be. We haven't seen FaZe Clan play this against like top tier teams yet. So this could still be one of those games where they might be surprised by the playstyle of Rise, right? I think the last time that we've seen FaZe play this was Stage 3 Challengers 2, but in the round of 64, where, yes, it was very one-sided. We had some padded stats here for FaZe Clan because it was a 13-1 victory with who they played against in that open qualifier, or in the open bracket, sorry. But head-to-head against Rise, I still might have to give the edge here for FaZe at this point, after seeing how that first map played out.
I think one important thing of note, too, though, is FaZe, they're just going to play their play style regardless of what their opponent does. So we've talked about this before. FaZe will never counterplay, or at least that's what they used to say. Who knows if that's the case still. Back when Marv was on the roster, I remember having an interview with them. I don't think FaZe really concerns themselves with what Rise is going to do. They're just going to play their gameplay, their game style, and I think it either works or it doesn't, and it's kind of interesting to see a team who's okay with that. That they just kind of, that's how they want to play the game, and they're not going to change that for anyone. We'll see if that's going to be the case here. They're already here with a 1-0 advantage. Looking for revenge after getting bopped down into the lower bracket by Rise to kick things off here in Challengers 2. That was a 2-0, mind you, and that was on Split and Bind 13-2, 13-11, respectively. So if it does make it to the third map, that's a map that we've already seen these two teams play, and it was a map that went the direction of Rise. That's if we get there, as FaZe already has control of mid, and they're going to go ahead and try to plant the spike. Oh, I love this setup. That's beautiful. Hot hands plus a gravity well to try and delay the spike plant and do some additional damage to Baby Bay.
Still good enough and easy for a plant for Baby Bay to happen. Going to stay in this corner, could dash away. So we're playing the pulse plant now for FaZe Clan. The idea there, the hot hands ticking down faster when you're actually stepping in that versus like nanostorms and whatnot. So very cool to see that combination going in for Rise, but missing a little bit more utility for that information to start things off towards this B site.
Well, this is going to be a difficult retake. We've seen these before. They do take the challenge straight at them, and it's FaZe currently capitalizing with the kills, shock darts going out, and there's only one player left. FaZe look fantastic in the pistol round, and it's not a surprise at all as they completely shut them down by holding out and preventing them from gaining access to the site. I feel like that's something we saw similarly to TSM in their match yesterday. Looking at the way they played on Haven, we saw a lot of that B control, and it was just really difficult for T1 to do anything about it, and the same thing happens here to Rise.
I still find it that you could still play a very nice pulse plant game on this B side. Usually when we always see like this Viper, Nanoswarm, Killjoy, and also the Sova, but this time the delays that you could have here with the Astra, pulling out the Gravity Well, the double Shockies, and then you also have the hot hands from Corey with the Phoenix. It could still be a pretty viable comp right now to work towards this B site. So I do like that we see, even though Phoenix, we just mentioned it before, Buck, on that first map, that it's not picked as much, we could still have some sort of an off-pick resurgence of Phoenix on this very map.
There's orb control as FaZe backs off. Superman is going to try to go through the lurk on the backside of this play. Got Shanks right by his side, but there's a tripwire down. They're going to take that one out. That's going to give away the Q. They did shoot it, so they know now that the tripwire has been destroyed. Baby J will get the first kill. Are they prepared for the second, who's still there, present, coming through from the window? Not sure they're too concerned about Shanks, who's got a shotgun coming through from mid, as the C site opened up fairly easily, with the only casualty being Baby Bay.
Yeah, Shanks, at this point, you're just going to have to try to sneak it out. Just play the corner, try to use that double buckshot to at least try to pick up a Spectre, or maybe even Zachary who walks into a trap to get the kill and upgrade to a Vandal. But you see it from FaZe Clan, the way that they just played the rotation fairly aggressively and fast with the curveball into the garage side, the split into the long C. Oh man, even that recon dart, they just know right now. Very well done here for FaZe. They're looking to seal the deal quite easily on a 2-0. Into the next round, we'll finally get a gun round though for Rise, and we'll see what the setup's going to be. So far, we've seen a lot of Cypher towards this A side. Yeah, it's shenanigans right now here, Buck.
Oh no, Ruckus actually dies. So in the end, I guess they can hang their heads high. They can be happy about what they accomplished because Shanks didn't get the kill, but I guess technically resulted in a kill. 8 ACS currently for Shanks, largely because of that as well. Running around with Shorty, what are you supposed to do? But here's the first buy round. This is where the rubber meets the road for Rise. They need to kick things off and prevent FaZe from really steamrolling this second map.
Fortunately not enough here for Shanks for an operator, as he's going to go full shields and a Phantom. The setup continues towards the C side, doubling up with the Astra utility. So they really don't want to play this retake. They just want to fight, and it works out. Superman gets the first blood and second one onto Corey.
It's that fast play yet again from FaZe. This time, though, it's punished by Rise, who was waiting on the site. And it was good use of utility from Superman to make it even a little bit easier, but it was really the gunplay from Superman that helped seal their fate. Baby J and Zachary now retreating, and they don't have Spike. That Spike is well under control of Rise. So if their plan is to save, they've got a whole minute to try to do it. But right now, they're just kind of wandering the map, looking to take a few people with them.
Maybe even run the clock down, too. We've seen how, even in that first series with TSM, when Leviathan was just chilling by the beaches of Breeze and running that clock down, you kind of just want to make things a little bit antsy for Rise and try to see if, like, okay, well, we've been waiting too long. We're kind of like finally getting our first point on the scoreboard. We're kind of getting our groove. We want to keep the momentum up into the next round. Are they going to try to play into their minds and say, hey, we're going to try to play a little more aggressive into this round where they could punish it? But at least for this round, you could see it from Zachary and from Baby J. They don't want to punish anything out to make the economy expensive for Rise. They just want to save these weapons into the next.
10 seconds left.
Smart play on my end.
Weapons will come into the next round here for FaZe, which is a nice little save. They just tried to do that fast play that we know they're going to do, especially in a round like that where they're coming out of the round with this bonus for them. But they did have some expenditures. There was 2 rifles that at least made it into the next. This was the stop, though, on site, Vansili. It was Superman who just had it on lockdown on C.
Yeah, on top of that, double cages, Nebulas towards long C so they could really focus on the garage. And if it came to a point where Superman actually lost that fight, with those double cages into the log side, you're still forcing your opponents to the right side where you had those nerdy traps being set down by Poise. We could potentially set a trap kill from logs by the people tripping over that boxes. But that said, though, we're trying to aggress back towards this long A control. It was Baby Bay on a solo play, and it gets dropped down here by Derek. Nerdy cam. Cam's in a branch. It's in the tree.
It is in the tree. He's birding right now. Prius, is that you? Just looking for birds? 5-on-4.
Right here.
Rise has the numbers. And FaZe is operating without Baby Bay, but we've talked about it before. The power of Corey as the secondary option, sometimes even the primary option. This will be the big part of this, running through those hot hands, trying to get this early kill on site. Shanks is there with some backup, so Corey's ult doesn't really result in much. Nice curveball around the corner to flush them back with 35 seconds left. They don't really have too much of a choice, so they're trying to make a play towards the site, but they're losing bodies left and right. It's a 3-on-5 now as their Cypher also goes down, so both babies out.
And there's such a longer cooldown with the smokes, too, so you can't really smoke back towards A Heaven. So they're going to be out in the open with FaZe trying to run back in.
One enemy remaining.
FaZe trying to make it work. Without the babies, it's an adult night out. But unfortunately, it is Rise who are prepared. Waiting for them to wander into the site. And it's tied up at 2 apiece. The money now should be pretty rough for FaZe. Should be a save coming in.
Yeah, it was some nice damage going in with the Shockies from Derek. Overall, default spot getting a kill. Second one, sorry. Almost like a second one. Second shock there, right at the feet of Corey to actually do that damage into Sewers and not allow him to get any more clutches off that gravity well. So you talked about how the economy was going to be tough for FaZe. It is. Shares all around. Baby Bay could potentially grab knife on off this orb at long C and just explode into the site. Owl Drone to push them back first. Here comes somebody crouching, and that's Baby Bay with the knives, popping him right away. And let's see if the crossfire is going to work out from Superman and from Poise.
A little bit quiet in the early parts of the round. We heard the ult pop by Baby Bay, so you know the knives are out. But things just kind of stalling. Waiting for that magical moment. Owl Drone will spot out one. They're starting to work their way through. Rise makes contact finally by way of Shanks, who's over towards Garage. Shanks is spamming away. It's Baby Bay, though, that flies in with the knives. It's 3 kills on the round for Baby Bay. And it's full up on the knives. Sure, the spike carrier is taken down by the ult, but look at the position that Baby Bay has in spawn. Also, Raucous in Garage. This will be difficult for Derek and Neptune to get back in. Shock darts around the corner, banking them right into the path of the remaining players. Look at the way that Baby Bay has played this too, going all the way around on the backside of B. Now, not going to spot a player initially.
Watch him get an ace.
But probably going to get some time here. And, oh man, the timing's not going to work out so well. Might be able to get Phoenix.
He heard the footstep towards spawn, but has no idea that there's actually Neptune inside the garage. So they might be able to... No, Neptune's gonna make it.
All right, well, never mind. Baby Bay, it's easier to hit the targets when they're looking at you. I feel like when they look away, it just feels morally reprehensible. So Baby Bay suffers from the same problem. Can't connect on Derek as necessary. 2 players survive a rise.
And it's just very good, like, game sense going in for Baby Bay from the way that he pushed into that window side, because he heard the dash from Shanks. Shanks is already spamming, trying to fade away, pulling off those cloud bursts. So putting those cloud bursts down and spraying also gives an advantage for Baby Bay to get that cover and use that smoke against Shanks overall. And when Shanks is at the point where he needs to reload because he keeps spraying away on that fadeaway, Baby Bay dashes in, gets the kill, and then continues a right-click close range and opens up the C site. Baby Bay on knives, man, he could definitely turn around over, where I don't see this often from other Jet plays, at least in North America. I really like that to see Baby Bay on this agent.
Spike down B.
Going up.
Baby Bay, again, the first casualty here. Corey will flash through, uses the wall as well to pick up the spike. It's a good move. Decent amount of utility exhausted, though, by Corey just to grab that spike back. And the fact that they're already down a player and now they don't have flashes to work with is a bit damning. If you don't have the flashes, you hope you at least have the dashes, and they don't have either.
Yeah, so you're going to have to play fairly slowly now just to try to understand where the positionings are at. Spike in and drop actually at this point should have been heard by Poise on the top of B side. So that's why you see this rotation coming out slowly from Derek into this A link, so they can focus a little bit more towards B control and also Garage. But look how Superman is pushed all the way up too. They're in great positions right now for a Rise to just cancel out this pinch towards the C site. And it's a bad trapwire. You have so much map control right now from Superman pushing all the way down towards bottom C.
Left.
Albatron is flying around, just staring at him. He's like, come on, just do it. I actually like that, just taking their time with it. Rise looking solid, though, here, as the last remaining player is Corey on the opposite side of the Nebula. 70 HP, 10 seconds left. It feels like it's been really difficult for FaZe in the rounds where Baby Bay is taken out of the equation so early in the round. And that's happened a few times here. Now the flank comes in from Superman. It's a flawless round victory for Rise. They tie things up at 3 apiece, and again, the money for FaZe is probably not that good.
Yeah, and that's what the rotation was still pretty slow from the 2 players at B and Garage side for Rise. Just because they heard that spike drop down earlier on towards Garage, they might have thought that the A side long was a fake, which is why I was going to call him Shazam, sorry, Shanks just focused on that Aldrone and did not shoot it, expecting somebody to peek out. And then after that, you're just able to punish everybody right after for a Rise into this A-side hold when it was actually a commitment from FaZe into that site overall. So well done here for Rise. We're going to have a hero buy for Baby Bay, a Vandal and Small Shield. Looking for some long-range aggression in that. And that recon dart spotted so much. And Neptune's going to try to make the play with the running back.
Neptune has the flash ready. A nice little shot from Shanks, who's really hitting stride here in this second map with the op. Hasn't had to face too many challenges because Baby Bay, this competition, his counterpart, has largely been silent. Not to say he's not performing well, it's just essentially not alive. Hard to find kills when you're dead. This shot and a follow-up as well, not on the money, so they will gain access to the B site. The spike plant is imminent. Baby Bay, backside site. This is the player we wanted to see a little bit more from, and that's a great way to show it. Getting control of Gong, but now losing the player who planted spike. Baby Bay goes into the corner. There's the knives coming out, and Shanks is just too potent with the knives. The pistol is just not going to be enough. That's a 4K for Shanks. Great work for Rise. as they win another round here, but it's not a bad round for FaZe, all things considered.
Yeah, I was expecting that running back to come out from Neptune just to try to gain a little bit more information inside that choke because they give a lot away. That actually allowed Baby J to lurk up towards the sewers and actually win the fight against Neptune overall because they gave up on that control and information that they originally gathered from Rise at the A choke point, which now brings into like, hey, where is FaZe going? Are they actually going to try to re-hit towards the east side? Are they going towards B? Finally was spotted by Shanks with that operator, and at least he was able to hold it down with the Blade Storm that he threw out. So now FaZe getting a spike plant, getting 2 kills with that eco that they had. They have Baby Bay on an operator into this round, and that operator is going to be a battle towards Long C.
There's the pick that FaZe has been hoping for. You mentioned how the op duel was going to happen, and it happens over on the C site. Shanks is gone, and Shanks has been such a problem, but you've still got Superman here, who has also been an issue. I think Superman kind of got confused there a little bit by the shots that came through from spawn. For a second, you saw a look back.
Yeah, I don't know if he was expecting like a recon dart to be shot at the top too, so he's trying to shoot that out. Again, another one of those moments where he's on his own, and now FaZe is taking over this site, and look at the amount of damage FaZe gotten against Rise. They killed everybody, they got 0 damage done. So just abilities that you need to buy, that's a lot in the bank moving into this round, Mark.
This is how things kicked off. Just a little bit of movement in an effort to kill that Aldrone. But you can see it. You saw that standard that he started to turn back, and it's just really confusing. I don't know if it's a miscomm. You had mentioned maybe like a recon dart or something. It was very confusing. But in that split second, looking back, the peak comes through. Unfortunate timing there for Rise. FaZe gets the equalizer round, ties things up at 4-piece. They've still got money on the side of Rise, so they're okay.
Oh, nice.
I like this, though. You see that gravity well?
Yep.
Huge move to keep them from being able to go for that aggressive peak early.
And then that's 3 players already control out towards Long. Shanks at least has a dash. Nice wall bang onto Corey.
Hit that shot. It almost felt like he was on the move when the shot came through. But a great shot onto Corey. Neptune going to get sucked into the gravity well and just keeps on going because obviously it's the run it back. Shanks still here, and we talked about it in the last round, how incredibly important Shanks is to this defense. Shanks in the last round, phase 1. Shanks alive in this round. Rise doing a pretty decent job of keeping it even.
I just love when you're running through the gravity well just to get a little bit of a speed boost, and that somehow was so well timed that the gravity well just finished by the time it got to the center, so you could just run out and get that information to allow these kills to happen. Although Zachary made things a little bit expensive by dropping the operator. 2v2. Still doable right now. They're trying to get this spike. A little bit of overcommitment, unfortunately, though, for Neptune.
I also really like that trade in favor of FaZe. Like, sure, they lost a player, but they took out Shanks, so the op is not a problem for them anymore. They still have to contend with Superman and Poised, and Superman's going to have the utility to try and slow down the spike plant, so Gravity Well is going to be a problem. The Aldrone doesn't fly out far enough, and here's that Gravity Well, so they might have to go for a non-standard placement on the spike. Oh, no. Baby Bay just caught sleeping, and now this is a problem. Look at the clock left. The round's over.
Yep. Well done here for Rise, after all. Even though it was overcommitment from Neptune at the start inside that A choke, it was still good information that, okay, Spike is down to kill 1 player, or he at least knows where the kill came from, and you can play a lot more passively there for Rise. You can play the clock into your favor. That was it there. So now we're going to see at least there's no spike plan, so that's not no 300 credits across the board. Moving into the next round, is the economy broken? We're still going to be fine here for Baby Bay and company, and this could be another one of those scenarios where you could have grabbed Blade Storm, but because Baby Bay has a rifle, they really want to commit towards this mid-side take and try to open up really quickly here.
Nowhere to run.
There's the ult coming out. Hunter's Fury doling out some damage, but not a fatality. Kills piling up in both directions, but it is FaZe who's found the lion's share. The problem is the spike is moving towards C. Good timing on the push through from Baby J to help support the last player on C. Or the other player on C, I should say, in Zachary. Derek, now the only remaining player of Rise, walks right on through the Nebula. There's a cyber cage going out, so he knew the location of Baby J. but Baby J still gets the best of him in the one-on-one exchange.
The Hunter Seer was so good for Ruckus just to allow FaZe to push up the way they did inside the garage side. Yes, nice attempt from Superman in front of that B site. The smoke was a little bit deeper towards Long C, so he could really focus on that first initial battle against Baby Bay and win that one. But unfortunately, when you have another player moving through at Long C and garage, the timing pinch. And once again, unfortunately, Superman is left out in the open and alone into the C site. Cannot play like the full potential of what Asher could do, locking down as a single controller inside the site. Not enough stars working in his favor, potentially too. And now, though, as Shang still has the operator and connects with the first kill. Hero buy once again.
Baby Bay and company making it look easy as they gain access to C. There's a shotgun right around the corner, so what do you expect to happen there? Derek doing some decent damage here. Weapon swap as well coming through. 2 players survive. FaZe win the round, sure, but it's a bit costly coming into the final round of the first half.
Round before the switch.
Yeah, especially with the investment of an operator into that round. I know that Shang should not have that money to get another operator here. Unless he was getting closer to a Bladestorm, which is why he wanted to go operator this round and go to a Bladestorm for the next, and indeed that's the case. So for the rest on this buy, it's okay. You have a Spectre for Superman, Vandals going in, and Phantoms for the Riflers of Derek, Poise, and Neptune. Very close into an ult. They're looking pretty good to maybe tie things up here on the first half, but FaZe, they continue to work very fast as they're getting a lot of confidence on how it thinks they can overpower Superman every single time. And now we are forced to play the retake into this site just because you understand for Rise that you have a weak site with only 1 player in there.
This ought to be interesting. A 5-on-5 retake. But you've still got this player on the back end of the play in Baby J who's just toying with them. You've also got Baby Bay here with some support. Baby J is still in spawn, and they've got this lined up quite nicely. The spike is planted for long as well. Zachary playing inside the smoke, doesn't even need to. As the round is effectively over, there's a Hunter's Fury coming out, trying to make things harder as Derek does connect. Hold the phone. It is down to 2. The recon dart going down distance. Raucus is there with the final shot on the op. It's not the player you expect to have the operator in their hand. Typically, it's Baby Bay. This time, it's Raucus who gives FaZe the advantage of 7-5 moving into the second half.
Yeah, and Raucus has actually been pretty good with the operator decently when you have the situations where Baby Bay dies, and then Raucus is trying to save the op into the next round. He's actually able to land those shots. I find it quite surprising that the spike's planted towards C, and all this battle happened towards this window and spawn side of the defender spawn. So you see how they were trying to readapt there for Rise on that retake. They did put a camera up on mid, seeing and thinking that it was open at that point, which is why they wanted to go for the big flank off the Cosmic Divide that was sent by FaZe, but unfortunately, it's not enough. FaZe continues to win those duels, and it continues as they take the lead now in the second half.
Well, now they'll switch sides as we get ready to jump into the second half. We're going to throw things to a very quick halftime break, but don't you nerds go anywhere. We'll be back in just a bit. And welcome back, everybody. I can't believe Vansili had the audacity to call you all nerds right before the break. Look at this guy.
SMH, my head.
SMH, my head. My boomer brain can't handle it. Looking at the score currently 7-5 in favor of FaZe. It was not too bad for Rise, but it did feel like towards the tail end, FaZe started to get a little bit more comfortable, whereas Rise, you know, they seem to have the middle there, and you can see that on the timeline as well.
Yeah, 3 rounds in a row for FaZe going on there towards the end. And they're looking to continue their pacing on this defender side. And speaking of pacing, actually, it's looking to be controlled by Rise to start things off. They're just dashing into the C site. And it's an open site for FaZe Clan, just looking to battle from the garage side. And they get melted by a Nano Swarm and 2 Frenzy combo. And okay, this is looking to be a start of a close game.
That's the type of play you expect to see from FaZe. Rise returns the favor in kind as you get that full-blown, full W play towards the C site. Spike is planted for long, too, and it's going to be difficult because, again, their controller is out. They don't have any way to smoke this off. They just have to go for it. Now, they do get the spike. Oh, no, they didn't. They didn't actually get it to halfway. We'll see if that ends up being a major problem for them. Look at this long play around as well that you've got coming through from Garage. Not sure it's even going to matter as it's down to one last player. Shanks is the damage dealer, the harbinger of doom, as Rise wins the pistol and puts themselves in a position to find a tie score.
If this quick play is working out here for Rise, they should continue that way. I mean, at that point for this pistol round, you didn't have that much utility going on towards the C site, being more expensive for the kit or for Cypher these days. The kit going in for Zachary at the same time too is not going to be as prominent as we could have later on into the rounds. So I really like that you're going for these fast plays with the frenzies and also utilizing Shanks' dash to open up that side of the site. This time camera, it's going to be a triple stack. We're going to try to do the same thing for Rise. A 5-man hit all the way up towards C, but a triple crossfire for FaZe.
Good damage being dealt initially by FaZe, but then Rise regains control as the Marshals can't handle the sheer volume of players, the bodies piling up on the C site. So again, it's down to a pretty disadvantageous situation here for FaZe. They've got Corey on 56 HP with the Marshal. Raucus has a Frenzy. Not too shabby for Rise.
Definitely time for exits. So 2 rounds in a row like this, we're just not letting go of the pedal on the gas. Rise continues to push very, very quickly into the C site. We'll see if that repeats itself into their bonus round because, you know, you could definitely see that. Potentially they have 4 Spectres moving in, make that now 3 Spectres moving into the next round. Corey just looking to do some damage with his Marshals. We're still trying to hunt him down. And there you go, Superman connects with that kill. No damage from Corey's Marshal onto that round. The other 3 able to save their Spectres, and let's see. Another push potentially? With the spike being down initially towards the spawn side, trying to figure out what we want to do. We already have Neptune making his way towards this long C. It might be grouping up there again here, Park.
I almost want to see them do a break check. Like they go for what they think, like make them think it's going to be a FaZe, then delay, then recommit. Just because they've done this now 2 rounds in a row.
They're defaulting. They're defaulting.
FaZe is ready for it.
Not too bad. They're defaulting.
It would have been cool just to see them, like, see if you could bait something out of FaZe with that. It's not going to happen. So, we are tied up 7 apiece. A crucial round for Rise as FaZe comes into this one with their first full buy. It's a bonus for Rise with SMGs across the board. And it's back to the C site. There's so much here coming this direction. Oh no, Baby J didn't hit the dart in time, and Neptune finds 2 kills with the ult. Will even upgrade to a rifle before Run It Back expires. Back towards long he goes. Spike will be planted for long as well. And you honestly look at that and you kind of wonder if that's the round, because Rise is in a 3-on-5 and the position is all in favor of Rise.
At least the curveball's good. Shank's able to make it out somehow thanks to the cloud burst. And now you're looking to potentially see through your buck. It's a good call, I think, here for FaZe Clan. It started off quite well for the idea of getting those 2 stars on the ground with the Cyber Cage. But the matter of fact is that you could actually spray through those boxes. So unfortunately, they just got owned at that point for FaZe Clan, when you had to run it back, being utilized from Neptune to get into the sites. So a nice bonus round here for Rise. Last 3 members trying to save their weapons. You hear the footsteps running. Shank should get this kill.
A free weapon, and another one taken out of the hands of FaZe. And it tips the scales, as there's now 2 players with weapons, 3 without instead of 3 with, 2 without, and you could have a potential opportunity to try and find a way to spread that cash out. But that's where things really tipped, because you had Baby J waiting around the corner. As powerful as Baby J has been in some of the previous series we've seen FaZe play in, early on it feels like they are abusing him pretty heavily on that C site.
But that's pretty good here, because that's what, 3 rounds now that Rise has been abusing towards the C site. You want to try to use more utility now towards the C site and bodies. And with that triple setup, what do you have left going into this B site hold, this garage hold? Nothing much. But thankfully, you do have a camera from Baby J towards mid, so they're expected this mid to C push.
Oh man, that gravity well plus the hot hands put them in a really good spot. Baby J couldn't quite get the gun under control, but that worked out really nicely for FaZe. So I think Rise has learned their lesson. No more C. Or at least not for now.
But if I want to be cliche and talk about conditioning again, maybe they do hit it again, because now you're playing mind games. Can FaZe now say, okay, we've locked it down, things are going pretty well, let's try to just go for a default hold on defense? It seems to maybe ink towards that direction, because Rise are looking to get a little bit more control towards this A choke to start. But there is a deep smoke in here, or a deep star set up by Zachary inside this A choke. Potentially going to do this gravity well. And because of the long control is happening, you do see the defense holding back. But 3 players already stacking up towards this A side. Information being thrown. Baby J looking to push forward.
I thought maybe we were going to see a triple out of that. Baby J gets 2, but Poise does the same in response. So they've got this Al drone towards short that gives away the position of Corey, who went for a run it back. Things get interesting here, because now that it's down to a 3-on-3, they have to kind of pull resources back away. That puts things on Baby J, who actually wants to go for this aggressive garage peek, and you can't blame him. If Baby J can get some control of window here from garage, there could be an early kill that comes out. There's the camera. That's the audible tell, but doesn't want to peek too far out on this. Oh my goodness, just narrowly misses as the shot goes sailing over the top of Poised's head.
Counter Nebula
Rise.
2 towards B main. So they're expecting this push.
30 seconds left.
That's a big first kill. Problem is, that's not where the spike is headed, and it might trigger an alarm response here from FaZe that's not necessary.
Oh, what a
It's
play.
actually Zachary who has to step up big. That's the kill they needed. Derek, though, on the site. 14 seconds left. Make it a twofer. 10 seconds on the clock, but doesn't realize that Baby J is on the flank, starting to anticipate that maybe he's coming from somewhere else. The shotgun comes out. It got a little scary there, because you're thinking, oh my god, 2 bullets on that shorty. Will it work? It does. FaZe takes the lead at 9-8.
Maybe Baby J at that point here, Mark. Baby J reincarnating as Baby Babe for that flank, killing out 1v1. But yeah, definitely well done here in the end. The counter Nebula that was going towards this B site, that's the beauty of having an Astra into your composition. You throw the smoke from wherever you want, it goes across the map. Even at Rise at that point, they've lost so much information when they lost control of A side. You want to try to back it up towards this C side, you can't, because you don't know where your opponents are being placed. And as you try to gamble back towards the A site, well, those numbers are still available on that defense or FaZe side. So FaZe regained the lead after losing 3 rounds in a row on the first few rounds of the second half. We're seeing now Rise looking to push a little bit towards his mid control. Baby J super close right now. Corey trying to do some heroic plays. He did work with the curveball, but couldn't get the kill.
Boys with this lurk on C. They just can't seem to get this C defense under control. Baby Bay, just wrong place, wrong time. Dips his head out of that nebula and realizes how quickly that is going to backfire. Poise is pivotal to this round's success, even though Poise didn't really do so much. It was just getting them map control. Like, Poise isn't necessarily getting a triple kill, but he gives them amount of control that they just couldn't get otherwise. And They know there's one raiding around the corner now, so they're going to try and initiate this fight towards spawn. Recon Dart does give away the position for at least one. Nice shock dart coming in, but the bullets are delivered from Poised, and Baby J is surrounded. And have to fight his way out of this one. Thought he was going to die from the gravity for a second.
Yeah, at least like mission successful for Rise. Make it a 9-9. Nobody's saving their weapons for a FaZe clan.
Here.
Only losing what? Shanks, I think, in the process that they're trying to hunt down Baby J. Look at this execution coming in. 3 players moving up. Open sight once again on the C site.
Foolish.
FaZe just has no answer to this. So we're mentioning, yeah, are we going to try to something different when Rise got shut down once out of all these rushes so far? I mean, that's like one failure out of 4. 75% success rate is still pretty good here for Rise on the amount of hits they're going so quickly towards the C site. And now FaZe are going to be on an eco. And the A choke point is in control of Rise.
There's an A stack currently coming out. And it is currently presence towards A. Corey will be the first one to initiate contact. That's a tough angle to clear. Now that could kind of cue them on the push, but look at the other side of the map. Yeah,
Yep.
Baby Bay just got caught with the wrong gun. Again, wrong place, wrong time. Had a shorty pushing down long, and 2 players were holding. Goes to check the 50 on the right side, peeks to the left, and good luck.
And that's it too, right? Because Rise are doing so many of these 4-player, 5-player hits on either sides at the beginning of these rounds that you think that it's open, and now you're opening the window, opening the door for Rise to start playing some lurk kills, and every kill is happening all across from different angles, different spots, but still surmounts to a flawless for Rise, into this round. So moving into round number 20, this is looking pretty good for Rise right now on this attacker side. They're having a hard time for FaZe Clan with a team that usually lately went back with Baby J using a Sentinel into this map. Again, I mentioned in the past that they did go no Sentinels before. They still find a hard time trying to gather information of where the hits are initially happening for Rise so far. And even with them dominating for the attacker side, okay, I was like, okay, Rise may be trying to play with the minds of FaZe, but it's definitely FaZe calling a timeout now, just to try to understand how they could stop this condition that Rise has already put into the second half.
You know, I feel like the one round they really found success was when they went heavy stack on C, but that was also in a sprint of rounds where Rise just kept going C.
Yep.
So what do you do? Like, if this is you, fans, and you're calling this timeout, what are you trying to deliver as a message to your team?
Try to find Baby Bay with the operator. I think at this point, if it's going to be so fast, these fast hits that are happening towards the C site, the same way that Shanks has battled towards Baby Bay on that long C battle, try to initiate that first. You could still dash away if you're gonna see some opposition and try to play safe in that type of retake. But you still have like the Cosmic Divide that's going to be able to help on the retake at the same time too. But looks like they're opting the opposite. They're actually going to go for the A site control first.
So, gravity well.
There you go.
Yeah, so
Good
they
dash.
did get the pick. I didn't want to cut you off,
Yeah.
but like you could see that gravity well was laid down. I was like, oh god, is he going to get sucked into this one and not even get that pick off?
Yeah, at least for Baby Bay, you could still dash away from that one, so that's pretty good. But they're expecting Rockets in this corner, so it's going to be an easy 4-on-4. Baby Bay playing the high ground to try to do some highlight reels on this A site.
Derek taking out the tripwire in mid with the Owl drone. The pause button pressed momentarily here for Rise. They found the equalizer. They brought it down to 4-on-4.
Concealment.
Shanks is holding the short flank while Superman is dropping stars across the map. Poised. With Derek behind his side, starting to work towards Garage. They've switched things around a little bit. And they've now got Zachary playing C. They've got Corey playing support for Garage. They've pulled the Cypher off this side and sent them over towards A. With 25 seconds left, this is likely to be a fake and push towards C. The question is whether or not they move. They have not yet moved. I think that they're reading on this a little bit, but as I say that,
It won't see
Baby J
Bay,
starts
though.
to pull out of position. Can Baby
10
Bay
seconds
survive in this spot? That's
Oh,
huge.
no.
There's the pick, and that's 5 seconds now left. All he has to do is survive. They go for the plant, but
Spike planted.
went for the pick, didn't hit what he needed, and this is awful.
No way that happened right there.
I thought he hit the shot at first, didn't realize he missed because I saw a kill come in elsewhere. So it looked like it was so promising, like he had that set up perfectly.
Yeah, and even if he got the kill on the wrong person.
Right.
Actually, no, he would have been on the right person. It was Superman that was creeping up there. I was on the wrong person. He went for Shanks
Oh, you
instead.
missed. See, I saw the Shanks kill,
Yeah.
and just I saw a jet icon, and my brain just farted. That's what happens when you become, a boomer. That's unfortunate.
And what I do like though from FaZe is that the point where the mid rounds they broke the owl drone. Rise broke the owl drone, broke the trap wire. Sorry, with the owl drone on mid, broke the camera into garage, and still nobody rotated yet because they know that Rise could still play like this type of like push and pull. But it's just unfortunate that the op shot miss. Makes things a little bit difficult. Baby Bay trying to redeem himself with the first blood towards along A. So that's Neptune to fall. No run it back now for Rise.
Rise again. Looking strong, but not in this round. They're at a player or 2 disadvantage. A rare instance where FaZe feeling strong in the early round. Now they're going to have access to B. They're going to try and get that plan off. Shanks as a player right around the corner and starts burning as Corey runs through with the run it back. We'll get the information that there's one right outside of mid. They did not yet plant the spike. This will be an interesting exchange over here in A connector, but it's the last player left standing that finds that killer with Superman. Double digits for both teams as FaZe fights for control of map number 2.
So we are seeing a little bit of hope right now for Rise. When in the first map, we've mentioned that these dual battles, these one-on-ones, were always won here by FaZe. Rise is doing quite a good job here once they take the attacker side of the second half, and it kind of shakes a little bit the aim of how FaZe is currently playing. After winning so many rounds, the money's still good here for Rise, as it's going to be a full rifle round. No operator for Rise, looking to push a 5-man trade into a split on the A site, clearing out towards the sewers, but you have the camera. Some nerdy setups with the traps. Looking to play the retake here for Team FaZe. That hurts.
Yeah, that's this is not a retake that is going to do them much good. They're down to 3 players. Shock darts coming in. Oh my gosh, almost kills the planner. Does get the kill, but it's after the fact. There's a cosmic divide coming in. FaZe is throwing everything they can to this. That's a great flash coming out from Neptune and a quick trade peek from Shanks to bring things to 12 for Rise. FaZe now have to win 2 in a row just to force overtime, or we will be going to map 3.
I was going to say, we need to see a little bit of something right now from FaZe Clan. You have so many of these rounds now finally into the later half of this game where they're taking control of this A-side choke. So Raucus is currently positioned towards this A-side link, so he could actually try to go for a blinded Hunter's Fury into this A-side. And if he's not going to ping anybody, it's all going to be on the C-side hold. Opts not to use it. There you go.
There. The ult comes out. Hunter's Fury does dish out some damage from distance. Rise knows that they're playing aggressive, and that drone could give away the position. Do they know there's a second target here? Can Baby Bay make this one work? Baby Bay trying to play off that cage. Also puts himself in a position where a getaway could be doable towards long with a dash.
And they're pinging it. I feel that they think that there's going to be a second player. Now that they already have grass control, I'd probably retake the camera from Poise and just throw a camera in there.
Oh no, oh no, that's not what you want to see. Baby Bay now also going to get timinged as he drops off the boxes. Everything is going Rise's way. It's looking like a map 3 is inevitable as Shanks catches one on the backside of Garage. Zachary inside the smoke. Not even going to get a chance as he gets gunned down by Derek. Didn't even move or make a step. A flawless round to close things out in our second map as Rise looks so much better here than they did on the previous map of Ascent.
Took a little bit of time for them to try to react on this A-side choke point for FaZe, and the time that they want to use it, unfortunately, doesn't work out, as Rise did a very good job just to hold back towards that mid-side at spawn, expecting something to happen with that Hunter's Fury coming out. So some great calling going on from Rise so far for the IGL just to adapt on how the situation's going here against FaZe. And with that, we actually do have a third map where they actually did play against each other on Bind coming up next.
Yeah, Bind was a map that went in favor of Rise in the previous series when these two teams faced off against each other in the quarterfinals of this very event, Challengers 2 here for VCT Stage 3. But we're going to throw things to a break, and we're going to see if history will repeat itself or if FaZe can get some revenge. Stay tuned, and we'll be back in a short while.
Show me what you got. Down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back,
Welcome back to VCT Stage 3 Challengers 2. My name is Bach. Joining me on the show, Van Silly. We just watched Rise fight back against FaZe despite being down a little bit and bring map 2 to a conclusion where they are the succeeding team. I can't speak right now. I guess I'm a little bit blown away by the way things just shaped up, because it did seem like early on FaZe had this one in the bag, but then the second half it was all Rise.
Well, I mean, it's hard to try to speak when everything's pretty much almost been a tongue twister on that second map, when these two teams are just going at it very quickly into at least the first part of the halves, and then suddenly, finally, Rise slows down the pace and continues the control of the second half and brings this into a third. So very well done for both of these teams. Now we have a chance to see a map and a matchup where they did face off head-to-head in the first day of the closed qualifiers for the Stage 3 Challengers 2 closed qualifier playoffs. And on this map, being that third map of Bind, it's been a very nice seesaw battle between these two teams. It's been different compositions that's being used overall by Rise and by FaZe, but it turns out to be something that we're going to be looking forward to in terms of that showers control. Let's talk about this scoreboard first.
Yeah, looking at the scoreboard, you can see how things shaped up. Very slight advantage to Rise. 0.5k damage. A very slight heads-up advantage there, too. But when you look at the objective wins versus the frag wins, curious how that math works. But sure, 9 plus 2 equals 13. I guess they're not counting time wins. Maybe that's the thing. I'm not really sure, but that definitely thrown me for a little bit of a loop. Either way, that was the duel we were hoping to see, and in this case, Shanks got the best of Baby Bay. Baby Bay still delivered a decent performance, but not on par with what Shanks was doing. The biggest problem for FaZe was their C defense early on in that second half was just not there. It was abysmal, honestly.
I think we could say a similar thing for what FaZe were doing against Rise on that C side at first too, right? When we're talking about how Superman was stuck out in the open by himself inside that C site, and he just couldn't do anything on his own. And I'm just trying to look at, this duel of what happened around here for this performance on that second map. I mean, the Shanks versus Baby Bay was actually quite even overall. They actually went 3-3 against each other. But in terms of the first blood department, it was really just looking at how Baby J or even Neptune at that point was doing a little bit more and getting more out of the Phoenix for Neptune on their attacker side for Rise at that point. So it's nice to see that it ended up being a close game, a game that Rise is able to bring into this third map on Vine.
Yeah, we are going to the third map on Vine. Let's take a look at what the other maps were in case any of you missed it at home. First map in the series was Ascent, and we got there because of some of the following bans. We had Rise ban Breeze, we had FaZe ban Split. That's how we went to Ascent first. Then we went to Haven. So the teams flipped each other's picks. FaZe took the first map. That was actually Rise's pick. Then Rise takes the second map. That was actually FaZe's pick. And now we go to Bind. And you mentioned it. This is a map they already played on in the quarterfinals. It was a win for Rise, but barely. 13-11. And when you look at the round trading, 2 rounds for Rise, 1 for FaZe. 2 for Rise, 2 for FaZe. 1 for Rise, 1 for FaZe. 1 for Rise, 2 for FaZe. 2 for Rise, 1 for FaZe. 2 for Rise, 1 for FaZe. 1 for Rise, 2 for FaZe. 1 for Rise.
You already confused me when you're just reading all that.
Yeah, it was a zipper across the scoreboard. So that game could have easily gone FaZe's direction, but it didn't. So there's still a possibility here. You can't just look at it as win-loss. You have to actually look at the details. Based on that alone, this third map should be very close.
Yeah, I think important details is to look at the agent comps of what we are pulling out here for Bind on this map. We're talking about like how the agent pool slightly changes now for Shanks being a one-trick jet in the past, now being able to play a Sky onto a map like Bind. He may not have as much impact in terms of like first blood or doing as much damage, but being able to flash with the guided light and also just to gain information on this double initiator setup that now Rise has, it does play a good part and a good role into this team. I think even he's going to be opping on that Sky on this map of Bind. But it really comes down to what I was mentioning before. When you have a breach being played by FaZe Clan, you have that breach and the Aster control into the shower side. It could be canceled or pushed back by Rise by guided lighting back into the shower side as well if you want to play Shanks on that A side too. So the back and forth, the utility that's going to be very important for both of these teams just to try to get the initial position of the map control of Showers and then see what happens with it after. And what we saw from the last time that they played against each other was very well done in terms of how you react off the offensive side of FaZe and how you react defensively, for Rise.
I mean, Rise is going to be one of those teams that comes into this with a single duelist, and we'll see that as soon as the players are ready, we'll jump into the agent selection. But they typically run one duelist, whereas the other side, they still rock two, a little bit more OG with that. You're going to see the Jet still played, also a little bit more OG. Not as many teams favoring Jet on bind. It's been a thing for a long time. The teams that have, they just always have. They've never shied away from it. Looking at teams like FaZe or a team like XZ, when Pure would play this, would play Jet on bind pretty regularly with that team as well. It's not exactly uncommon, but it's just a lot of teams have favored other agents. So what you get on the opposite side, since you have the two duelists for FaZe, you'll have Corey playing Raze, you'll have Baby Bay playing Jet. On the other side, you'll have your duelist as Raze, it's going to be Neptune, and then you're going to have Sky come into the mix as well. You're going to have the Initiator, that additional flash that can really help lead things in. I feel like when Sky first released, we were all like, Sky kind of sucks. Like, Sky is just not doing what we want. Sky's ult feels like garbage. Over time, the way that Sky has really slotted into the meta now on specific maps, Sky can be incredibly good. Those guiding lights, the dog, all the information and the intel that you get with Sky, it's hard to not have an agent like that sometimes. And I feel like that's going to be the tipping point factor potentially here as we're talking about these agent compositions for these two teams.
And I'm also going to slip it in that eventually that's going to happen for KO. People are kind of finding
100%.
KO being garbage right now, or maybe not picked as much, or not having that much of an effect for those teams that are currently choosing KO into the close qualifiers and try to bring a little bit of a off left field type of pick and see if it's going to do any impact into the matches. But unfortunately, it didn't in this case. But I'm pretty sure we're going to see the evolution of that happening later on. I'm going to keep a close eye to see how maybe even Korea evolves with that playstyle with KO, because they've usually been at the forefront of how the meta kind of like evolved from when the game first started into now. But also, one thing to note when we're talking about initiators is this breach play by Baby J. I think it works out pretty well as when you're looking at the standard, okay, there's a breach, there's a Jet, let's look at the flash and dash. This is actually not the case of how FaZe Clan plays this breach now into this lineup. It's actually a lot of combination with Baby J and also with Corey, where they play up a double up on hookah quite often on defense. The fault line comes out or a flash comes out from the hookah side, and then you have Corey throw paint shells into Spice, into Market, just to try to do some kills or some damage to weaken their opponents on the holds on the defense side after. So understanding that from Rise, how do you fight back against there? Do you play more passively? If you play more passively, that means you're giving out Sand's control, where eventually you have that aggressive playstyle of FaZe that could push down towards Sand and gain that map control. So there's going to be a lot of mind games trying to figure out how that's going to work out in terms of that push-pull utility battle, but I'm looking forward to that.
I mean, you mentioned how we're going to see some of the agent pools switch around, and how potentially some of the agents that currently aren't being used, like KO, could slot into the workflows for a lot of these teams. Obviously, KO has kind of this like duelist initiator playstyle. It's kind of like Sky to a certain extent, but I feel like a little bit more viable, self-sufficient than Sky is, because the knife is just stupid good if played right, and could be depending on the way the game does shift. But do you think there's a world where we see Yoru regularly played at pro level? Because right now I feel like that's an agent that is so far out of the meta, and I just don't see it shifting in at all.
At least on this map, it works out. You have Tens from Sentinels that does some Yoru stuff on this map, and I guess one of the highlight reels is Tens coming out of a dimensional drift into hookah and gets a shorty kill into hookah at the same time. Scourge plays that agent on that map too, so it's very map dependent. So very much so for KO, it could be very map dependent as well. And speaking of map dependent, we're moving into blind. We're moving into what the agents that could be selected for these teams, and nothing changes now. So no shenanigans, no change of strats or no change of compositions that could test out different strats. It looks like these guys are all looking to play to move into the lower finals to face off against LG.
And that match will play immediately following this one. And then the winners of that will go on to face off against TSM, who are currently waiting in the grand final. We mentioned it earlier today, the first grand final that TSM has played in since First Strike back in December. So it's been quite some time for that roster. I think some of the teams are a little worried because TSM was a scary opponent at one point in time, and their fall from grace certainly shined a spotlight on some of the other teams in the region. But we're ready to jump into this third and final map as the players finally lock in their agent composition. It'll be Rise starting on the attack, FaZe on the defense here for Bind. Early on, the Boombot's going to trade positions in mid. There will not be anyone playing in hookah, as the Rays already dived out and is now towards long. Much slower pace here on this map compared to what we saw on the previous one in the pistol.
Yeah, even the front line's not going to do much. Yeah, it could stun some players here and there, but finally gets spotted by BBJ. So double control towards this hookah side from the attackers, but it is going to be a fake so they could try to aggress back towards the A side. Already, though, we were expecting to play a passive style for FaZe Clan at that A site. The one-way smoke, there's still a star on the ground. So Rise still on a stalemate, and the clock's ticking against them.
45 seconds left. You mentioned the clock, ticking down. There's the guiding light out onto the site. Again, you still got two players here. Oh, and they're going to port back. This is huge, but do they realize there's two players over towards long? The first one they anticipate. Corey actually gets a nade after death with Baby Bay. They're backing up, finding another. The Jet able to connect as well with one more. The shot's not on point. Again, struggling to shoot a target that's not looking at them. Oh no, the Astra still survives. How is that even possible? Superman staying alive in that position, was reloading and found safety and security. But it doesn't matter. The round will go the way of FaZe as they get the retake on the site. And two players will make it out alive. It's Zachary and Baby Bay with the big win and pistol for FaZe.
Two small little things that made there quite difficult actually to get that kill onto Superman at the pulse plant situation is, one, the gravity well that kind of throws their aim off for a bit, and the second one, the close range right clicks, and also the focus looking at the first opponent being Raucous at the end of the site before. It was going to be, Derek at the end of the site before. It was going to make things a little bit more difficult there for that hold there for BBJ, or the retake at least. FaZe Clan, in the end, still get the pistol round. I like this little self-boost on the top here of the bench side of A site. It's not going to be checked upon once they see or hear potentially a boombot coming out here from short side. So there you go. The boombot coming in from hookah, the fault line coming out long range, and the battle won by Baby Bay. But this is what I'm saying. Because they think this raise is on this hookah side, technically they won't be checking on the top of the double boxes here because nobody else usually should be able to make it up there. Because they already encountered Baby Bay and Corey on the B site for Rise.
Zachary in a great position to just slaughter on the push. You mentioned it. They're not expecting that position, and it's a 1-2-3 kill for Zachary. Derek now the only one left standing, or he's going to come in on the back end of the play. Close things out of the round. Derek did at least get one kill, dropping Baby J, who was coming through from mid. But FaZe pick up the first two. They'll be rolling into the first full buy round with a bonus as Rise try to get things moving here in that first full buy.
And FaZe Clan continuing this play style that they brought into North America, are taking it a little bit from New Turn by not playing the Sentinel on this map. So they are using a lot of the Duelist and Breach combination. Like I said, here it comes towards this hookah side. But they're not playing as aggressive by throwing the paint shells into Spice, but they're just doubling up the support. So you see how passive it is for BBJ. He can flash towards long for one Duelist or flash inside hookah for another Duelist. They're just trying to use these three together and use actually the Astra as the anchor player towards B, who is, by the way, pushing for information towards long A, sorry.
Well, that tripwire goes down at the perfect time. Is it low enough?
Oh no, he makes it through!
He makes it through. How low can you go? The limbo coming in for Zachary, and that is unfortunate.
You hate to see it.
Corey gonna spot multiple targets around the corner. That's an awkward flash exchange as a deep smoke comes in from Baby Bay, and he's just laying down damage as they try to make their way out, trying to slow this push down, but with the HP being what it is, didn't have much staying power. Spike going to be planted here in a moment. Oh, he catches one. Shanks wasn't prepared for a player right around the corner. Great shock dart coming in towards Tube. The follow-up might actually get a kill here. So even though they lose the round, they brought it down to one player. And that's on a bonus. That's actually pretty impressive stuff from FaZe. That's solid work.
Kind of like it, at least for Rise to be able to capitalize on a round after a slight mistake from Poise that allows Zachary to slip through and get a backstab kill. And that made things a little bit more difficult for Rise to commit towards some sort of a fake towards this B site, because you already had Zachary pushed out so far up to get all that information. A little bit of not a mistake, at least for me, but I do see why you're spamming a lot with the Spectre through the smoke to try to get a bit of kills, but you got a nice timing from Rise to catch Baby Bay off the reload to push forward and get those frags right after. Early dash being utilized by Baby Bay as he was spotted here towards this long B side. So no more opportunity to dash and fall back for cover. He's going to have to rely a lot on Baby J to support him, which now leaves Corey by himself inside Hookah. And this is where Rise are still looking to waste a bit of utility to start things off.
Shanks sends the dog in, but it's all bark, no bite. Not a single player spotted. No intel gained for Rise, as things have really slowed down. 50 seconds or so on the clock, and not much has happened as of yet. No damage exchanged between either team. Full HP and armor across the board. Delay B seems to be the name of the game, and there's 3 players here currently, 2 of which are in Hookah. Looks like one is debating moving and changing position. There's the Cosmic Divide coming through. There's a Seeker ult coming out as well. Baby Bay joining his teammate up in Hookah, and they're doing a pretty decent job of slowing down this push, but it's all off the back of Baby J. The other 2 in Hookah didn't really get much done. So Baby J's heroics keep things locked at a 3-on-3 and make a retake much more possible here for FaZe.
Surprised Zachary didn't throw out the counter wall on the defender side to make things a little bit more scary for the attackers to try to get through. Now he uses it, for the retake. But the attackers could definitely use this wall against them. Both of them now posted up towards the Octagon and also towards Hookah. Here comes the peek out.
Yeah, they weren't prepared for Superman, who is lurking in the shadows inside the Nebula on site, tied up at 2 apiece. They needed more done from those 2 players in Hookah, and it didn't happen.
It was difficult, right? When you have the Cosmic Divide that was coming out here towards the attacker side to block out towards Elbow and Spawn. You saw that Neptune already started running and making noise under Hookah. While there was flashes going in, cages coming out on the defense, they were still getting pinched by both Sands and by Under Window, which definitely did make it quite difficult for those 2 players to get more than they intended to for FaZe Clan on that Hookah spot. So if it was a little bit of an earlier wall happening on the defender side too, maybe you could have survived and focused more into this B battle Hookah for FaZe as you can now. And this works, at least, on this eco for FaZe.
Good damage being dealt by Baby Bay with the knives, taking one out. Baby Bay is a little bit low on HP. Corey, if they walk into this crosshair, oh, just times it wrong. Shoots a little too early, spots the shoulder. Poise does the bulk of the damage, and it should be an easy follow-up as Poise takes him out by his shoelaces. He was so low on HP, it didn't matter, and again, the B-site's been lost. Baby Bay does have the ult, so a dive through on the port may result in something. That's a big swing from Raucus. Nice trade, at least, from Neptune. But Baby Bay, again, just looking for an opening here, and there's a tripwire down.
No updraft. So you can't get over it, so.
Gun here.
Picking up a gun at least, so there'll be something to bring into the next round.
So running out of that Nebula towards the outside of Showers was a really nice bait and switch to allow Baby Bay to get that kill. But for the rest happening towards this B site, Poise literally just held W and went for not really any type of AD type of shooting, the counter-strafing type of shot. He just went all out and just opened up that B site quite easily. So bring this gun into the next round for Baby Bay. Triple ults as well on this defense. Perfect for retakes, perfect for early aggression with the Showstopper and with the Rolling Thunder. Wonder if you could potentially use a combination of both, right? We talked about how BBJ likes to assist Corey. There's a rolling thunder happening right now towards this short A side, but there's not going to be much support from the other duelists. So I'm pretty sure you're going to try to hold this back for a bit for BBJ and maybe use it more for a retake style.
Standing ahead.
Recon Dart goes in first alongside a guiding light. No information gathered. Free orb for Neptune to get the showstopper. That should be how they initiate contact on the site. The site. There's the execute, though. As Neptune goes down, the rocket is not fatal. Another ult coming out. This time it's Hunter's Fury. Zachary's still here and doing great damage. And Derek, who was behind the play, sending out those pulses of a Hunter's Fury. Can't do much to help the team. It's FaZe. Pick up the flawless round victory.
That was pretty
and
huge.
It's a 3-3. So I think, you know, that was ult expenditures like crazy. And for Rise to not get anything out of that with everything they threw at the defensive side is pretty disappointing.
And that's because of BBB. He played that so well with the kit that's available for Breach on this site. So he's playing towards this short A site that if he actually comes into contact could fault line into short A so that the Nebulas could help him out and he could reposition. But if not, once you hear this orb being picked up towards the A side showers, he's able to fault line. The attack's coming out. He throws a rolling thunder. Delayed so well for the rest of FaZe, including Zachary, to just get those kills and hold that back. But this round, we have a ping that comes out. Hunter's Fury and a showstopper to go in combination on the second round here in a row to be won by FaZe so far. 5 versus 1. Only Corey comes out of it with a bit of damage, but they have spike control. They have everything under control. And Superman, I think it's a smart move here to not deplete any of his stars to use him into the next round.
That's back-to-back flawless rounds for them too, Vansili. I mean, that's huge. The money is going to start ballooning here for FaZe, as they don't really have much to rebuy. Great work from FaZe and Rise. I'm kind of curious to see what the cash is looking like on their side. The credits have to be going low. Here's how things kicked off. Corey just peeks out, gets an early kill. There's a nice ult kill coming in from Raucus. Another ult from Corey. Basically the opposite of what we saw in the previous round, where ults didn't work out for Rise. FaZe did that with their ults here.
And that breaks the bank. Rise now force on an eco. And even if they're trying to push this really fast, another one-way gravity well spamming through this smoke. You're trying to go fast here with this guy. I actually like this from Rise, at least. There's some utility that's spent. They're able to take control of you. And Derek gets the opener on BBJ.
Whoa! How does that happen? Superman spots Baby Bay coming through. Corey, sure, a quick trade coming out. Does Raucus tuck into this corner quick enough? I don't think they saw Raucus here, so Raucus can potentially punish. That Cyber Cage is going to drop before the spike finishes. They actually pull off, and that's what results in that scenario playing out. They can now change positions and find a better spot to go ahead and do this. How does Neptune also pick up a gun? How does that work out? And here they go, backpedaling away into Shanks. Round has fallen apart here as Corey is last player standing. That could have worked out so different. If they had gotten the kill on the planner, if the Cyber Cage doesn't go down, if that player doesn't swing wide back behind, I mean, you could have seen a very advantageous position for FaZe.
We were almost watching a tagline of the movie with that kill coming in from Astra, because literally from the point of view of the defender side of Showers, it's a bird, and then suddenly it's Superman that comes out with the sheriff and pops him in the face. Good thing I didn't say the third tagline, because they were definitely going to get sued. But now FaZe losing that battle. Rise with the shares. We talked about good utility expenditure for Rise to just explode across the sidewalk. Because right now when you're looking at what they have, a couple of stars maybe to cover the control into the U-shaped hallway, but it was off the back of that recon dart and the flashes from Shanks. We talked about how he can't be as flashy as he can playing this initiator role, but he definitely gets that double assist to allow Rise to move in and overpower FaZe the way that he did with those shares.
I mean, how does that happen? It just feels like it should. This was another interesting exchange because of the way that the timing just worked out. Now, it's important to note that because they won 2 back-to-back flawless rounds, they had so much money look, even after buying the op, there's still $24.50 for Baby Bay. So they had plenty of cash. But Rise is also sitting on a decent sum with the way that they just won that round with mostly pistols. So both teams in a pretty decent economic spot. They tie up at 4-piece. The Seeker's going to go down. Zachary's inside the smoke. They don't hear it. And look at this. He catches him inside astral form. That's huge. Zachary finds 3 kills, drops the spike in showers. It doesn't matter how much control they have of lamps. Zachary is hunting down the ace. 1 player remains. And it's Derek all the way back in spawn. Sure, the spike is down, but he's played off of it. He wants the kills as Zachary now goes back towards the spike. Might be able to get it. Just a little short. Still, though, great work from Zachary.
And with this kill from Corey, it was a great play from Zachary, but again, a selfless play from Baby J. Off the Seekers, I don't think that Zachary shot into any of those Seekers that was let out by Shanks, which means once we actually did get the kill come out onto Baby J, they thought that it was only 1 player playing inside that showers, while Zachary was still holding inside the smoke, which catches so many players off guard, and you literally saw it. It was 3 freebies there for Zachary to pick up those kills, and bringing up a huge quad kill on top of that. The economy comes back in favor of FaZe. Broken by, really messed up here for Rise at this point. At least this time they have a chance to maybe work for some orb control. We see it already on the attacker side that they're just trying to push Baby Bay back, forcing him to the teleporter, weakening towards Long B, and he managed to get the kill.
I know exactly.
The hat's been thrown out. That'll be information gathered for boys. Shanks inside lamps. Definitely a thorn in their side. Guiding light going around the corner, and Shanks will escape as Baby Bay has to dodge the flash. Baby J elsewhere, able to at least get a kill and bring things to an even 3-on-3. And that's the Rolling Thunder coming out. It does cancel the spike. That'll make things a little bit easier for them. The spike will eventually be committed, but it gives them a few more seconds to try to get back into the site. Shots going down through the wall into Hookah, not successfully landing. Corey's got one right on the other side. Oh, the timing! But somehow he survives, at least for the time being. Pistols come out for Poised, and it's the classic burst. That works out nicely for Cypher. 2-on-2. Shanks gets his clock cleaned as Baby J continues his rampage on the site. Low HP for the remaining players, but he can't do much about this one. The spike planted in the position it's in. It's not going to play well for him. FaZe grab 6 rounds, 2 up over Rise.
It started off so well with this half buy that Rise got at that point, pushing away, like I've mentioned before, that utility to force the Opera out of position for Baby Bay, forcing him into the teleporter and also catching Derek off guard. But what happens at the same time, the amount of hits that you're doing from Rise out towards Long B and not adding too much hookah control at the beginning of these rounds, since the beginning of the game, allowed Corey to move down and actually catch some players off guard towards the fountain too. So it's an immediate trade that happens at that point. You're fumbling now, trying to get into the site, but not having any controls of any flankers allows the rest of the A side to rotate across too. So a nice little pinch from FaZe in the end, just to adapt really quickly to the fast pace that was set by Rise at the beginning of the last round. 2 more to go in this first half, or being picked up to at least have Neptune guaranteed an alt orb for the last round if he dies here, or a kill, which is even better.
Zachary, okay. Well, there you go. Eventually gets it under control. Zachary had basically a free kill onto Derek, who was in the Aldrone, but struggled initially, and that might have been his demise. This is going to be a big flash coming around the corner. It goes behind. That's a collat. That's huge. Now a Cosmic Divide comes through, but there's a smoke coming out from Baby Bay, and with Poise being so low on HP, even that Shorty is an imminent threat. If they lurk through this Cosmic Divide with the right timing, oh no. Poise was able to get up short and prevent that from being a problem. Baby Bay has to escape, will surrender the spike plant. There's the updraft coming through, and that was a pretty aggressive play coming out from Baby Bay, given how this flank is coming through, currently from Raucus. Felt like probably could have waited a little bit longer on that.
Yeah, even Poise that he gets dinked down is still able to put a huge impact into this round to make it a 2 versus 1. It was virtually the same HP when Baby Bay was still alive, but he was just trying to make a play at least to make it a 1 versus 1 if he's able to take down Poise. With 5 seconds left, we're planning for spawn side. Cameras out 2 on the top of heaven. Raucus does have full kit, though, in terms of Shockeys and the Recon Dart. And that's going to help at least give the information after that camera's being broken and see nothing towards spawn. That we are playing very passively for Rise inside the spawn side. But he's...
they're going to play the gravity well.
Yeah, and he's
He
hinting
can't do anything about it. So he's just going to prevent him from being able to defuse. If he hits this shock dart onto the Sova, or the Cypher, excuse me, maybe something will happen, but there's the first. Let's see if the other one's big enough, it's close enough that it's going to pull him in. It's a Nova Pulse, actually. And another star goes down, and there's just not much that can be done. Has to get this kill almost immediately, and has run out of time. This is really well played and well read from Rise to play on the opposite side of this. But you look back and you look at that play from Baby Bay and you wonder if he had just waited like another second or two, tried to kill more time to get his teammate into position. How do things change? How does the dynamic of that change? Maybe it doesn't. Tough to say.
So at least we are pinging for some showers control on the attacker side too, and the bodies are heading towards there. The last few times that we did have a showstopper, we did try to get Neptune out from that shower side too. So you'll expect a guided light to come out. Maybe even a recon dart at the same time. No, it's going to head towards short A instead. But doubling up here towards the short A side, Baby Bay gets the first blood.
Flash coming out here from Baby J. There's some good backup from Baby Bay with the op through the smoke and inside what looked to be a Nova Pulse. Oh no! Baby Bay gets a little too over-aggressive, dives into Superman, misses the right click. But Smeeg's gonna Smeeg. What can you do about it? Shanks inside the Nebula, the flash comes through, and Shanks just didn't see the player immediately to his right. Also was focusing so much on the close targets that Corey was able to get an easy punish from Heaven. Now, Superman can run across the map and get a free plant on B, but it would be a 1v4, and there's two ults at play currently, a Showstopper and a Cosmic Divide for FaZe.
Superman has been cracked out on this map before, though. 5 stars still available, so you can really place it into his advantage and maybe try to clutch this one too. But as you mentioned here, very difficult right now for him to try to hold it. Once it's going to be a retake with the Showstopper Cosmic Divide from Corey and Zachary. Even off this safe plant, he's potentially not even going to plant it for himself. So he's probably going to have to play outside of this.
Let's see what he can do with the...
Nice.
Threat starts to loom, and you kind of got to play off this wall, I think. Give them sight control and just hope for the best. The rocket comes through. Doesn't connect. He's going to try and play the gravity well. Gets the first kill, 39 HP. Goes for the swing through, and they're watching that one with eagle eyes. 7-5. The score moving into the second half as FaZe bests Rise, but only barely, and it felt like there were opportunities there that FaZe didn't really capitalize on.
Well, this is what we exactly talked about, right? This matchup is actually very close for these two teams. Sometimes FaZe is going to push up towards short A, and it's going to catch them off guard, but sometimes it's also going to be Rise, from the way that they're playing on their attack with their utility, is also able to push FaZe back. So I like this back and forth, as this is a great way to end the series on the third map. Let's see what happens on that second one.
We're going to go ahead and throw things to a quick halftime break. We'll come back in just a minute with the second half. Stay tuned.
Yeah.
Right back into it we go as the second half commences between Rise and FaZe. FaZe has a slight advantage over Rise, but looking at the previous encounter between these two teams, the first half doesn't differ too wildly from the first half they played. Obviously, things are a little bit different with FaZe starting on the attack in that series. It was 6-6 at half in that first matchup where Rise bested them. Is this enough to give FaZe the advantage here, Vansili?
Don't think so. I think, like I said, it's been pretty close in terms of map control and battle for both of these teams. The adjustment's been really good for both of these teams as well. So it really have to take it round by round. And this round being on this pistol, a recon dart coming all the way here from spawn site onto Sands. It's not going to really ping anybody out for now. But the Aldrone does give a small tell for this long B control of Rise. Or sorry, of FaZe, where they're kind of doing like just this aggressive push into this B site.
Yeah, I like what we're seeing right now. FaZe literally just W holding. Baby Bane just kept on running and brings the spike all the way up on site. They've got a triple swing into elbow currently as they go around in the back hallway. And for the most part, it works out. That nade could be problematic as they try to escape its damage path. Damage is dealt in exchange. Poise on the flank does get one. Kills piling up in both directions. With the HP of the two remaining players, this is totally winnable for Poise, but the Star is going to prove to be a bit of a problem. The fault line as well, and that barely clips Poise, but it's another fault line that nails one for Baby J. A big round for FaZe. I like that.
Oh my god, that was awesome. That's a clip. Whoa. Hey, Mom. That was actually really nice from FaZe Clan. The triple push into shoulder was also really expected by Rise because they had a triple hold. But I don't think they expected how fast FaZe was going to go into that elbow after they made contact. That you had a couple of them scrambling with their abilities out and everything from Rise's side, where FaZe was able to get that upper hand. So unfortunately, it made it a little bit tough there for Poise to win that 2 versus 1. The pistol round in favor of FaZe. Control happening towards short A. Very fast hit from FaZe once again this time towards A.
FaZe flies in. Poise the only one to get a kill here for the Rise squad. It's actually a second player inside showers that they might not be prepared for. Superman sends a couple of bullets to the back of the dome of Corey and eventually gets the kill, but it's still going to be the round going the way of FaZe. 3 players do survive, so they will be able to bonus these SMGs into the first full buy round, which is coming up right now.
FaZe kind of giving Rise a taste of their own medicine from Haven is what I was trying to say before these rounds went by so fast. Hitting one site with a 5-man play, second round with a 5-man play. At least they're switching up site to site. But they're still getting the better results in the end for FaZe Clan, and they're going to stick together into this third round here too, but there's a lot of utility to try to hold things back. Oops, unfortunately a missed cage here from Poise, so that is going to be slightly wasted into you. There you go. Pays the price, gets fully flashed. Corey also gets a kill with the Spectre, and now we're just battling inside the A site.
And some accurate shots coming out from Superman, though. The double burst, getting a quick kill on the players coming through from showers. Corey does have a nade primed, and it's going to go around the corner. Should help take care of the boom bot, which did spot him. A nade coming back in the other direction. As Neptune goes vertical up on top of APC. Oh, no, that flash is huge. And now it's all up to Zachary, who's coming through. Has the gravity well in position. The star was down on Spike, but didn't even make a difference. The aim duels go the direction of Rise.
Yeah, Neptune's satchel charge up onto APC to get a kill really threw some players off guard. I think that was Baby J trying to go on a hunt right after, and when he realized that Neptune's already gone out of that position, it gave a chance for Shanks hearing the gunshots, getting a flash, and to get the kill. So it started off pretty well for FaZe for the initial take into the site, but the pulse plant game was a little bit difficult when I think you were only able to upgrade one weapon, right? With the Phantom picked up by Corey, the rest were still on long range with the Spectres. Speaking of which, into this round, they're still running a bit of Spectres, so Rise taking the upper hand in the fragging department. Actually, it's quite even. You have 3 rifles, 2 Spectres on both ends. Orbs, control onto showers, looking to happen in favor of Rise, and it's Neptune with the first blood.
Oh man, Superman getting that quick kill onto Baby J. Thought maybe there was even a chance for another one. Shanks gets eliminated. And again, we're back to even strength. Baby Bay, backside sight. There's another smoke going down. They're kind of realizing, hey, you know, we've got these players locked in showers. I thought for a second we might even see them try to take port and get out, but they continue to fight with them. One more there, one back towards spawn. And that'll be the Owl drone flying in that gives that information away.
One enemy remaining.
And that's a quick shot coming out from Baby Bay. It's all up to Derek to prevent double digits from going on the scoreboard. First kill is going to be his. Recon Dart goes down, and on that, the swing will come through from Baby Bay. It's another strong round for Baby Bay. A 4K here to help put FaZe on double digits.
And this continues to be really fast rounds, and they're building up kills after kills. Now, ultimates after ultimates. And this is the name of the game. We talked about a lot of showers control in that pregame that used to be the play style that FaZe was doing against Rise the last time that it met against each other. But this time it's been 2 or 3 pushes non-stop from FaZe when they're trying to get into the A site to just take control of you to start things off. It's now Showstopper for Corey, Cosmic Divide, and Bladestorm for the attackers. But you still have some good ultimates on Rise to try to hold things back.
I imagine with the shotgun, the Showstopper is going to be a big piece of this take. As they make their way out onto the site, Corey actually gets dropped by a classic of all things. The first kill is going to be Zachary dropping 1. There's Raucus with a shock dart. But FaZe struggling on the initial play in. Derek is still on site with a Guardian, and don't underestimate that gun, as it's going to be Rise who cleans up on the B site despite the lower buy coming into it. FaZe walks right into the setup that Rise had perfectly planned, and they just fall one after the other. I'm kind of curious how Corey died to a classic.
Yeah, I don't know if he got pinged. I don't know if he got pinged once by Derek with the Hunter's Fury, but I got to commend Derek for being able to do that actually at at long B. Don't know if anybody was tagged or if that was blinded when Poise actually heard a bit of footsteps happening towards that area too. So good communication no matter what here for this team. Allows for them to get these couple of rounds. Now we have the attacker side trying to roll with the ultimates based off pistols only, and it's Baby Bay using that Rolling Thunder to get some space, and they're clearing up the A site. But here comes a quadruple flank from Rise at short A.
Spike planted. Finished.
Shanks Picking up the kill on a Baby J. Baby Bay into the knives. Has to be careful as the dart is giving away the position. There's an ult coming out. That's Corey's ult. So Corey didn't actually ult in the last round. Saved it for this one. The rocket could make a difference here, but... Baby Bay and Raucus. Baby Bay now slicing and dicing. Raucus a little far away, trying to cancel the defuse with the ult. Does so successfully. It's a miss, though, coming in on the knives. And the spike is halfway, so Superman's going to continue to hold on this. Thinks he might be going for it. There's the tap, and now he knows.
Oh my.
Good swing coming in from Raucus as the pistol comes in clean. It's the Slurpee score, 7-11, as FaZe is just a few away from closing it out.
Every single one of the ultimates were perfect there for FaZe to actually win that round. Rolling Thunder doesn't hit anybody, but like I said, it gave so much room for Baby Bay to move forward into the pipes. Then you also have the rocket that came out from Corey to at least get a 1-for-1 kill from the grave, and that Hunter's Fury to flush opponents out to allow Baby Bay to get those kills. Super clean. Super clean. At least, speaking about Superman played that 1-versus-1 quite well. But Zachary just had the bigger brain. Never really wanted to peek outside a doorway of the showers and win that 1-on-1.
Ult coming in from Neptune is off the mark. The flash and the dart giving away his position, making it more difficult. Shanks does get 2, but immediately traded out. Fast play again from FaZe. Are we really all that surprised?
Nope.
We find ourselves in a 2-on-2. One player in lamps, one coming through from spawn. Babyface watching the flank, but no one's going to be coming through from that direction. No one paying attention to U-Haul, and Superman gets 2 freebies. And yeah, the crouch tree does work. It will be an 8th round for Rise.
And Superman had a couple of those highlights that were posted up on the competitive Reddit. How good he is with the timing on this map too. I think it was on this very map, right, where he actually had some share of timings to get the round clutch there for Rise. Does the same thing on a timing kill with the lurk into U-Haul when it was flanking back. So well done for him at that point. Individual play to keep the dream alive here for Rise, because if not, this would have been map point and series point for FaZe. And not only that, by winning that round, you actually do see an eco for FaZe Clan, and this time they don't have those ultimates to actually win the round back in their favor. So Rise could be in a good position here to make it an 11-9. Oh, that's gonna hurt potentially. Makes it out on time.
Shanks did get away, yeah. I didn't think that Shanks was gonna escape that for a moment. The Seekers came out in response.
Concealment.
The buy from FaZe is substandard. 1 rifle, 1 SMG, 1 pocket SMG, and Sheriff and Classic. Got Cosmic Divide on both sides, and you've got Neural Theft on the side of Rise. Baby Bay did make some action happen early, though, with that Stinger, taking the battle straight to the doorstep. Bringing us back to summer 2020, when that was pretty common, specifically looking at a player named Rob Wiz, who used to play for BBG. Here they go flying into the site. There's that Stinger play. Picking up an early kill, upgrading to a rifle. A trade is in, though, for Corey. That's great moves coming out from FaZe.
No
and that's
way.
another pickoff from Raucus. Not like this. Derek, the last remaining player for Rise. He's got full HP. He's got a recon dart, but
Spike planted.
FaZe has a on 1 to secure round number 12, map and series point coming up.
That was such a good flash by Baby J. They hit the corner of the doorway to blind both players in the front and in the back of U-Haul to just allow this frenzy kill to happen for Baby Bay. And as Baby Bay upgrades, Corey picks up the Stinger left behind to get a kill too. So that's taken full effect of a Stinger, and close range battle like that, it's still very effective. And now we break the economy. We hurt things up for Rise a bit. Look at Superman. I told you he pops off on this map. 20 and 16 and 1, but unfortunately we need a little bit more out of his teammates to try to make this a little bit of a closer game. There's only so much you could do when you're Superman. But FaZe Clan's aggressive play is definitely the kryptonite into Rise's defense so far. And we're moving into map and series point. Full rifles now for the attackers. The Stinger comes out on the defender side. Big fault line and the kills for FaZe to hopefully seal the deal in the series.
Really unfortunate as they go for that fast play, and the fault line is perfect. Baby J so good with that fault line, but Superman still doing damage here with just a judge.
Wow.
And Rise has fought their way back into this one. Hold on, it's not over. Superman gets another one. It's down now to the one-on-one. It's Zach versus Derek. The spike is planted. But this quickly teetered out of control.
Oh, the gun picked up.
Zach is on site, and he's hearing the footsteps. That'll be how it ends. But man, that got real close.
Another nice try by Superman. A triple kill and almost making it a victory to assist Rise to stay alive. But it is going to be FaZe Clan that takes this series. Rise, unfortunately, falls. But at least they've qualified into the NA Regionals. Congratulations to Rise, but it's not over for FaZe. They have a chance now to play against Luminosity Gaming and also try to move into the Grand Finals. And look at that Red Bull clutch in the end. Like I said, the gun has been heard, has been picked up, and as you mentioned, Bach, the footsteps right after. Just an easy kill for Zachary to finally close, put the nail in the coffin there for Rise.
A tough series win for FaZe. We thought for a second after map 1 it was going to be a quick 2-0. The first map played out so fast. The second map goes the direction of Rise. And then that last map, we knew we were going to go into that with that back and forth volley. But towards the tail end, Rise just couldn't stop FaZe. And you got to tip your hat to Baby J. Baby J may not necessarily be a statistical leader, but Baby J was the Robin to Baby Bay's Batman that bested Superman in this situation. It just worked out well for FaZe, and I look at that last round, that fault line, huge. Sets up so much to begin the round. Sure, FaZe almost fumbles that away, and largely off the work of Superman, but still, they wouldn't even have been in that situation if it hadn't been for that fault line.
Definitely. I think that's the credit karma for sure there for Baby J from the way that he played that. Just because of, like I said before, in that round, he was looking down towards that short A, but once they heard that orb, it was actually less defensive plays. It was only him and Zachary inside that site. You have the push coming out with the showstopper, trying to come out at the same time for Neptune. But this is actually another good play, a selfless one going in here. As it was Zachary with a triple kill at the same time, but it was a self boost coming in, and I think he was also boosted by Baby J at that point. So overall, FaZe taking control of that overall and winning the series quite convincingly.
Solid look from FaZe. Definitely had some moments where things didn't look super smooth, but they end up finding the win regardless. They get revenge against Rise in two fashions. One, they win on a map they lost to them previously, and they win the series as well. You can see things how they stacked up. 10 frag win rounds, but it was 5 objective round wins from Rise, so Rise had a little bit better control of the objective, but not nearly as much when it came to the frag power. And you'll see that in the next slide as well as we look at the stats. FaZe definitely had them bested in that regard.
Yeah, it's, again, Baby Bay moving the way that he did. Corey doing his part as well. I think every single one of them kind of lit up the scoreboard here for FaZe Clan. If you're looking at it, I mean, 22 kills, 2.2, 2.3 even for Zachary. Like, he's always this silent killer that I see right now and a great support player to this team for FaZe. And overall, this is pretty nice to see a resurgence of FaZe. But also, it's really nice to see like these Dark Horses teams, as who would have expect Rise to make it into the NA Regionals when you also had such a stacked group of teams that could have qualified into this one, looking at like the Cloud9s, the Energies, and whatnots of the world that could have made it into this top 8. But it's not. They didn't even make it into the top 8 of the closed qualifiers.
I think there's a lot of people who probably came into this and said, Rise who?
Yeah.
Like, they didn't expect to see Rise as one of these teams. There's a lot of teams that didn't make it this far. And we said that the last time, too. The tier 2, tier 1.5, I guess you could say, of North America, basically the teams below the top 5 is really getting spicy. There is so many teams on the rise, no pun intended, here in North America, and we could see that playing out during these challenger stages with teams like KC Pioneers and Rise Nation. Like, this is teams that I don't think people really expected to get this far, and there's other teams that you would typically see playing at this point that didn't make it. But we do have our credit karma moment of the match, and you said it earlier, it definitely has to be the fault line that sets things up here for Baby J. It was how they opened the map up constantly. Here's another one, the fault line plus the flash. There's just nothing you could do. Getting that flash, getting the opening kill, upgrading to the rifle, and then dropping that SMG back, which gets Corey the kill, but you can see Superman just left dazed, stunned in the corner. The flash comes out as well, and that keeps Shanks from getting the trade.
And that's on top of also Zachary's gravity well, so it really wasn't really just on Baby Bay, but just a full coordination of what you had there as FaZe overall looked really good for that Credit Karma play.
Well, that just about does it for us here on the stream, but we're not done. There's 2 players coming in, but before we go ahead and throw things to a break, I want to remind you guys to go ahead and go out and get a needle in your arm. I'm talking about the vaccination. Don't be weird. It's about time we all go out there and get vaccinated so we can get back to normal life again. Riot Games and Valorant are teaming up with the White House to keep spreading awareness about COVID-19 vaccinations. If you're in the United States, the vaccine is free and available to everyone. Getting vaccinated is the quickest way for us to get back to normal. So if you are able, please consider getting vaccinated and help bring us one step closer to seeing you all in person once again. We would love to be back at LAN. Better than anything, it's definitely, we all greatly miss both the production team and the broadcast talent alike, players as well. We desperately want to get back to that point. Vansili, that's the end of our stint